Yeah, I was just waiting until some people got in.
Okay, we're recording.
Okay. Well, it's 10 o'clock, so let's go.
Let's go.
Sounds good.
So ASP welcomes you back for day 2 of Images of Distinction Round 1. We hope you enjoyed yesterday and are ready for another full day of learning. 844 images will receive discussion today. We have 4 commentary panels, and the full day's recording for each panel will be available to view on the ASP website under Zoom recordings. The audio discussion for each image will also be available on printcompetition.com. We cannot thank Jeff Burton enough for his support of this event and the tweaks he continues to make to the software in order to make this the best experience for our viewers and workers. Let's meet the jurors and panel crew now, starting with our jurors. Tony, would you like to start?
Sure. Tony Harriman from Norwalk, Iowa.
Christy Steves from Cleveland, Ohio.
Tim Meyer from Los Angeles, California.
Gina Tussey from Maryville, Tennessee.
And I also want to let the viewers know that today we're going to concentrate not as much on the flowery, we love it kind of aspects of your image. I know that you want constructive criticism, that things you can fix, things you can do to make it better. And so we're going to try to use our time mostly to deliver that. It doesn't mean we don't love the images. I'm sure, you know, you've got a lot of love yesterday on all your wonderful images. Today we're going to try to give you just helpful hints.
Thank you, Tony. I also want to briefly introduce some behind the scenes people. Cassandra Sullivan is our Zoom moderator and helping out with some other things today. And although she's not here today, I want to thank Chris Richmond. She was our backup scorekeeper yesterday and was not only keeping the scores, but doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff that the audience has not seen. And I'm Connie Sanders, and I am your scorekeeper. I want to let you know that we will break for lunch at 12:30 p.m. Eastern today and anticipate finishing commentaries around 5:30 p.m. And don't forget, the awards ceremony for IOD Round 1 is April 23rd at 8 p.m. April 23rd at 8 p.m. And let the discussion commence. And give me just a second so I can change screens. And we are starting with the raw, whoops, something changed. Hang on just a second.
I think you shared screen.
Yes, I have to share my screen.
Well, yeah, I just have to reduce my Zoom window so I can see. It popped up full screen in front of me. Okay.
Yeah, I can't get mine to reduce. How do I get out of that?
There should be a little up at the top. There's a little yellow, should be a little yellow straight line that will reduce it.
Okay.
And that was some kind of emergency vehicle that if you heard a siren went down past my studio. Okay, are we ready to go? Everybody
Yep.
All righty. So our first image is Lasting Love 85. And it's not clicking up here.
I've got an image. How about Tim? You start with this one.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm still trying to catch up with my screen. Why is my screen? Okay, so your screen is actually showing the top. Okay, got it.
Do you, I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you just see that one image?
I see that one image, but I also can't go full screen on it. And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I've got all the rest of your.
You'll need to view on the printcompetition.com remote display.
Yeah, that's where I am. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I get what happened here. Hold on. Yeah, I can't get to that yet. Why don't you have someone else take this?
Sure,
one?
I'll take this one. We had this on our panel yesterday. So going straight to the point of things that I see that could be helpful on this image, down at the bottom where the stems come down into I'm going to call it the mulch or dirt or whatever. There's a really bright leaf there and a couple other white dots that I would recommend that, you know, are taken care of so that they don't draw our eye away from the top of the image. Also, a couple of places up there are really bright too. So maybe taking down the highlights just a little bit on the top flowers, I think would help.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I can throw something in. And I'm assuming this is raw, and I'm assuming the maker
Oh.
wants feedback. Is that correct?
Yes, and I
Right,
just critiqued it as if it was
It's okay. I'm
regular.
going to do the same thing on the off chance that they're going to take this into another category, let's say for the, MIR. One thing they could do to clean it up just a little bit is take the clone tool down at the camera right, top of the mound of the dirt or the mulch, to the right of the stems. I would clone that little pile of mulch out at the very top and clean that up, and it makes it look a little bit more symmetrical as well.
Yeah, and my apologies to the maker. I forgot that we were in the raw category, so you know, keeping it raw, you couldn't do that. I realized that for this competition, but yeah, it was great information in case you're going to take it on in a different competition.
Yeah. And then one other small thing, camera left, in the background where it's yellow, there's like a little brown blobby area from the background. I would clean that up. I could see a judge picking on that. Very far camera left down in the bottom corner, that little brown spot. I would just clean that up. It's creating a distraction for me.
Okay, next image, please.
Hannah, 79.
Tim, are you with us now?
I'm with you now. It just was a matter of rearranging my screens. Nice image, beautiful gal. I think for the 79, a couple reasons why is that it's centered. Placement in the frame, you got way too much information on top, so I'd bring the eyes up probably to the 1/3 position, rule of thirds position. And I think you need to do a little more work on the skin to take care of the unevenness of the skin. And you might want to enhance the eyes just a bit and then watch the flyaway hairs. There is an element of this with the movement with the wind, etc. I think that you want to hold on to, but I think you need to lose some of the flyaway hairs to really have the impact. Otherwise, the posing I think actually works pretty well. It's mostly post-production here and cropping that would make the big difference.
Okay, next image.
End of, excuse me, end of story, 81.
Gina.
I'll take this. This is straight out of camera. We saw this one yesterday. I really enjoyed this
Oh, I'm
image.
sorry. Was
No.
my last image raw?
Yes,
They are
we're
still
in
straight out of
the
camera.
category. Mhm.
Right.
Oh, okay. So, all right, I critiqued it incorrectly, but go ahead.
Yeah, I found this image to be extremely powerful. And I love what you did with the powder in the book. I think for me, the lighting across the top of his head and his hair and the accent maybe could have been diffused just a little bit, because it gives it a really harsh in comparison to the pose and the way his hands come across with the book and the powder. But all in all, I enjoyed this image.
If I could throw in my 2 cents, for me, the top of the book is really bright. And, maybe it would be one where, changing the angle of the book a little bit, turning the top of the book more towards the man. It wouldn't be catching the light or flagging and or goboing the light a little bit to diffuse that book. I just thought that was really bright.
Good points. Next image.
Breathtaking, 86.
I'll take it.
Oh, no, Tim.
No, Christy, go ahead if you
No,
want.
no, got you. Go.
This is
Yeah,
still
this I think did really well yesterday during competition, and the lighting is gorgeous on this. The only thing I could think to do is either maybe crop off a little of the bottom you know, where you've got the brighter rocks, make it a little bit more of a panoramic. And then you're getting the main focal point down a little bit more towards the rule of thirds. You know, I'm always of the mindset, take some off the bottom or off the top, but I think the rocks at the bottom create a distraction and they pull my eyes down. And if that's cropped off, I think that would take care of part of that. And then Tim might have something he wants to contribute to.
So, great capture. And if you plan on taking this further out of the raw category, you're going to want to work on saturation, et cetera, but you've got all the information there. I agree, that I would not only lose it a little bit from the bottom, but I don't think you need as much of the sky. It's a great sky, but it's not as strong as what's going on in the foreground. It feels a little bit tightly cropped on the right-hand side. I don't know what's to the right, but if there were something to give a little more space, that would, I think, benefit it also. But it's a great image.
All right, next image, please.
Tony, before we go on, I just want to say, I'm looking at the larger image on my iPad, what the audience is seeing, and I do see that the categories are up there at the top left, in case there's any question about it. The next one is focused artist and 77s.
I'd like to take this one.
Go.
So I know we're talking about the raw category, but I'm going to make a suggestion if the maker goes on with this to another competition or MIR. We judged this yesterday. This came up on my panel. And my biggest issue is the light dead center, aiming right at the camera. It's so bright that it's pulling my eye away from the subject and what the subject is doing as a distraction. Perhaps if that light had been moved behind the man, you know, you would still have some really nice rim lighting going on there. So that was the big issue for me. I think the lighting on his face is really nice.
And
If
for
you're gonna
me,
go forward with this, I would take off the hot spot under, or just clone it down or tone it down just a little bit under his eye.
for me, I was also on the panel. I think this image had a lot of potential had you taken one step to the left. And had that light, you know, instead of pointing right into the camera, more toward his face. And he got just a little bit more of a profile instead of it turned just a little bit. So one step over to the left, and I think it would have been so much stronger.
All right, next image, please.
By the
Surveying,
way, I'm not seeing the indication of what category we're in on mine, so you're going to have to announce it
oh,
if we
okay,
change.
Yeah, we can't see that.
okay, we'll do that, okay. Surveying the surroundings, 82.
Okay, Gina.
I wasn't on the panel, but you know, this is a nice capture of this bird. The eye is sharp, the feathers are sharp. I think that perhaps the exposure is handled really well, but this taking that step over and getting that bird out of almost dead center. I mean, his eye is in dead center. I think putting him in the water did a great job around it, but there are just being straight out of camera, you know, you handled the exposure well. If you take it further, I would consider making him pop a little bit more and getting rid of some of those stray strands of things in the background and on the left. But I think overall you did a good job.
Yeah, I would add that camera right towards the edge there where we have the grass that's coming out into the pond. My eye is kind of drawn over to that little area that is where the two pieces of land come out into the pond. And I think either just coming a little closer, zooming in a little bit when you were taking it, or if you take it out of a raw category, I would crop that side off a little bit.
Yeah, and I would, you know, crop up, you know, at the bottom and maybe a little bit camera right, get that bird a little bit in the rule of thirds and have a little bit more negative space camera left.
And I would add, if you're going to do this in the camera raw category, you should, it looks like it was on auto white balance. And so it's tending a lot of green in there, and a custom white balance would have helped that a lot.
Okay, next image, please.
Mountain Beauty, 78.
Okay, I was on the panel when this came through. For me, the tree on the right with that dark line there, my first thought when I saw it was, oh, there's, something cropped wrong or something that looked like just pure black. But then, you realize it's a tree, but that's drawing my eye. And then I feel like she's pretty straight on to camera with her shoulders, even though her face is turned. I think turning her body away from camera a little bit would have been very helpful. And then the light on her face is fairly flat. And so just a little bit more um, use of light to create some sculpting, I think. Okay, next image.
Descending into chaos, 86.
Ooh, I'll take this one.
Go ahead.
Oh, this came up on iPanel and I think I went a little nuts. I really enjoy this, the fact that you went a totally different direction. Instead of photographing a bird coming in, you photographed it from the rear end. And I think in this, it really creates a dynamic power. For me, there were some concerns with a little bit of the blue pops in the sky behind. I mean, it does kind of pull in the bird's color, bluish color, but I keep running up the bird's back and into that blue. I think all in all, though, you did a good job with this.
And if this is going to be taken on to another competition, I would crop the bird camera left where we're just seeing the eye. I would just get that bird off of there.
Okay, next image, please.
Oh, what a night, 76.
Tim?
Still in the raw category. Lots of issues. There is an issue with the a sensor spot in the upper left on the camera. The also the exposure. I mean, you can't do a tremendous amount if you're going to use the sun. The sun is really the dominant factor here, so you're holding on to the exposure with the rest of it. It just that you have such a dynamic range there that you're really not going to be able to capture all of it simultaneously. Compositionally, I think it works really well. It's a great idea. It's just that you're outside the actual range of what you can do technically with a camera in one exposure.
Okay, next image, please.
The bone pile, 77.
Oh, I
Christy?
remember this one came up yesterday. Yeah, it's a great concept. Where the judges were struggling is, you've got the warm colors in the main part of the image and then the cool colors from the mountains, and they're really bright, pulling the eye away. So the thought is cropping off those mountains completely. And you're going to get a lot more color harmony that way. You've got all these birds going around and it's hard to, find like the main subject or a focus area. And by getting those mountains out of there, at least we're more on the birds. And the horizon line looks a little tilted. I'm looking at the back horizon line and it could be a hill, but I think for a viewer seeing it, if the horizon line could be straightened out, I think that would help this image.
Okay, next image, please.
Howard Johnson's neon sign, 82.
Gina?
Absolutely. I was fixing to open my big mouth anyway. I enjoyed this. I mean, the fact that you're pulling your focus, I think in creating that blur, if you will, and the rush toward the screen, I think was done really well. I think you handled everything within this image well. For me, I would have just liked to have seen a little bit deeper contrast in that, but that's just where I kind of landed with that image. I enjoyed it.
By the way, for the record, this got an 82
Yes,
in the raw category.
yes.
I would have been all over this and I would have been up in the excellent category. It's very well done, well conceived. The zoom manipulation on it is excellent. The composition, placement within a frame, all incredibly well done.
You're here.
Actually, when you read the titles, can you please give us the score after the title?
I did. Did you
Oh,
not?
I'm sorry. I
You
did
did.
not. I did not realize that. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll try to be more.
No, you got, yeah, I just
Okay.
thought I remembered it right.
Okay.
Okay, were you ready for the next one?
Yep.
Okay, Spot the Chaos 77.
I
Yeah.
can start.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a really nice concept going in close on what looks to be a bunch of giraffe necks here. I would like to see a little bit more contrast. There's nothing wrong with flat lighting, but I think if there was more contrast with light and shadow, you might get a little bit more separation between each giraffe, to help give some dimension as well. The we've got the camera left giraffe. Then there's one that's brighter, kind of behind the front two giraffes. That's really bright. And it's competing for attention with what's going on in the foreground as well, with all the other giraffes. So, if some might be darkened for future purposes and brightened, but I think the big thing is the flat lighting, just doesn't add drama, and depth in this image.
Okay. I also wonder if it might not be a little stronger if the camera was moved more to camera right just a little bit, so you didn't have the one corner of the background in there. Because that kind of pulls my eye a little bit away from all the patterns that we have going on in the rest of the image.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Okay, next image, please.
Perseverance Pays Off 85.
Tim. Tim? Did we lose Tim?
Tim muted himself. I apologize. And I said some really profound things. Nice score, really nice image. The angle of view on it is good. To me, I would move it out of the center of the frame. I mean, the eye is almost directly in the center, and I would make a choice whether or not you want more foreground or background. I think I would. I know the reflection's important, but it just seems very centered. So maybe move it one direction or the other. And otherwise, looks like a good exposure, sharp. I would say the same thing about color temperature, though. It just feels very flat, and there's not an awful lot of color there, and it looks a little bit green.
Okay, next image, please.
Prism Leaves 76.
I'll take this one. So I didn't get to see this yesterday. I'm seeing some camera movement or something going on here that shows some creativity. However, the highlights on those leaves are really just blown out. And then we have the darker leaves that, are going almost to no detail as well. So I think, maybe time of day, the exposure was just hard to get that full dynamic range in there. But it's an interesting pattern that has been created. Okay, next image.
Walk the Line 85.
Christy.
Yeah, this is a really awesome image of this bird. I think the exposure is really nice on the bird. For me, I would have liked to have seen more negative space camera left, so we can kind of see where the bird is walking, and a little bit less camera right. I think the shallow depth of field works really well. It just makes the bird pop. If the maker's going to go on to another competition, I would recommend taking the bird poop and the little bird feathers, off that wood, and maybe clean up the wood just a little bit so it doesn't serve as a distraction and pull the eye away from this beautiful bird.
Okay, next image.
Watchful Eye 80.
Gina.
Yeah, once again, very beautiful bird. You really got that eye just perfectly sharp. Really kind of comes across. I'm seeing a great deal of detail, in the chest and all. For me, it kind of fell a little flat across the top of his back, where we not only lose the texture of the feathers, it just kind of over blows just a little bit, where it just creates more of a little hump back there. But how to fix it? I mean, if you're going to take this forward, maybe control the light just a little bit more on him on that part. But those 3 white spots, large spots going off to the left, are competing with me to want to stay within this gorgeous face.
Okay, next image.
We are now going into the reportage category.
Thank you.
Okay, gone too soon. 85.
Oh, I'm going to take this one, please.
Yes.
This one was on my panel. It came across and I started crying. So the sheer storytelling and the feeling and the impact that comes across with this image was so spot on. And your artful use of the burning downs where it needed to be. The only concern I had when I viewed this was the lighting under her face and hands in that man's coat. And then down by the feet in the back, where some of that light has a lot of haloing. I mean, that may be a point where you crop just a little bit to take this, but this is a very moving, impactful image.
Can I add that
Yes.
the man in the Michelin jacket on the far left, I don't think adds anything, and I think you could easily crop him out, but I would crop probably to the woman who's looking down. That would still add to it, but it's a really beautiful image.
Yeah, I wonder if some of those light spots up at the top too could be either toned down a little bit or cropped out. Because again, there's such story there, and I don't want anything to detract me from that story.
Yeah, and if the camera right come in just a little bit on the guy that's holding the girl, just get that little corner behind his head out. So you would just be cropping, like right, maybe behind his ear or something like that. I don't think that little corner adds anything, and then it really focuses on this woman.
By the way, I changed my mind. I would crop all the way into the white trench coat. I don't think I need the woman at the left. It really brings you into the subject a little tighter.
Awesome. Okay, next image.
Win it. 81.
And Christy.
Yeah, this is a great capture. When it came up, my first thought was the flat lighting on this, and the presentation is so bright. I don't think it helps this image much. I think a darker matte's going to make the image pop. It just was like, whoa, when it came up, really bright. I know in the reportage category, people can, dodge and burn and whatnot, but I think some of this needs to be brought down just a little bit. I'm looking at the guy in the white jersey and how white his legs look. These are some things that I think can be toned down just a little bit.
Okay.
If I could add, I think
Yes.
I think they went kind of towards a high key look, which is why it's lighter and it's on a white mat. To me, if the essence of this and the capture and where everything is really well done. I think if it were just printed more richly, that there was tonality throughout, and because there really isn't a great dark in there, and it just feels way too overprinted for me. Just a different approach to that as far as bringing it down in tonality, I think would give it more substance.
Okay, next image, please.
Eyes on the ball. 81.
And Gina?
Sure, absolutely. This was on a panel and it came up. I think it's great expression coming across her face, but her eyes aren't on the ball. Also, it's kind of hard to explain, but when you get right back into that glove, it's a void. I don't really see any detail in there. And then with the brightness, especially, and the color shift across her clothing, it comes across as a cyan instead of white. it just falls a little flat because of that. But I think the capture and the way her face looks is indicative of another title, perhaps too.
Okay, next image, please.
Lifted Spirit, 78.
I'll
I
take
was on the
this one.
panel when this came up.
Go ahead.
The everyone loved the pose, the capture of the moment, etc. We had some technical concerns. It looks like it might either be some haloing around the hands and around the feet, whether that's from over sharpening or masking, or it just had that appearance. If you look at her arm, that's in front, it looks like there's a very definite halo there. Again, there's a variety of reasons why that can happen, but it's really pretty easy to get rid of that. And so mostly I think the concerns were technical because the aesthetic on this is really quite lovely. And we weren't sure if the whites were handled quite as well as they could have been.
Okay, next image, please.
Another AC/DC Highway, 81.
And Christy?
Yeah, this capture is really awesome. To get a car going at this speed, and then to get to the detail on it. It feels like, and I could be wrong, but it feels like the car is a bit oversaturated, and which I don't think is allowed in, the reportage category, so I could be wrong. Maybe that's how the car is painted, but it just, for me, seems a little oversaturated. The key line, I think, is a little bright. My take on doing like key lines, stroke lines is, keeping it simple, and it's just a way to subtly separate your image from your matte. So I would recommend keeping the key line a little bit thinner and maybe go a little bit darker because it's pulling my eye away from the image. And that is something that judges do pick on.
I'd like to make a comment as well. If you, to the maker, take a really good look. It feels like there's a lot of color aberrations in the tires, and the darker part where it has kind of a more grungy feel. Just something to look at.
All right, good points. Next image, please.
Focused, 74.
And Gina?
Yeah, I was on the panel when this came up. I remember I was so taken with that little face and the sheep's expression of crap that at first I didn't notice it until it was brought back. In the background, it looks like there was some masking or over sharpening or something done over the little boy's head and down that side that left some strange lines. I'm not going to say it was or wasn't, but it appears to be. And also the foreground, you can crop a little bit more of that out to get that out and be concerned about the lines behind the sheep, the bright lines and the highlights there as well, and the highlight behind the boy's head or the child's head.
And then the highlight on the back of the sheep too, I'm seeing,
Yes.
not much detail in there. So, yep. Okay, next image, please.
Dancing in the Light, 78.
And I can take this one. So, for me, I think we don't need that exit sign in there and the backstage sort of stuff. I think that is pulling my eye away from our dancers. And then I'm feeling a lot of noise in there. And looking on the faces and stuff, especially the dancer in the background there, I'm just seeing so much noise on her face that's really taking away from the beauty of these dancers and their pose. Okay, next image, please.
It's all part of the job, 78.
And Tim?
So I think as a capture, the storytelling in this is really good, but visually you don't, the camera angle is kind of high. You can't see into his face. If you were to bring it lower, then you wouldn't see much of the fish. It is a decisive moment. I think it's fine, but I don't think it just has the impact that would bring it up into the merit category. I'm looking at the technical, I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, I guess those would be those refrigeration things that come down. It looks like there's sharpening issues or some sort of issues with that in the background masking to bring the tonality back behind them. That's my guess. If that's not the case, then I would still consider looking at those because they do look like masking, haloing effects that are issues. But overall, I think great idea, great concept. It just didn't come together to create the impact that you need for a mirrored image.
And if I can jump in and just talk about the print presentation, I don't think a light gray adds to the story or, you know, makes the image pop. I think if it was a darker presentation, it's going to make the image pop more.
Okay, next image, please.
Uncooperative, 77.
And Gina?
Sure. Interesting capture. I mean, there's always one of those horses in every group, and I think that the maker really went after it. For me, it feels underexposed, and I'm not sure where the focus is. It kind of comes across the grass in front, so I'm kind of losing the focus on the boys, or excuse me, the cowboys, and especially the horse that's being the recalcitrant one in front. I'm just not sure about that technical concern with that.
I'm not, this came up during my panel, but I was looking at the focus originally also, but if you look at the bushes in the foreground and there's sharpness all the way through, so it might be more of a shutter speed issue that the motion is causing the blurring. But to me, it would need to, if you're going to use it for motion, then you need more motion, or otherwise you need to pull the motion out.
Okay, next image, please.
Simple Joy, 79.
Christy.
Yeah, this was came up on our panel and really enjoyed this, you know, hazy, foggy mood going on. It just gives us like this extra mood, you know, with this young man running through the woods. Of course, this haze is we're gonna lose detail on the little boy. Maybe it would have been one, and with him being backlit, if he was a little closer to the camera. I just feel like I want to see his face a little bit more, and we've lost detail in there. I can't tell where, you know, his one leg is. We just see kind of a foot coming out of a piece of material. So there's no definition going on there. And for me, that was my area of concern. The brightest part around this boy are the shoulders, and that area is really blown out. So it could be a little bit of an exposure issue going on here.
I also had I was on the panel as well. This is one, if you look at it as a maker and crop your hands in and get rid of some of the tree on the right and even that big rock on the left, and then maybe change your presentation to give it a little bit more of that same ethereal feel, it might pull a little bit better with a little bit more contrast.
Okay, next image, please.
Touchdown Celebration, 87.
Tim.
87, great score. Great capture as far as the overall storytelling of it. Not only do you have the primary subjects, but all the secondary subjects, the guys in the lower right and lower left are all very much involved looking at the celebration. Terrific capture, really crisp, nice printing quality throughout, sharpness in the areas where it needs sharpness. So shallow depth of field all the way throughout. The framing on it, especially with the gentleman down on the left and the right, it's a really nice capture with the framing and cropping, etc. So very well done.
And then if I can jump in, talk about the print presentation, I think the key lines are too bright. And I don't know if 2 key lines are needed. There's a lot going on in this image, and the more key lines that are added, the more distractions that are being created. I would tone down those key lines.
Okay, next image, please.
Haitian Dreamer, 78.
Christy.
Yeah. Oh, how sweet is this? Patient dreamer. Where I'm struggling right now, and I'm looking at the light direction is really nice. And I don't know if it's a catch light in the little boy's camera left eye, but it's so bright, towards the inside of his eye. I'm struggling in that area. My eye went right there and is kind of keeping me there as my mind's trying to figure out what's going on there. The maker might want to tone that down, which is allowed in the reportage category. You can dodge and burn. There's a lot of bright and dark going on in this image, and it's competing for attention with this boy. If there's a way maybe to, tone down the background, darken it just a little bit, I think that might help make him pop. The oars to the left are really bright compared to the boy. The eye goes to the highest area of contrast. And right now, it's so bright camera left on that boat. If that could be toned down to make this boy kind of pop, I think that would help.
Okay, next image, please.
Heritage Flight 78.
Tim?
So, really nice capture as far as positioning and composition. The issue is that the lighting from below is going to be flatter, which is fine, but the contrast range on this, it just needs to be bumped up. So compositionally, it's really interesting. And storytelling wise, it's very interesting, but it is, just the print quality on it overall just really doesn't help it much. One of the things that people that do this a lot are concerned about is shutter speed. And you do have a little bit of motion in the propeller, which is a good thing, but I think you probably could have a little bit more. But overall, it's just color saturation and contrast that are the major issues for this image.
Okay, next image.
Hats of Many Colors 79.
This was
And
on my panel also.
go.
As a general guideline, which I follow quite a lot, usually the closest thing in the image should be the sharpest, and that's not the case here. The one that's out in the lead, I think, should be sharp. You should see the falling off in the background. I think that would have been a more appropriate choice. The very tight crop, very exciting, a lot of energy. The storytelling on all the faces, I think, is well done. I don't understand what's going on with some of the shoulders. It doesn't look like a depth of field thing because it doesn't seem to be consistent, but the two red ones in the upper middle have a glow to them that's very different than everything else. I don't understand it. If that's actually what occurred, then more power to you. But for me, I perhaps would like a little more space in the foreground of the lead guy, and also I would expect to see him sharp.
All right, next image.
Overnight Intruder 86.
Christy.
Also on our
Oh,
panel. You
go
want to
ahead.
talk
Oh, go
about
ahead.
it? This was a hit big time because of the narrative and storyline. Just the attitude of the positioning with the hands on the hips and kind of like the sense of intrusion. So the storytelling on this was really, really good. The framing was excellent, the way they dominate the frame, the body types and their size and all the rest of it worked very, very well. I'm not sure there were anything, I mean, it scored very high. Perhaps bringing down that background just a little bit would help it to keep you within the top of the frame. But overall, just the tightness of the crop, the storytelling aspects, the recognizing of the moment were really well done.
Okay, next image.
So we are now heading into wedding open.
Thank you.
Time to Celebrate 80.
Christy.
Yes, this came up on our panel, and the judges really enjoyed the storytelling and the impact. Where I think some of the judges struggled, it feels a little underexposed, just a little bit. We understand that it might have been an overcast day, because we don't have light direction on their faces. If the maker is in control of, or has off-camera flash, that might have aided in getting away from this flat lighting on their faces. Somebody else thought that the grass was a distraction and that maybe cropping up higher might work. We had a difference of opinion on that. A couple thought that the grass should go. That would be the maker's choice. But cropping up, maybe right where the thigh is, on that. And then camera left, I don't know if we need to see that much of the tree. Maybe cropping into the tree just a little bit, and it's getting the focus on this couple. But the dress, very nice. It's not blown out. We see all the detail in there. Great expressions.
Okay, next image. Tim,
What
we
was the
did
score?
we didn't get a title or score. Connie?
I'm sorry, I had to cough and I thought I unmuted myself, but I didn't. Rain on My Shoulder, Love in My Eyes, 78.
Okay, I wasn't on the panel when this was judged. The connection between the couple is wonderful, and the framing, it's a little awkward as far as where the flowers intersect with the bride's head. So that could have perhaps been at a lower camera angle, which would have solved that issue, which is really hard to do when you're walking backwards on day of. So, especially in the rain. So I would probably have burned down the chairs on the lower right, so that they're not as intrusive visually. I mean, I would have loved to have bodies there, but again, this is day of stuff going on. That's probably my only concern, is what's going on with the flowers coming out of the bride's head coming down, and then the darkening of the area behind. But I mean, in the middle of a rainstorm, getting that kind of expression, and I mean, it's a great capture. It's just those couple elements, I think, that are the issues here.
Yeah, and for me, camera right, a couple of those white umbrellas are just so bright. That is drawing my eye over there. My thought is that those can be toned down just a little bit. That would help me keep my eye on this wonderful love connection that's going on between this couple.
I'll just pop in here real quick with an ad. I think taking down the highlight on the groom's shoes just a little bit too, that keeps pulling my eye as well. I need to go check that out, and I'm like, oh, it's a nice shiny shoe, but I don't want to be distracted from their faces. Next image.
Final Touch, 78.
Christy?
Yeah, this is a really nice capture, seeing the detail of the back of the bride's dress. I don't know if this is like a mom and a sister or an aunt. They're getting involved, so they're creating a nice story. Looking through the window, and I know this is a difficult way to photograph brides, because if you've got a bright sunny day, it's going to be kind of overexposed outdoors, but it's really bright, very overexposed outdoors. And that was kind of my issue. And also leaving a little bit more space under the woman camera left, her feet. It's cropped up towards her foot, kind of tight, and just to give it a little bit more breathing room.
Okay, next image, please.
Love Letters Bring Tears, 81.
Tim.
I think this is no, this wasn't on our panel, or maybe it was. I might have been sleeping. Anyway, the great story. This is one of the poses du jour that everybody likes. Well, I'm sorry, what did it score again?
81.
Yeah, so it merited. Nicely done, great storytelling. I think the dress could have been brought down in tonality, perhaps a bit. Same thing with the shirt. But overall, just the capture of the emotion is great. Just be aware that the eye does go to areas of high contrast or lighter areas generally. And I think just print quality issues more than anything are what held us back.
Okay, next image, please.
Reflections of Forever, 77.
Christy.
I'd like to take this one. Yeah. And this one came up for our panel. This is a really nice capture, and we have a nice love connection going on. The maker framed the couple, inside that door very nicely, and you have a great reflection. But I think because there's so much going on in this image, it's hard to get my eye to that bride and groom. The reflection competes, the top of the building competes, but where I think the real distraction for me came from is the marble floor or limestone floor. If that could be toned down, I think that would make a big difference. With it being so bright against the darker shadow, it gives it this real cut out feel. So I think if the ground could be darkened, I'm not sure if it's snowing. I'm seeing like little, spots. If it's snowing, that's fine. If it's not, I would clean those spots up around that brown wood door. And the other thought is it's a beautiful building, but if you really want to focus on the bride and the groom, I would take the crop down and get that blue window, that green window, stained glass out of the image and crop that out.
I also was on the panel when this came up, and for me, well, the pose thought was good. It's overpowering her so much, like her neck's going to snap just a little bit. I think this was taken about a second after it should have been, because almost that lean in where she's not almost bending over backwards for me.
Yeah, and for me, just creating a little more connection with her, if she took that hand that is so straight down with that bouquet and wrapped it around him, it would not only make her feel more comfortable that she wasn't going to fall over, but it would create a connection back to the groom as well.
For me, again, day of is always very difficult, but where they've propped their feet with the reflection, I don't know whether there was a possibility to move them back closer to the door that you complete the train and the ground and shoot from a different camera angle. It has a little bit to do with where they're positioned because that keeps it out of the merit category because it doesn't show a really good solution with impact in the image. And so that would be one of the things I would consider.
Okay, next image.
Our Story Begins, 78.
And 10.
So the really nice idea, the framing, the element on the upper left and also the bookcases on the right, I think are very nice. There could have been an approach where they would have gone a little more symmetrical to the window, but then you lose the light on them. So I think that's a good solution. The groom feels very, very awkward with both knees almost locked and straight in. I like the connection between them on the head, but the body language on both of them, they're both very, very stiff. Creates a nice triangle, but it doesn't give a very believable romantic connection. So what you do is shift the weight to 1 foot versus on both, and same thing with the bride. Again, positioning with the frame, which is a really good idea. I think with the tangencies in the background are all really good. It's, to me, all about the body position. Also, the train. I notice this a lot with younger photographers where they don't really handle the train quite well. They just kind of drop it down on the ground there, and that makes a huge difference. They pay a lot of money for the gowns, and they should actually be pulled out so they can actually see the design of it.
And if I could add, on the train, there's that bright spot down there, and it's completely blown out. If that could be toned down, and then in front of her dress, completely blown out as well, near the front of his foot. I think those areas need to be toned down, and the top of his head looks a little blown out as well.
So just to be controversial, because I like to, technically there's no way to hold on to that detail. It's going to be what we call digital gray. it's completely blown out. And if you're gonna make a choice to do the exposure and not go complete silhouette, you're never gonna get it unless you clone it in. And so, my question is, what do you really want to do? If you make a choice to get the detail in the faces the way we have them, which I think is quite lovely, I think it's a great exposure choice. You're going to have highlights on the gown there that are not going to be there. If you tone it down, it just goes to pure gray.
Right,
So
but they do have cloning options.
yeah, yeah, okay.
All right, next image, please.
Garden wedding, 76.
Christy, your turn.
Yeah, this image came up on our panel. I think for me, I'm trying to look at the story, and the story is the dress hanging on this door. And it did not make sense to me why this train is being pulled outside of the image. To me, that did not add to the story. I think in a situation like this, if the train had just been, left hanging, we're seeing more of the dress instead of something that kind of feels contrived going on in this image. We've got this bench camera right. I think if this had been cropped in just a little bit, get that hole out of there, you've got a lot going on camera right. And, the fewer distractions of the image, the better. I would recommend cropping out that hole.
Okay, next image.
Downward spiral, 85.
I'll take this one.
Go.
I loved this image. It came up on our panel. I fought like a dog for it. I think the graphic appeal of going backwards the way we thought we would, instead of going from left to right, we go from right to left, and it just keeps leaning me into there. I had some concerns later about the breast area of the dress, as well as in her groin area going down, losing a lot of detail in there. And that one little piece of the train veil, whatever you want to call it, the tulle that has that deep shadow and crease in it. I mean, I think that could have been handled a little bit better, but all in all, I was all over this image. For me, it had a lot of dramatic appeal.
Yeah, I think if the top could be toned down just a little bit, my eyes being drawn to her chest, not her face. The light is hitting, the top of her dress. And I think if that could be toned down, that would help.
Okay, next image, please.
I'm wondering, we're starting a new set.
Can we
I-
take a 2-minute bio break?
This is an album coming up, it looks like.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
we're
what was
gonna
that?
take a little break first.
Okay.
We'll go to the breakout room real quick, everybody. We'll take like a 3 to 5 minute break.
I just
okay. Do
want-
we get an invitation? Oh, yep.
Yeah.
There.
We're back.
Yay!
Here we are. And as soon as you're ready, we can go to the next image, which I think they said was an album.
All right.
Yeah, hang on just a second. Let me get that
Yep,
up.
you're good.
So keep doing
Okay. Make sure I'm okay. New vintage wedding, 80.
I'd like to take this because this came up
Go.
in our panel. So we have pages to go through, and when I click on page 1, I'm assuming this is the cover. But then it goes to this page, and I was a little confused, thinking maybe this should have been page 1. But that's minor. Going through these images, the location on this album did not do much for me. You've got these beautiful images of this wedding, and then you've got like this factory. I think for this kind of a competition in an album, the maker probably could leave that image out because it was kind of jarring and didn't seem to really fit. But I think the maker's done, really well with the exposure in this room. The image up at the top middle, I think is a little underexposed. I would either brighten that up or maybe take that image out. I did feel there were a lot of images in here. This one is fine. The bride looks a little, and I know this is probably the look, but she seems very underexposed compared to the rest of the images. And one of the things that we look for as judges is consistency in lighting in the album. So again, there's a lot of images, camera left on that page. Maybe just select 4 at most, because it's just a lot for the judges to take in. This one works better because I'm not going all over the place trying to see all these different images. This one works really well too. The black and white top middle, the horizon seems to be off. It seems to be tilted a little bit to the left. You might want to fix that. The boutonniere camera right is really nice. I'm sure you've left all that headroom for the bride and the groom. You might not need as much headroom in the 2 black and white images. It just seems really, too much negative space. The one camera left is fairly blown out. You might want to try to tone that down, give it a little bit more contrast. And again, I don't think you need this many images. Camera right, I would pick maybe 3 of those for image competition. It's different for the bride and groom, but for image competition, it's a lot to take in. This page is gorgeous. Exposure, really nice. Same with this one. Here again, page 9, page 10 have beautiful consistency going on with the lighting. Beautiful family image exposed very well. Nice consistency there. Here again, it's simpler. We have a little story of the bride and groom going on. This one works well too. The one camera right's a little underexposed again. You might want to tone that down. A little bit more contrast going on there. Be careful mixing color in black and white. My kind of rule of thumb with the albums, if you're going to go black and white, sometimes it's better, especially for these 2 pages, to stick with black and white, because to me, there's no consistency between the color and the black and white here, and it feels a little jarring. Again, I think there's too many images camera right. Maybe pick out 4 or even 2, because it just starts looking messy to me. There's just too much going on. Same thing, camera right here, maybe pick 4 of your favorite images there, and beautiful ending shot right there. The main thing is being consistent throughout an album. you know, with the lighting and the tonal range.
Okay, I'm going to pop in here real quick. I'm just going to give an overall hint. So if you look at page 11 and actually several of the groups, everybody in the group picture is flat-footed. So just taking and pointing one foot towards the camera a little bit, put a little bend in the knee. I think all of your group shots will then look a little bit more posed and just nicer, and then lowering those bouquets just a little bit as well.
By the way, how are you showing it up on the, because when I go through and look at the display, I can't show the way Christy just showed page by page. How are you doing that in Facebook?
I'm actually going through the pages, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep up with the
Oh,
pages
so
that
you're, okay, so Cassandra, you're
Yeah.
following her? Excellent, thank
Yes.
you. Blew my mind. So just a couple quick comments. One, it depends on whether or not you're doing this purely as a competition album, or whether or not this is what was presented to the bride and groom. And if it's a competition album, I would totally agree that there's too many images in it. But to me, this looks like what was presented to the bride and groom. On page 9, for example, uh, normally you wouldn't see as many family groups like this in a competition album. It merited, and that's because I think of the consistency throughout. There was some variation as far as exposure, etc., but overall, I mean, the comment about the group shots was excellent, about shifting weight, etc. But overall, the groups are really solid. The expressions are consistent throughout. You look at even the kids and the little babies are all looking at the camera. That's really hard to do, and to do it consistently throughout, I think is very well done. So it's a very solid image. I'm sorry, solid album. Just be on page 12, for example. I think it was mentioned color temperature. This runs a little cyan, and I would have warmed that up a little bit, and then make sure on the same on page 13. There is a controversy about whether or not to have all pages on black and white or all pages color. That's been going on forever. Honestly, I think it's up to the artist. It's a little untraditional to have it where you don't have it one or the other, but I don't, to me, that's not necessarily an image. Again, I think this is what on page number 13, it could have been much tighter. It's not a really graphic design album, but it looks to me exactly like what was delivered to the bride and groom. And so I'm sure they're very happy. And I would compliment the maker on, um, it's a very simplistic design, very traditional design, but I mean, when you look at the fact that it was done in a venue that is kind of very vintage, it fits it. I think it fits the mood and design of the whole thing. So I applaud the maker. I think it's well conceived.
All right, next image, please.
Nautilus Newlyweds, 78.
Can I take this one?
Yes.
Yeah, this one came up on our panel. And I think the maker did a nice job, getting the shot going down to the bride and groom. I would have liked to have seen more of the bride's face and a little bit more of the groom's head. So this is a posing issue for me. If the groom had had his face turned a little bit more to the right, we would see a little bit more profile. If the bride had tilted her head back, we see a little bit more of her face as well. But I think the execution going down the stairs is really nice. They're lit well. My eye goes right to them. I think the print presentation could go darker. I think with this light gray, it just kind of blends in too much. And I think a darker color would make this image just pop.
Okay, next image, please.
Quiet Moment, 80.
Tim.
So nice job. The nice location and the way they balance the electronic strobe with the ambient light, I think, is well done. The fact that the light falls off from the top to the bottom of the gown and the bottom of the scene, I think, is really well done. So who's ever doing this knows how to bring the angle of view of the light, the direction of the light, the quality of the light. Did it quite well. I think that's excellent. I probably would have tended towards a softer light source coming from the strobe. So that would have been a larger umbrella or softbox or whatever. But on day of the event, it's harder to carry around. So all those elements I think are really well conceived. The posing is good, although traditionally I probably would have taken the groom's left leg and pulled it out a little bit to give it a more solid base. The connection between them is okay. It's believable. I might have turned his body just a little bit, opened up the body, and I would have also popped her hip in and swung her hip in a little bit more. That's a little more traditional approach to it, but it's a solid merit. And I think for an image where you're doing a kind of a quick type of thing, I think it's well done. Refinements would have been bringing the chin up, pulling the left foot out on the groom, giving a little more triangular solid base, and then swinging her hip into him would have given a lot more energy to the image.
Okay, next image.
Best buds, 79.
I'd like to
Christy.
take this one.
Yes.
Okay, this image came up on our panel and the lighting, the exposure is really nice on this. Where I struggled was one, not even seeing the bride's face, but that strand of hair going right down over her eye. I just kind of felt was taking away from the moment. I think if the photographer maybe got down on their knees, you know, got at a lower angle, we would see the little girl's face and we would see the bride's face as well. I think the composition works really well. I think the choice of the matte presentation works well as well. For me, it was not seeing their faces and that hair being a distraction.
I was also on this panel. And for me, where I fell just a little bit was two things. It was the upper right-hand corner, where the arm just touches that tangent line, if you will, and then that very, very dark space behind her it was what kept me out of the merit. I remember this.
Okay, next image.
The other bridesmaid, 76.
Tim.
Wow, he's awful cute and he's doing very well. Nice capture, great storytelling. He's having a lot of fun. The I think it's a really good kind of fun moment from a wedding event. I wish everybody were fully engaged in looking at him or at the camera, one or the other. They probably could have snuggled in a little more, and he probably would have even liked that a lot more. It looks like an electronic strobe was used to balance the light, especially with him. Looks like there's catch lights there. That balance is well done. Don't think the presentation helps it at all. Probably pulls it back a little bit. I might have done a vignette around the outside as well to keep you centered within the frame. So it's very, very close. I mean, they did a lot of really nice technical things, probably just a little more animation with the girls and be consistent with the look and help the presentation. Probably not that deep, dark, large mat would help you a lot.
Okay, next image.
Illuminating beauty, 80.
Christy.
Yeah, this is gorgeous. I think the composition works really well. I would just say I just pretty much only have, you know, something minor because I think the exposure is done really well. Right around that middle window, it's really bright up there, all around the outside of the window. If that could get toned down just a little bit, I think that would help because I remember when this image came up, I want to keep my eye on the bride, yet it's going to the, you know, the bright area of the window. I think if the maker could brighten her up just a little bit, I know it's kind of a silhouette kind of shot, but I feel like I want to see her just a little bit, and she's gone kind of dark compared to the windows behind her.
Can I add that the maker did a lot of really nice things. What they did in the handling a train was really well done. I like the architecture. I like the design and what was done with it. The pose on the female, though, or on the bride, is just really static. She's straight up and down. I know they were trying to do some really nice things with the arms and the hands, which I think were okay. But I mean, just the body language, straight up and down, without a curve of the hips or the swing of the hips and dip of the shoulder. That would have made the big difference for me going up to the next level.
Okay, next image.
We've come a long way, 80.
Christy.
Yeah, I was very much in favor of this image when it came up in front of the panel. Enjoy the love connection between these two men. They're looking at each other. We have a nice profile on the man camera right. We see the man camera left's face. They're holding hands, they're walking, talking. I actually like the negative space behind them. I think we have some nice depth of field going on as well. The only thing that I really could suggest is toning down their shirts. You know, it's always difficult when we have, you know, lower key clothes and then high key shirts, especially white. If those could be toned down just a little bit, I think that could help. I know there was a judge or two that talked about the flat lighting. But in this situation, you know, the day of the wedding, you know, we're dealing with whatever lighting conditions that we've got. So, you know, I think this worked really well. I know someone was talking about some light fixtures in the background, and I'm not sure what they were talking about. If the maker does, you know, maybe it's something that can get cloned out. But I think this is a wonderful image, and I think the maker did a great job.
Yeah, for me, I'm seeing like they look almost like electrical boxes back there. And yeah, it'd be an easy fix to get rid of
Underneath the
those.
columns, yeah. Can I comment on the color? The color of this, the color temperature is all wrong. I mean, if you look at the shirts, are almost going cyan, and there's a lot of green in there, and it's a little bit overprinted. It could be brought down in tonality, and make sure you get your colors correct. And also a vignette would help a lot, or at least bringing down the grass. I love the positioning also in the negative space, but just a vignette, a minor vignette around the right-hand side for sure, a little bit on the left-hand side would have really helped the impact on this a lot.
Hey, next image.
This next image looks like the wedding album we just saw, but I will bring it up and you all can
You
decide.
know why,
Yeah,
Connie?
it's
It's a
showing
double
as an album on the docket.
It
Oh,
was
it-
a double maker.
It's a double
Yeah,
maker.
it's probably multi-maker, so.
Okay, so I'll bring it up and whatever you want to say, I guess.
Well,
It's-
can they go both? I mean, they're gonna get more out of the first one we did.
Right.
I would just skip
Just
it.
have Thea make sure that the two people both get to see the one that we did.
Okay, so you want me
Because
to,
we did not judge it twice. We only judged it once.
okay,
And we had to then go in and just punch in the same score.
okay, first time I've run across this, so I wasn't sure. So I should just skip this one and go to the next
And
image.
let Thea know, yes.
Yes.
Okay, cold hands, warm heart, 76.
Tim.
So, great storytelling, great moment, obviously. I just don't think it necessarily falls into the merit category purely because of aesthetics and because of impact. The story is great, and I'm sure the couple loved it because it was part of their wedding day. The technical aspects of it, if you look at the bottom of the gown on the lower left-hand side, you'll see that it's brighter, and so a vignette would have helped out a lot. The shirt is a little bit bright too, so it's a little bit too light. I would print that down a little bit. Presentation is not an advantage here. Actually, that warm color, I guess, comes from the building on the upper right, but it conflicts with what's going on in the coolness of the gown. We call that smash mouth, which is absolutely lovely if you're doing it, but it's not aesthetically all that cool. And so often with images for competition, we give them space. It's usually the moment before the kiss or just that touch of the kiss that really is a much more aesthetically pleasing image. So again, great storytelling, but it doesn't necessarily fit into what we're looking for as far as competition.
You know that term, tomatoes? Smash mouth versus, I call it fish lips.
Fish lips.
And yeah, and by having the smash mouth or the fish lips, the groom's nose is all mushed up and it's not real flattering. So I agree if they could have been separated a little bit, just coming in for that kiss. And it's really intimate and very kind of sensual, passionate as well. And the fact that the guy, the groom is clenching that blanket so tightly, we have kind of like an amputation issue going on with his hand, where we're missing all the fingers and his hand looks amputated. So something to watch out for.
Okay, next image, please.
Into the Light, 78. Sorry, oh, here it comes.
And Christy.
Yeah. And can you say the title again and the score?
Yes, Into the Light, and the score was 78.
Okay, Into the Light is a really nice title. This came up in front of our panel, and some of my thoughts on this, we have close to flat lighting going on, kind of harsh lighting going on this bride. And with her being right up against this, what could be maybe a marble wall or some kind of a wall, it's creating, I think, a harsher shadow. If she had been pulled out from this wall, we would not have that shadow competing, because it's creating texture within texture on this wall. One thing that jumped out at me with the way she's holding the veil, camera left arm is darker than her camera right arm, and the rest of the body. That is something that I think needs to match the rest of her body. So it might be brightening that arm just a little bit. And then I think if instead of straight on, if her body had been turned a little bit, maybe a little bit more bend in the knee, it would pop one of her hips a little bit more and give her a little bit more curvature going on.
Okay, next image, please.
Ready for My Big Day, 78.
Tim.
So, couple things going on here. Part of it has to do with lighting, part of it has to do with pose. Part of it has to do with incredibly large bouquets, which are apparently back in style again. There is a sense of direction on the lighting, although it's just very, very bright, especially in the lower part of the dress camera right side. That you probably have enough information to pull that down and hold on to that detail. But you need to, and same thing about on her chest, it just almost blows out. And so I would bring that down in tonality. I think it would help it a lot. What you've got is the bride turned directly into the light, which means that the detail in the gown actually goes very, very flat, and you want to show off the figure and the texture. So we often would turn the body away from the light and the head back to the light. Everything's going the same direction. She's straight up and down. She doesn't have an awful lot of dynamics to it. So it's a simple pose, great expression. It's just a little underdone. The idea with the veil, that's a very common thing these days. I don't think in this particular case it really adds to the flow of the gown. Generally, trains and veils go behind, or you sweep them around. And so if you bring it here, aesthetically, they usually bring them up like that because you're trying to get a sense of blowing or motion, etc. And in this case, I don't think it really fits. So it scored, I think 78, didn't quite get in the merit category. The location is good, the lighting direction is good. It does look, by the way, that they had a flash fill to fill in the shadows, which I would have loved to held on to a little more texture than that, so I could have dialed that back. My suggestion to put this in the next category is make the pose a little more sophisticated. Again, turning the body away from the light and turning the head back to the light, giving a little more dynamic to the body itself by shifting the weight, popping the hip, creating a little bit more of that S curve in the body. And then the veil, I would have brought it behind as opposed to forward. And watch the technical, make sure you have the detail and the highlights, not only captured, but also printed.
Hey, next image.
Wedding Posse, 82.
Christy.
This is a fun image. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of emotion going on here. And so that's really nice. Love that the bridesmaids and the bride's arms are linked together. Everybody's happy, having a great day. I remember the judges really enjoyed this when this came up on our panel. The big concern with this image is more the skin color, the skin tone. Everybody's skin is kind of orangey. And if that's something, maybe that can be fixed, I think that would really help. That was the biggest complaint. It seems just a smidge off kilter. I don't know if there was like a little bit of a hill, but for the viewer looking at this, the woman camera right just seems to be higher. And I think if that was straightened out, I think that would help just a little bit as well.
Okay, next image, please.
Sisters Bond, 80.
And Tim?
This image is all about spontaneity expression. It is just a great captured moment, and I think that's why it merited. The technical aspects of it, it's on-axis flash, which in this type of situation is pretty much what you're dealing with. There is a nice balance with what's going on in the background, although that's probably just fall off on the light from the strobe. Personally, I think it would have benefited from dragging the shutter a little bit to get the ambience of the lights from behind. You got a little bit of it going on behind the sister. But technically it's all there. It's just about the expression. Not sure it needs to be a black matte, but it's just about having fun.
And if I could just jump in, if the maker wants to move forward with this, on the back fence towards the camera left, there's some little white spots on the fence. I would get all that cleaned up just to clean it up a little bit.
All right, next image, please.
Okay, we are now heading into photographic open portraits, which includes general portraits, animals, children, and high school seniors.
Okay. And first one is Mr. Nice Guy, 77.
Gina?
Sure. What an interesting, I love his hair. He has such a great personality, just shines out his eyes and his smile. For me, where it falls a little flat is his hand posing. You know, it's very static and very clenched to a certain degree, even though the hands are a little relaxed. The lighting is a little bright, especially across his face and into his collar and down part of that herringbone. I think the maker was really doing a good job as far as trying to create a great senior pose or a pose for a man who sometimes be a little stiff. But the lighting was an issue for me across the hands as well.
And if I could
Also-
jump in, I think the specular highlights on the leather chair are too bright. If that's something the maker can tone down, clone down, whatever works, it just keeps drawing my eye away from the subject.
Okay, next image, please.
Forever Yours, 80.
Christy?
Yeah, I was not on the panel that judged this, but this is you know, a beautiful image of this dog, and the rim lighting is really awesome. And I think the maker did a great job getting, you know, the face in focus. I don't know if we need to see that much of the dog's body. And I say that in part because it's starting to get really blurry and dark down on the legs. I think if the maker would crop up just a little bit, we get a little bit more of that blurriness off, and that darkness off. I think black backgrounds are fine, but sometimes they don't help the image in that it's not giving us depth. And, you know, if there was some kind of a background with a little bit of a blur in it, I think that just gives it some dimension, that would help. But the lighting on the dog is wonderful. There's something really bright camera left right in front, or right in the front. I don't know if it's a tooth. It's underneath the tongue, and if it's a tooth, there's something wonky going on there, with some little specular highlights going on, like some glitter look. I would definitely fix that, if you could, but great job on this dog.
Yeah, I think that specular highlight in the front is slobber. But yeah, easily handled.
Okay,
I
next
would have gone
image.
with a
Oh.
more elegant word like saliva, but okay.
Yeah.
Next image, please.
In Between, 78.
Tim?
Cute gal. Styling is kind of interesting. I think it's okay. The pose is interesting. I think it's young and it feels fresh. The biggest issue for me is that the retouching on the face seems overdone. Same thing with the eyes. It's just too smooth and you sucked all the personality out of it. The eyes seem a little bit over retouched also. And then I probably would have burned down or at least vignetted the background a little bit so that it brings it towards the center because it actually gets a little bit lighter on the upper left and the upper right of the image. And I really would like to be held in visually within the frame. But I enjoy the expression. I enjoy the styling. Again, it's not classic in what we're doing, but it feels fresh. It's in the right key. It's in mid key. It just feels a little overdone on the face.
And then to add on what Tim said, the stool camera left has a black line going from her foot down, and she has that appearance on her camera left face as well. So that might be something to fix.
Okay, next image, please.
The Protector, 82.
Ooh, I'll take this.
Go.
I think this has a great appeal. I mean, it has almost a religious feel with the dropping rose petals. And I think the maker really took the time to really think about the pose and bringing the sword in and the expression. For me, I think that specular highlight across his forehead and down his cheek is a little harsh for the softness of the sword and the rest of him. Just a little concern I had.
And then I'd like to add the catch lights with the direction of light coming from camera right. The catch light camera left is really bright, almost brighter than the one camera right. I would tone that down. And so it should be down, I think, a little bit in terms of the shadow side of the face, so it's more consistent.
Okay, next image, please.
Taking It for a Spin, 79.
This came up on our panel.
Yep.
Great idea. I mean, look at the camera angle on this, the actual photojournalistic aspect of it, where kind of like the decisive moment, how the feet are off the ground, the energy, the expression is all great. I think the thing that killed it and kept it out of the category was he's not sharp. In the foreground, his feet are, but his face isn't. At least that for me was a major issue. Love the expression and the intensity of everything going on in the background. If you were using, it looks to me like they were using flash in the room as well. So in other words, they had a flash on camera, perhaps, or it looks to me actually probably where they had flashes positioned around the room, which is why you see the chandelier shadow behind. Would have loved to seen that background dialed down a little bit. That certainly could be done in post, and you can take a couple of the things out of the background. But in the end, to me, love the expression, love the intensity, love the motion. He's just not sharp.
The other thing I would point out is the woman camera left. We're losing a lot of detail in her face and down her leg and foot. So just a little bit too bright there. Next image, please.
The Bartender, 78.
I can take this.
Yep.
Yeah, what a great concept. And the lighting on the bartender is really nice. Where I was struggling when this came up in front of our panel yesterday is the liquid coming out of the shaker. One, it doesn't look attached to the opening of the shaker. It just has this feel that it's not realistic. And it probably is not, but if the maker can somehow make that look more realistic, I think this image would score better. Things to watch for, you know, the specular highlights, maybe on the wine bottles, they could be toned down. You know, if you just got two really bright specular highlights, you know, possibly tone those down. I don't know if you need so much of seeing the underside of the bar, you know, maybe crop up to the marble And I would recommend a darker matte. I think this image would pop a lot more. But great idea, great storytelling, and it does have impact.
I want to add a couple things if I could. I actually disagree. I think the lighting is not correct on this at all. It appears that it's a singular octabank or whatever coming from camera angle. You can see the reflection in the bottles in the foreground, and then you do have an edge light coming in from the side. You see it in the bottle on the left. Actually, all the bottles, including the beer in front, you see that. But it's flat lit, and there's absolutely no reason for that. And if you're photographing something that is so highly reflective, you need to sculpt it and design it. So you need a very large softbox coming in from an angle so that you actually reflect that in your shiny surfaces, including the mask. The mask does not render well. And if you're going to go through the effort of styling this, which this is a great idea, but I wouldn't have a blue tie next to a pattern of lavender, I guess it is, next to a different color of blue at the same time. The clothing choices are not exceptional. They need to go to the next level as far as propping and styling. This is a great idea, but you need to light it for the type of material you're photographing. You're photographing chrome or highly reflective things. And if you bring a light from the front, as you did, what you're going to see is flat lighting on the body and very high speculars in the wrong places on the bottles, and just watch your propping and the styling of clothing. You need to carry that to the next level as well.
Hey, next image, please.
Jack, 81.
Let's go, Gina.
Yeah, wow. Oh, what an intense face. For me, it's, I love the expression she has, and, and the way that all the angles kind of cut back to her. For me, I mean, I think her neck and her arms need to be lengthened a little bit. I mean, as far as she's kind of leaning into her hand, so we're losing a neck, we're losing that shoulder line. But wow, what an interesting way of retouching as well. I mean, it almost looks airbrushed. For me, I do think that lengthening of the body and the neck would help a whole lot. I did have a question mark around her earring on her shoulder. It kind of goes in and out a little bit with its, I don't want to use the word liquefy, but it kind of feels like it's been pushed in and out. So those are some things to look at, as well as being careful about pushing your fingers into your face. It creates kind of a divot shadow there, and kind of hides the beauty of her.
So was this on anyone's panel?
No.
No.
This scored an 81.
This was on
remember.
panel 3.
Well, that was my panel, but I'm sorry, I'm not remembering.
Okay. Man, I'll tell you, for me, this is really, really close. Normally I wouldn't have shown both ears on her, so I might have turned the head a little bit camera left or camera right, one or the other, make a pick. But the retouching on this, the expression on this, I personally love the pose. I don't need to see the neck. I do. Normally we don't like to smush the face with the hands, but to me that's just like a delicate touch. I would have gone much higher with this, and the only thing I can think about, I don't think it needs to be a square, but the retouching, the expression, the lighting direction, it's kind of almost what we call a butter loop as opposed to a traditional loop, but it still gives direction and form. The edge light is really well done. To me, it's like a tilt of the head, and I mean, I would have been much higher in this, and I'm not sure why it was held so low.
I'm struggling with her camera right hand, and I don't know if it's jewelry. It took me a little bit to figure out she's got a ring on her finger. I think in this situation, it would have been better not to have that ring, because you don't want the viewer to get fixated on something that takes you away from this beautiful face. And then up by the top of the fingers, I'm like, are those fingernails? Are they fingers? I have no idea what's going on up there. So that's something to keep an eye out for too.
Hey, next image, please.
Longing for Spring, 79.
And Tim.
The beautiful young lady. Flower concept is really nice, lovely hair, nice soft expression. The lighting on this is one, a little too specular, meaning the shadows are too intense for this if you're going to bring it from that direction, and it really is pretty flatly lit. I would choose either, normally we would in this case bring it from the camera right side to be short lighting versus broad, although this isn't truly broad because the nose is straight towards the face. But the lighting to me is a little bit nondescript, and soften a larger light source and moving it a little bit either camera left or camera right to give a little bit stronger sense of direction. And just, I mean, you're mid-key, and that makes sense. Your matte is, I understand where the color came from, but I don't think that necessarily helps you either. To me, it's mostly the lighting. It's kind of nondescript. It needs to be more creative, more sculpting.
For
And I'd
me,
like,
oh,
go ahead.
For me, I had a little issue with her right hand that's cupping around. It doesn't feel anchored. I mean, I know there's an arm behind there, and the light on it is just a tiny bit bright. I mean, it's competing for me with her face.
Yeah, and I was gonna address that too. I call that the camera left hand or her right hand, the creepy crawly spider. We don't see the rest of her arm, so it looks disjointed. If perhaps her elbow had been brought out a little bit, we could see her arm. So that's something to watch for as well, kind of becoming an amputation issue.
Okay, next image, please.
Reverence, 85.
Gina.
Yeah, I this came up on my panel, and I was all over this like a duck on a June bug. I absolutely enjoy this. It's almost, you can hear the dog being called by a master. For me, it kind of feels very reverent and church-like. Maybe it's a St. Francis of Assisi. So yeah, that light coming in through there and from the arches on camera, right, and bringing across the dog, and that pose of the dog, bringing that one leg back to kind of give that beautiful posing, that eye up in there. The only concern I really had when this came up were actually two. The cyan tint on the left-hand side of the arches. And it may just be because it's sandstone or whatever, but I'm getting kind of a color shift back there on that side. It just as far as that goes. And then up at the top of the arch in a very bit, it goes a little cyan green up in there and that top of that arch on top of the door for me as well.
And for me, I think the forehead is a little bit too bright. So I think if that could be toned down just a smidge, my eye keeps going to the forehead, and kind of fixating there. So I think that should be toned down.
To me, actually, the whole animal is a little bit bright. Bringing that down would help a lot. It was commented on the pose and the expression and all the rest of that is exquisite. The lighting direction and the positioning of the animal in relationship to what's going on with the background. It does feel like the background's tilted a little bit to the right for me. Don't know why that is, but it just feels that way. But yeah, if it were printed a little more richly, I'd scored like an 85. I'd go much higher than that because it's the pose on the light coming back, brilliant.
Okay, next image, please.
Together in any weather, 80.
Tim.
This was on our panel, but you want somebody else want to take it?
No, go.
Okay. Lovely storytelling and concept. I think there were mostly just issues with kind of a flatness going on. The animal feels a little bit, I mean, there's an inconsistency of how the painting was handled on this, and it varies a lot. It has a lighter feel, but it's kind of like a mid-tone feel, and I would either like to see it go darker or lighter, I think. But just some of the handling of the person under the umbrella and the dog and the painterly effects are just a little inconsistent, and I guess we wanted to see a little bit more one direction or another.
Yeah, and if I could jump in, I think in the foreground, between the trees, those grasses seem to be going kind of mushy to me. And even camera left, there's some little bushes down there that are getting kind of bushy and losing detail. They don't look like blades of grass at this point. They just they're mushing together.
Okay, next image, please.
Olivia, 79.
I could take this one.
Go ahead.
And then if anybody else wants to jump in, that's fine. Because this is a beautiful portrait, but I did have some concerns with this image when it came up in front of our panel. Beautiful lighting, beautiful girl, nice placement of the catch lights. The painting effect on her face and hair is great. But beyond that, I don't see where the rest of her is painted. The dress doesn't look painted, the pearls, the little weedy branches that she's holding. And to me, the rule of thumb is if you're going to paint, you got to paint it all, or paint in such a way that you can't tell it's painted. I think this image would have done really well if the maker had continued this painting process throughout the image.
I was also on this panel, and my main concern when this came up, besides what has already been mentioned, was as I got down to her hands, I mean, this beautiful warm light on her face and across the upper part of her body. And then when it hits her hands, it looks very photorealistic and very cold. So that's what stopped me from going higher.
Just as a general guideline, when you're posing, the elbows are at a 90-degree angle, or the arms are, and if you can give a little more of an angle, bring the hands down a little bit, that's often favorably looked upon.
Okay, next image, please.
Swinging Beauty, 83.
Tim.
This was also on our panel. Beautiful gal, really well conceived, nicely executed. The key line and the mat was not an advantage. There were major concerns about the brightness of the gown along the hips and on the legs, and also on that swoop on the left. That was a little bit too bright for most. But overall, I mean, the technique they thought was really consistent, and expression, etc., was really well done. They just had major concerns about the brightness and the presentation.
Mm.
Oh, the hair on the left camera left side, they thought didn't look real. Like, I mean, it's painted obviously, but it just felt like it didn't look like it was blowing, and it was just, I don't know, a little awkward.
Okay, next image, please.
Cream Dreams, 79.
This was on my panel also, if you want me to take it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the beautiful baby, interesting idea. I had concerns with the light coming from the upper left. It's so bright, and it's coming in, and it's supposed to feel, I guess, like a beam of light, but it's so much brighter on the upper left that it really pulls your eye away. The fabric coming across was interesting, although it really needs to be ironed if you're going to do something like that. It just doesn't, the wrinkles that show up in the fabric don't work that well. Feels very centered within the frame. And then when you look at the skin, it feels so dark in relative comparison to everything else that they had major concerns with that also.
Mm.
Okay, next image.
How you doing? 80.
Gina.
Number one, the title really got me. How you doing? So yeah, I get that. I think that the animal, it was an 80, correct? I think this little pity face was lit well. It really shows the roundness of its face and its jowls, and I think that was successful in the lighting across the ear. And yet it's soft and it carries down through the end of its body. So I think that was handled very nicely. For me, the presentation and the way it's kind of cropped into it is a little heavy. I really want to see the face, and I'm tending to run out of the image and into this very heavy secondary mat, if you will, or whatever. So all in all, I think it's handled well. I just think it just misses the beat just a little bit on some of the post.
Okay, so I'm going to add just a little bit on that matting. If you go down from the paw that's hanging over the edge of the little bench, there's like a smudge that goes from the inside mat also into the outside mat. and a couple other places where that texture has kind of like a smudgy sort of feel in the mat. I would definitely take care of those.
Yeah, you're right. See that. Yeah.
Okay, next image, please.
Unbridled, 79.
Christy?
Yeah, this is a beautiful painted horse. And I remember it coming up in our panel, and one of the things that the judges talked about, now the horse may be, well, probably is running, but there was something going on with the shadow that kind of confused the judges. If you're looking at the light direction, I think it peeks out a little bit too much over the camera right hoof going on there. They just said it feels more like it was floating, perhaps versus running. My concern is the light direction and the fact that the back camera left hoof area is brighter than the right where it should be brighter. So I think that bright white area should be toned down. The eyes, the catch lights didn't look realistic, almost like they were just kind of dropped in. And the one camera left catch light should probably be a little bit darker than the camera right. And the big issue for me was the bridge of the face and the nose. That white area has lost complete detail, and the maker is in complete control of what they're doing with this image. So I think some texture should be painted in there and tone that down just a little bit.
I was also on the panel. I did have a little concern with the back legs. The tail's out, so I can't use that, but to me, it almost felt like he had 3 legs behind there because of the way the shadows and the way the light came across. So there's, when a horse is running, normally they have one back leg out and the other forward on the opposite side if they're a trotter, and then the same way with their pacer. But for me, I just felt like it had an extra leg.
Okay, next image, please.
Solved, 80.
Tim?
So, really interesting concept. I like the idea. The lighting on the individual is very dramatic, brings great, shows off the texture very, very well. Doesn't do a ton for what's going on with the whiskey bottle below. It seems like the distance between the individual and what he's looking at seems a little bit too far for me, because I like them being on opposite ends of the frame, but it just feels like the distance I have to travel between is a little bit much. Would have liked to been able to see the eye in some way or another. I know that's difficult to do with the glasses. And the chin looks like it's turned a little bit too far camera left. I'm sorry, shoulder left. And so it makes sense visually, but it doesn't actually render the face quite as well as you might like. And so I'll listen to someone else add content here, because
Yeah.
that's pretty much all I got.
I love the concept. K=1. I'm not a math person. For me, I ran from his face down to the bottle, and then those little bitty metal studs or nails or whatever that's in those bricks, catching that specular highlight. I kept sitting here trying to figure out what it was. If it's not necessary to the story, get rid of it.
I would also add that the black area around the frame, camera right, I think just cropping in just enough so that you don't have that creating a distraction as well. Okay, next image, please.
Future bullfighter, 82.
Tony,
Christy.
this looks like an artist image that you could take.
Okay, I can take this one. Yeah, cute little story going on here. I'm thinking that we've got that little bandana, and the white on his face is just a little bit too bright. Feeling like that the shadows underneath his feet don't really kind of match where the light is coming from as much with that the light coming from back behind his shoulder there. And so, you know, maybe bringing the shadows out to kind of match that a little bit, I think would be helpful. But cute little story, cute little painting, nicely done.
I have a question on this. Beautiful brush strokes in the way it's done, but when I look at his tongue, it feels more photorealistic than the rest of his face.
Yep, I was gonna jump in and say that too, so I think you're right.
I mean, I think,
Rule of thumb, if you're gonna paint it, paint the whole thing.
yeah, I think overall his face feels a little bit too realistic compared to, you know, like the shorts and stuff. So, and that bright cheek is just, it's too bright. You got to bring that down a little bit.
I was on the panel, although we didn't really discuss it much, but I look at the treatment done on the shoes and on the bottom of the pants, whatever you want to call them. And that's not carried out at all through the rest of the, like the jersey and the hat and the face. So there's a little bit of incontinuity there.
All right, next image, please.
Social addiction, 86.
Oh, I can take this one. We talked about this yesterday. So great story being told here, and you know, she's all in with the way that she should be having the expression to go with this story. And I know what we talked about the Facebook symbols and the different symbols on the bottles. And I know several of the judges didn't feel like those looked quite right. To me, I'm still seeing that as it's kind of a see-through thing, but I would take a look and see if there's anything you can do with that. I think also maybe bringing in just a little bit of vignette, camera right floor, I think would help keep us into her a little bit.
Mm.
And go ahead.
Oh no, I was just the story. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's a great concept.
The
Yeah.
story
I-
really gets me.
Yeah, I think down at the bottom, on the floor, there's like a little black smudge. I would clean that up. And then there's some kind of shadowy thing camera right on the floor. I think if those could be blended a little bit better too, the eye stays more on the young girl and doesn't get pulled away by distractions.
Great story.
Yep.
Okay, next image, please.
Wisdom, 79.
Tim.
I'll take that
Oh,
one.
go ahead.
Yeah, this came up in front of our panel, and I'm not sure if the presentation works really well, the color that has been picked for this. It's not do or die, but I just thought I would mention that. Maybe something in a darker blue. But I think the bone of a contention for me is more the hair in the background being so out of focus. And that one white strand became a distraction for me and kept pulling my eye over. So with it going so blurry and out of focus, I just don't think that helped this image. The face is in focus, but then we've got such extreme fall off. That's maybe something to watch for, so we can get a little bit more detail in the ear and the hair. And I thought his camera right eyebrow was a bit bright. It must have caught the light, and I would recommend toning that down. But great expression, great story. And also watch that the tip of the nose is out of focus as well. That was an issue, I think, that held this image from scoring better, scoring higher. Just watch, the focus, because his nose and I think his ear should be a little bit more in focus.
Also, I would say
Go ahead.
camera right, those darker blobs on the background, camera right, I would just crop those out so you didn't have that pulling your eye out of the image.
Okay, so I'm going to be the counterpoint of view. I happen to come from a different position on this than most others. This was probably done with an 85-1-2 and 1-8 or whatever, but it's very, very shallow depth of field, and it's done intentionally so by the artist, and I think it's incredible. I totally disagree about the background, whether it should be in or out of focus or more focus. I really enjoy that aspect of it. The ear being out of focus has a really, really long tradition. If you look at the catch lights in the eye, the expression, the skin, you look at actually the styling of the blue with the blue in the background, the blue shirt and the blue in the background, to me fits incredibly well. I was listening because I wanted to hear what this scored a 79. To me, this is actually an 89. And for a lot of the reasons that you guys didn't like. Now, the nose is incredibly controversial. And it's kind of like photographing animals, whether or not you should have the nose sharp and the eye sharp simultaneously. Maybe it could be bright sharpened, but to take it out of, if you look at the positioning of this, you look at the color harmonies on this, I actually liked those things at the end, on the camera right side, those little knobs I was discussed to be taken out. If you take those out, then you just go straight off the edge of the frame and you lose the depth of this particular scene. And that's, I mean, it's modeled back there. And I really enjoyed that. Otherwise, if it's a homogeneous, it's completely bland. And this is real world. This is, I mean, this is about the confrontation, the intimacy of this, the eyes and all the rest of it. The nose is probably the only thing I have concern about, and it's like, I don't really care. There is a long, long tradition of this historically doing this type of work, and this is incredible. I would score this a 90.
And that is why we have 5 people on the panel.
That's exactly right.
Exactly right. I love it.
Before we
Okay.
go to the next image, can we go to the breakout room?
Absolutely. Let's do that. All right, next image, please.
Hang on just a second. I gotta get that screen back up.
Oh, you can't just like click your magic fingers?
Woo, yeah. Okay, and sometimes it goes back up to the top. No, I think we're good.
That's okay.
I think the last one we did was wisdom. Okay. Um, the next one is aspiration, and it scored 83.
And Gina.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Beautiful flow to this image in this dancer, you know, and being in the sort of bottom thirds with this and giving her so much space to run into. Well, now I've got to, okay. For me, I really enjoyed it, but I had a little concern with the way the lighting hit her arm. It was so much brighter and across her chest, that stripe across her chest was so much brighter and so much deeper on her face, but then underneath her neck, we got a really bright spot as well. And as I trail off, even though I know I've got a little bit of an accent back there, because you can tell by the bottom of the shoe, her hand goes very, kind of off color. It kind of goes to a little cyan color just on the fingertips. But I think all in all, this is just a beautiful, stark image.
Yeah, I was just going to add to, and I think that's what Gina was saying. I think the side of her hand over her head is really bright, and it's competing for attention with her face. I would just tone that down. Composition, the pose, it's beautiful.
Okay, next image, please.
Longtime friends, 77.
Gina, I bet you want that one too.
I will take this. I was on the panel when this came through, and I thought this was a very adorable two puppy pose. I had some concerns though, especially if you go down and you look in the reflection, it gets kind of, I don't use the word wonky because that's not really the term, but right where the nose and the eyes are in the reflection, I'm not sure what's going on with the reflection. It gets kind of almost skull-like in areas around the eyes and things like that. I think there's a lot of noise in it as well. And it's a little blurry than what I would expect a reflection be. I think the lighting is a little flat across the dogs as well. You can tell by the catch lights in their eyes. But I think it's a sweet combination of the two of them together.
Yeah, and for me, the puppy camera right, I think its forehead is kind of blown out and we've lost detail. If some detail could be brought in there, I think that would help.
Okay, next image, please.
Lost in words, 80.
Tim.
This came up with our panel, enjoyed it a lot. The concept on it is really quite lovely, and the lighting direction on the gal is really good. The expression is wonderful. The skin tonality and the treatment on that, I think, was really well done. As far as suggestions, the tree or the space that it's in, the ground on this is a little bit too detailed. It wouldn't hurt probably to pull that back a little bit and tone it down just a little bit, but I wouldn't do much to it. And I think the idea of the mat was not necessarily a great advantage for it. The key line might be a little bit too much. I understand what was trying to be done with mirroring the book and also holding on to the color tonalities in the image, but it could be a little less or a little more subtle.
Okay, next image, please.
A bowl of cuteness, 81.
Christy.
Oh, how cute is this image? Wow. And I think, is this a sugar glider?
Chinchilla?
A chinchilla, thank you. Really cute expression. My concern more than anything is, you know, you've got kind of a low-key animal with this high-key background, and that is so bright, and then to have this high-key mat, I think, I don't know if it needs to be a bright white, but you know, maybe like a lighter gray, even from the bowl, something just to tone that down just a little bit, and it might make the image pop. I think the lighting is fine. It's somewhat flat lit. A little bit more direction of light might give it a little bit more dimension. sculpting the animal a little bit, and the little twig is kind of bright too. Maybe tone that down just a little bit.
I have another suggestion. The bubble in the bottom of the bowl between the chinchilla's legs. Maybe that could be toned down just a hair as well.
Okay, good points. Next image, please.
75 years together, 82.
I'll take this one. I just love the interaction, the real expressions on this couple, like that they have such connections in so many points with the hand on the shoulder and then the hands holding. Wish that we had the fellow's head turned just a little bit more so that we had either probably a true profile would give him the look of looking at her even more, but there is a real connection with their eyes. Some of the little marks on the chair, I think fixing those will just, keep our attention right in on them.
Yeah, he has a couple little lint spots too, that I think should be cleaned up as well. And he's got some little white spot on his ear, little things like that to clean up, because those are things judges do like to pick on.
Okay, next image, please.
Time-honored tradition, 78.
And Tim.
This came up with our panel. Beautiful young lady. Everyone loved the styling and the concept. There was a little bit of concern about the color temperature and the tonality. If you look at the hand on camera right, hand and the arm, it doesn't look natural, and I think it's also that color shift is hurting the rest of the image. There was a major concern about the cropping of the hand, very unusual and not something we would normally do. Doesn't add to the image at all. And same thing with cropping of the arm, but placement within the frame, the styling, and all the rest really fit together quite well. It's mostly the color and the cropping of the hands and the arm.
And I would just add that the flowers on top of her head, kind of the pink ones seem to be like blending right back into the background a little bit. And so maybe taking a look at that area as well. Okay, next image, please.
Baby boom, 87.
Chrissy?
Oh, how cute is this? Really cute little child, and what the maker has done with this. The first thing that jumped out at me is the blanket camera left. It looks almost like a felted kind of material. And we have a next to the baby's head on the edge, like a hole there. I think if there's something cloned there over that, either get rid of it or fill that in. I would do that. I feel like I want to have a little bit more headspace for the baby. I just feel like it's just so close on this little child, but I think the presentation works well. The lighting is gorgeous. The posing is great. There's not a lot for me to talk about to enhance. Beautifully done.
Actually, I'd like to speak, Bennett, just a little bit. I only have one suggestion. I didn't understand the color shift from the blanket, the little gray blanket, to the blanket under the felting underneath the baby's hand. It kind of goes from a sky pale blue to a minty color. And I know he has a little t-shirt or something on with that minty color, but it had me kind of questioning that.
This came up on our panel. It was enjoyed by a lot also, but it was kind of controversial because of the dominance of the brightness of the visual weight of the blue. But we kind of all agreed it had a very yin and yang feel to it, and that was a big advantage. And then a lot of the artist skilled individuals really were kind of enamored with how the fabric, especially the felt and the blue and the white, blended into the backgrounds. They really enjoyed that.
Awesome. Okay, next image, please.
The storyteller, 82.
And Tim.
So, really powerful image. I actually think this came up. No, I saw this yesterday when we did a final. I really love the directional lighting and the intensity on this. Love the shallow depth of field. well handled. Some were concerned a little bit about, I think, the pose coming with the cigar coming in front and perhaps the edge of the cigar not being that sharp. Not particularly an issue for me. I think the intensity of the eye and the expression, the diagonals, the tilt of the shoulder, tilt of the head are really, really strong. There was some concern perhaps about the brightness of the edges of the camera left side, where that could have been toned down. And I think that's a really good suggestion. And the key line might be a little bit too much on that. But overall, just a really beautiful image.
Hey, next image, please.
Hank, 77.
Gina.
Okay, I was on the panel when this came up, and I thought, oh, I could boop that nose. But when I scored it, I had some concerns. First of all, the collar, where the bone and the little tags and everything are at, that is the first place my eye bounces to instead of staying on Hank's beautiful little snoot and eyeballs. And then from there, I go into the background where there's so much brighter in its blues and greens than him. And because of that, I get a strange color cast across his jowls, especially on the left-hand side. It kind of comes across as a minty green, if you will. I do think the power of the pose is one thing, but I would rather focus in on that face. So because of that, the flooring really is distracting as well, especially on camera right toward the mid bottom and camera left right there in that middle. Maybe tone down the background a little bit and give him a little bit more of a lifelike color in his fur. And I think that might help.
Also, I'm feeling a little tilt to camera left. From the background line, you can see it kind of going downhill, and that's making me a little uncomfortable too. Okay. Do we want to do lunch break now, or are we doing going on?
It's 12:33 and we're supposed to break at 12:30, so I think this is a good stopping point.
Okay, so we will be gone for 45 minutes and we will return and everybody just have a nice lunch.
Can we go
Judges,
to a
if you can
breakout
go,
room?
yeah, judges, if you can go to the breakout room, that's where we'll convene when we come back to.
Hi,
We're coming
everybody.
back.
I'm sorry.
I just said we're all coming back.
Yay,
Woo!
we're all here.
While they're
Rick-
coming back, I just wanted to remind you about the award ceremony for IOD Round 1. It's Tuesday, April 23rd at 8 p.m. And I'm going to hide myself here and we'll get started as soon as I can shrink this screen down. Okay. And I think the last one we did was Hank, right? So,
Yes.
all right, our next image is Cloaked in Grace and Dignity, 86.
Oh, I'll take this.
Ooh.
Oh, we all want to take this. But
Oh,
go
this
ahead.
is a Tony image.
No, go ahead. It's all right.
I was on the panel when this came through and I absolutely lost myself in this image. I think the etherealness on her face and her expression. I mean, it's such a strong face. And I think that the way that the painterly effects were handled was so beautiful. And how as it came out across the hair, just created this beautiful fadeaway and everything in the hand stenciling. I think for me, the only really concern I had was on the hair on the left-hand side where the little veily or hoodie thing kind of comes in, kind of got a little mushy in some of the grays in the around the white in the hair. But that was where I was at.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether the rest of you are seeing it, but it's in the transition areas, like in the shadows, there's like a pink, and in another area, some areas it almost goes green as opposed to a black and white image. We used to call that metabolisms. Is that actually when I look at I guess they did put color in there, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm seeing color, not just
Yeah,
black and
okay,
white.
my bad. I thought it was a totally black and white image. Now I see the color, so I'll be quiet. Beautiful.
So I'm just seeing one tiny little thing, and it's tiny, tiny because, yeah, this is amazing. But camera left as the image fades to the white, it just feels like that could be blended just a little bit more. It feels just a little abrupt there. And boy, did I really have to look a long time to find anything to pick on.
Mm.
All right. I don't think we got too much that we're going to be able to help this maker with. So we're going to move on to the next image.
Secrets of the Heart, 75.
Okay, so let's go, Tim.
Okay. Interesting concept. The lighting on him is really beautiful on his face. I'm not sure if I actually even understand if that's supposed to be a silhouette on the right side or not. Judges are not good when they're confused, and so I'm not sure I really understand the concept, so I can't really speak much to that. If it's kind of ambiguous, though, it's not going to serve you well. There's a lot what we call merging, where his arms actually blend into his trousers there. If I would either go more towards a full silhouette or pull that back. And then the concept with her, if she's a silhouette, it gets lighter at the bottom. And I probably would stay so it's consistent from top to bottom. So again, I guess she's a dream or a thought or a memory. It didn't come across in the title. And so being clearer with that, I think would help.
I think for me, the story I'm getting is Secrets of the Heart is maybe this is someone he's not supposed to love and, kind of that kind of story. But I think you could fade her out a little bit more even to make it, right now she's in that in-between area between being real and being, just a thought. And so I think, fading her out even more would make that more readily available to judges to understand the story. Okay, next image, please.
Monk's Secret, 77.
And Christy.
Yeah. Oh, the monk's secret. I'm assuming he's not supposed to drink alcohol. Great story. I am looking at his face. And I would like to see a little bit more contrast in some areas. We've got some shadow to the right of his eye, but up by his hood, you've got like this white spot up there. I would clone maybe some shadow over there and bring a little bit more shadow down around his beard, to give him a little bit more dimension. Right to the right of his finger, his beard gets really bright. I would tone that down. And the beard camera left, right under his nose, is really bright. And tone that down just a little bit too. My eye keeps going to his camera right waistline. It looks like there might be some kind of a kicker light bleeding out over the fabric. And that's competing for my attention. I would recommend toning that area down as well. Storytelling is fabulous.
Okay, next image, please.
Pensive Beauty, 74.
And Gina.
Yeah, I was on the panel when this came up, and I really enjoy the almost translucent quality of this image, but the longer I looked at it, the more it kind of felt like it was just really overexposed, especially in the background, in her hair, in her face, in her hand that's underneath her arm. We really just lose everything right in there, all the way down to the bottom. And because of that, it feels like the maker might have tried to bring it back on the corners, and it creates kind of I don't know the word mushy area, but it does. And then as I'm looking at the lines that are, trying to create this frame for her, my eye goes from her hand over to the left, and there's a great big spot. And I'm gonna assume it's probably part of a doorknob. That would be easily taken care of. I think this whole image is just for me, about 2 to 3 stops overexposed. And it kind of keeps me from really staying into the beauty of this girl's kind of nonchalant expression.
I would take a look too at the blue fingernail polish just underneath her chin. I think that's a point that kind of, if it was a little bit on the pinker side, would go better with the rest of the image. And so it just kind of creates a distraction there.
And I'm struggling to see if there's any catch lights in her eyes. To me, catch lights bring life to the eyes, and if they are, they're so small I can't see them. So I would try to enhance some catch lights in there as well.
Tim, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that there's a couple areas, camera right and camera left, just on the edge of frame that are popping in that are kind of, I don't know, shaded, or maybe a door knob or whatever. Those could be taken out so that it's more of a high key background. Actually, if you look, it's kind of contradictory, but the eyes look really dilated, like it's a really dark scene, and then but it looks so bright and are overexposed. That's normally something we would take care of with modeling lights or something, because they do look dilated.
Okay, next image, please.
Enchanting, 80.
Tim.
Beautiful gal, nice treatment on the hair and the retouching. The hand position feels a little awkward to me. I'm not sure whether it's a dance pose. It needs a storyline in there with the hands doing something as opposed to just a pose itself. The light from the upper right-hand side, I understand what they're trying to do with the color in the outfit. That makes sense, but it actually does draw my attention away. Might be a stronger vertical composition versus a square. And then the boundary from the dress to the chest, I guess it's the fabric, or it almost appears like there's a haloing going on there. It feels a little awkward. Again, I can only assume, and it doesn't look natural to me, so I would be aware of that.
Also, I don't know whether it's a texture or what's going on, but from like the middle of her hips into the chair and down, it goes from blue to green. It kind of like fades out like an overlay of some sort. So everything kind of stops abruptly. So that's something I would address as well.
Well, it's kind of like an artsy vignette. I saw that too. I think that was an artist's choice. I'm not a fan of it either.
And then towards the camera left presentation, there's some darker marks in the background that just look a little bit sharper than the rest of the modeling of the background that I think, could be softened some. Okay, next image, please.
Before growing up, 81.
And Christy.
Yeah, nice portrait of this little girl and beautiful placement of the light on her. The only thing that I see that I would suggest is toning down her shoulder a little bit. The material, it's really bright. The eye goes to really bright areas, and her sleeve is brighter than her face. So I would recommend toning that down, but and maybe the front of her dress just a little bit. But it's more her shoulder, especially by her neck, that I would tone down. The rest I think is great.
Okay, next image, please.
In Bloom, 86.
Gina.
I was on the panel when this came through. And this was discussed a great deal. I think the baby itself is very beautiful. I like the kind of different feel with the petals, and how the little babies, like the little stamens and everything. And I think the light on the baby itself is handled really well. For me, I remember this being a big concern was the fabric and the lines with it. It kind of starts in the middle and bulges and then comes back out along the edges. With that, and so my eye is automatically drawn to those horizontal lines. If you can straighten them up, you can. It can't, maybe change those up a little bit to take away from that. So I stay centered on this beautiful baby and the petals that it's laying in. Presentation with that extra added of the same thing with the blanket or whatever it's laying on was a little distracting as well.
And if I can add, I think the blanket that the baby is swaddled in is a little bright. If that could be toned down, it's giving me the whole feeling like the whole camera right part of the image is really bright, but I think it's more the blanket. Just darken that down just a little bit. It's competing for attention with the baby.
Okay, next image, please.
Princess Lawrence, 81.
Yeah, I'll take this one. This came on my panel, and we did not discuss it yesterday, although I discussed it in a panel a week or two ago. For me, I felt like that we've got the one hand coming down, although it looks very relaxed, it draws a lot of attention. A little bit, maybe darkening that might help. And then just a difference in the painting technique between her face and the rest of the image. And even in her dress, some places look more painted than others. If you look at her camera left arm, that's fairly painted, and then the camera right arm is almost photorealistic. And so I think this is a concept that you need to, maybe go ahead and finish. I think it has some potential, but I think right now it's just maybe not quite done.
And if I can jump in, camera left of her head, the basket and that greenery that comes down, it almost looks more like it's hair. I think if that's darkened, it's going to set her apart from that background a little bit more.
Okay, next image, please.
America's Pastime, 81.
Tim.
Really interesting concept. The symmetry and the attention pose of the subject is fascinating and really powerful, and you contrast that with the organic feel of the flag. I think that all works really, really well. The smoky, hazy part of it, probably done in post is my best guess, is very, very effective. As you get down by the ankles and the calves, it feels a little awkward there. I know it needs to feel like it's in front, but there's also transition going on there, especially from the socks to the fog. That looks a little unusual. Feels really kind of cool for me. I might have been more effective if it were warmed up a little bit, but this is a really excellent concept. The direction of the lighting, the way the flag renders, the way it flows, all fits together really well.
And maybe it's just me, but I'm finding the way that the pants have been colored blue and then not continued down for the rest of the pants. Maybe there's a reason behind that, but I'm not currently understanding the reason there. And so I think maybe carrying that through clear to the bottom of the pants would be a good idea.
It
I'd
happens
like to
up on the
address-
stomach also.
I'd like to address that. That is, and this is just me because I do a lot of baseball and softball. It's a whole new outfit they're going for the ombre look. I think it may be actually that way, but I do agree that it is a bone of contention. It was on the previous panel. Maybe just go ahead and tone that in the same as the top part of the pants.
Who knew?
And
All
I have
right.
one thing to add too. Kind of where his arm wrist area would be on the white, that area is blown out. And I think if that's brought down, it's pulling my eye away from this, boy's face. I'd get that darkened down, toned down.
Awesome. Okay, next image, please.
Keeping You Forever, 79.
Christy.
Yeah, I think this is a great silhouette image of this couple. Great kiss position where we have a, little separation between the two and we can see their facial features that way, the nose and the lips and the chin. I think it's a little bright in the triangle of her arm and waist. If that area was toned down just a little bit, I think that would help. Other than that, I think maybe there's a little bit too much bottom negative space. It could be cropped in a little bit more. So, we're more focused on this couple and can see them a little bit better.
Okay, next image, please.
The Rarest Bird, 90.
Gina.
You gotta give me a second. I'm having to uncomplete myself over this. Wow. What? Oh my God. This is so beautiful. The retouching that's done on this lady's head, her chest, her legs is phenomenal. And across the foot, everything just feels creamy and wonderful. The feathers are done incredibly well. For me, the only thing I would consider, I think that the head on the bird is a little bright because of the light being up there. For me, it's just a little too bright. And then as I look at whatever it is she's kind of sitting on, and I'm sure it's probably the artist's intent, but it feels very almost one-dimensional compared to everything else. The sky, her, and the bird. But I'd like to hear someone else's opinion too.
I'm just seeing one thing that I'd like to point out, and that is as we go down to where the background is, or looks like water underneath her or whatever, I'm seeing some lines in the sky just above where that, I'm going to call it water, I'm not quite sure, is that in the sky that's just kind of making me wonder. And I think maybe taking those out would, it's already a 90, but that might help it a little bit.
Oof,
For
wow.
me, I'm looking at light direction, and I don't think there's consistency between the bird and this woman. She looks like she's more lit from the front, whereas the bird looks like it's lit from above. So that's something to watch for too, in terms of getting light and shadows in the right place. And I can see that a little bit in the branch as well. And I'm not sure if the light and the shadow matches up completely with everything that's going on in the scene.
Okay, next image, please.
Breakfast at Tiffany's, 81.
Kim.
Beautiful outfit, beautiful young lady. The body position is full mug on the shoulders and the hips. I mean, it's got a really nice curve to the hip and the shoulders, but it's straight at the camera. I would consider closing that up and turning her camera or her body a little bit camera left. That would work really well for the figure study itself. The lighting actually is really quite good. There's separation all the way up and down. It could be a little bit more separation down by the bottom of the dress. I think it would help it a lot. I assume the smoke was added. It's actually very believable. But yes, I would probably turn the body. Actually, I changed my mind. I would turn the body away, which would be camera right, and then turning the head back, which is what they did. The tangency between the cigarette and the shoulder, I don't think those should intersect. But there's a lot of really good things going on. Most of it, I think, would be pose in the bottom. That would be things that would bring it up higher.
Okay, next image, please.
Light and shadow, 80.
And Christy.
Yeah, wow. Uh, I'm watching the light and the shadow create this leading line right down to this woman. And yeah, and it looks like she's just enjoying the sunshine, chilling out. The only thing that I would really say that could be enhanced is camera right on her chest area where the sun is hitting her blouse. I think it's a little bright. She's got a couple lines going on near the armpit area that could be toned down, and then on her chest area as well. But I'm looking at everything else with the lighting, and I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, I know we talked about this one yesterday too, and there was some concern with cropping kind of where we are in the leg, but unless you're going to include all of her, I'm not quite sure where else you would crop, and I like that she has, a little bit more space. Um, so I don't know about that. I know that we discussed it. I'm wondering if there is enough detail in the black of her hair, maybe bringing that out just a little bit. And then a couple of the black, I'm going to call them scratch marks on the wall to her camera left. There's a couple of those that maybe are a little bit of a distraction that you could, fix easily.
Oh, are you talking down in the shadow area?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I see them.
But I think it's really cool, the space and the way the shadow has been played across her and all of that. I think it's very modern and kind of neat.
It is. Maybe, I mean, if they're gonna crop, maybe just crop right under her knee at the calf. I mean, you're talking just up just an inch or two at most.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to play with it, but
Yep,
I know it was bothersome to someone yesterday.
yeah.
Okay, let's next image.
Spot on, 87.
Gina.
Ah, okay. What a beautiful dog, beautiful eye working at it, really bringing that to make it pop more with this. I'm guessing it's some sort of border mix. The chair is handled very well. For me, there is a little bit of an issue with that chair on the left-hand side and on the right-hand side. For me, just a hair. It feels like there is kind of a black line following that arm down into it. And it may just be for separation in the way the chair's turned, but my eye kind of goes since it's so much darker. And then as I follow back across on the dog, even though I know there's an accent line or light, that tip of that chair and that edge feels like it's just been brought up a little bit too much because it's almost on the background, but it doesn't carry through to the rest of the background per se. But I think this is a wonderful image. I think it nailed it. Presentation just adds to that, the tension within the image of the dog being so relaxed.
I'll just say that there's a
ahead.
couple things on the presentation too. There's again some of the texture on that. There's a line that's kind of just to the left of what would be under the paw hanging down. That's very prominent. And then there's one at the very left-hand corner of the presentation where it goes up into the mat, the underlay mat. Again, that's something that could be picked on. So I would just take care of that.
And then if I could add the camera right armchair, there's like this white, hazy, fuzzy stuff going on the background. So it's making the edge of the chair look really fuzzy. I think that should be cleaned up.
Okay, next image.
Gramps, the card shark, 79.
And Tim.
So really interesting individual with a lot of character, nicely styled, interesting concept. The lighting direction on this is not really that good. If you look at the catch lights in the eyes, first off, they're almost smack dab in the center of the eye, and it really flattens out the face. Bringing that key light higher and much to the left would have really sculpted the face, given you a short lighting. And he's got so much texture that he has earned in his lifetime that it would really emphasize it a lot. Great expression. Edge light from the side is good. The hands are perhaps a little bit brighter. To me, it's mostly that the lighting is not really that sophisticated or polished, and to bring it up in a merit category, you're going to need to fix that.
Yeah, I bet his grandkids love that he plays Uno.
Yes, yeah.
All
Mhm.
right, next image.
Inner Struggle, 85. Well, I keep clicking on it.
The title has me making me want to see it.
Yeah, making me slobber just a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. Oh, there.
There
Oh,
we
wait. There it goes.
Okay, Christy.
Yeah. This image came up on our panel. Can you repeat the title? Inner Struggle?
Yes.
Yeah. This came up, and I'm looking at the story, the same woman, different story, and she's playing tug of war with different parts of her. And if we go to the woman in the middle, camera left, but then the one behind her, I'm not seeing a consistency with the lighting on her face in some areas. The same woman that's reading a book, same thing. We have light on a couple of the faces, but not on that one. So I would have liked to have seen a little bit more light. What really distracted me when this image came up yesterday is this one line on the background coming down, camera left between the same woman, in the front, the lady that's pulling, and then the lady behind her. That crack down the wall became a real distraction for me. And I didn't understand why it was there or why the maker would leave that there. So that became kind of a big issue for me as well.
This, for whatever reason, came up in front of our panel too, and we mentioned all the same things that she just mentioned as well. The other one that we talked about, though, is that this was supposed to be about stress and tension and all the rest of it, but it really just looks like on almost all of them, they're just standing up holding onto the rope, and it doesn't feel like a tug of war. There's no dynamics in the posing or the pulling, and that seemed to hold us back too.
Yeah, great concept though. Yeah. All
Mhm.
right, next image.
100 and Building, 82.
And can you say the title one more time?
100 and Building.
Yeah. So Christy.
Yeah. The maker is telling me that this man is, I believe, 100 years old and he's still working. That's incredible. Really enjoying his expression, the lighting, his hand and the pencil, looking at the paper. It's so bright in the foreground that it's pulling my eye away from the subject. And especially camera left, with the light coming possibly through a window, where the paper's curling up. It's really bright. I don't know if that's something that could be toned down. It seems to be lacking contrast, especially in the background. It looks kind of filmy and muddy. And I think if the contrast could be popped a little bit, that would really help this image.
Okay, next image, please.
What hamster? 78.
And Gina.
I knew. Oh, what a cute kitty. I love the fact that the maker chose to leave the eyes original. I mean, sometimes I think that, sometimes they're painted or whatever, but man, you can see every little bit of detail in there with that slurp of that tongue. I think for me, where I kind of fell on this one a little bit, I wanted more story or something else other than just this cat doing a little lick chop, or chop lick. Yeah, I know the story says, about the hamster, but when I look at the cat, its gums are kind of pale, and its nose has lost a lot of the texture that's in a kitty's nose. They're almost like sandpaper. I still think it's a nice image, and I think it's handled well from the looks like window light. I just wish it had a little bit more creating the story that you're trying to tell within the background and within the image.
Okay, next image, please.
The Art of Baseball, 79.
And Tim.
This actually came up with our panel, and it was kind of, we probably came back for a majority challenge, I think, because some were in the 80s, some were not. The key line came out a little bit too bright, and so it was a little bit intrusive. The idea everyone loved. There was a conversation about whether or not the ball in the front and the hands in the front should have been sharp. It was actually split about 50-50. The eyes are really incredible since you got the catch lights in the eyes, even underneath the hat. Everyone was very pleased with that and the way the fabric rendered, etc. They were a little concerned about how the white T-shirt was rendered. It could have been toned down a little bit, but I think it's a really powerful image. Even where it's placed within the frame, it's not centered. He's got a little lean to his body and all the rest of it. I think there's a lot of really, really good things going on there.
Hey, next image, please.
No shoes, no shirt, no service, 83.
Ooh la la.
Tina sounds like she wants to
Christy's
talk
taking
about it.
this one.
No, I just want to sit there and stare at it for a while. Sorry.
Go ahead, Christy.
Yeah, oh no, this is a really cool pose, with this guy, on this ladder. I'm looking to see there's no, what appears to be a key line, not that it's that do or die, but I think a key line, or a little bit brighter one, to separate the image, and perhaps even just a little bit thicker matte, I think would really help play off of this image. The lighting is great, but I'm wondering if the light was moved more to the side and up a little higher to get more shadow under his abs. A little bit more dramatic shadow would make this guy pop even better. That would really be my only main suggestion, other than down at the bottom, you're cutting off the ladder. I think we need to see a little sliver of a floor there, and not cut him so tight there. And maybe brighten the feet just a smidge because they've gotten pretty dark down there.
I also have a suggestion. From the middle of his bicep that's up down to his waist, it appears there's to be a seam or a crease or something. I think that's a pretty easy handle, and to soften up that dappling on the left-hand side of the image itself might bring in just where his head meets the ladder stand thing in the back. I think the specular highlights running down it are nice, but then it hits the wood and it gets kind of soft in its lighting. Just a couple considerations.
So one other for you. I think I'm reading this right, but there's so many great things going on here, lighting, direction, etc. Not to mention just him. But if you look at his foot that's actually on the ladder that's carrying most of the weight, the direction of the light is great, but it looks like his toes are curled under and it looks like they're amputated, maybe? Just really strange to me. So perhaps it's only me. I'm just a little confused.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now too.
Mm.
And then I will just add up to the camera left side, between his pants and the ladder, just above his knee. There's a couple little white spots there that I think, they might be part of the ladder, but I'm really not able to discern what they are. And I think, maybe just taking that question out of my mind would be a good thing.
I'm just kind of interested in why you ladies could even see the seam in the background with the subject matter.
Ah! That means the maker did a good job.
That's right.
All right, next image, please.
Lost Chord, 85.
Okay, Tim.
Came to my panel also. Everybody loved it. Subject matter, the individual's styling in this was through the roof. Everybody really loved it. Liked the edge light coming from the side. They really enjoyed the, I guess you'd have to call it a key light, coming in from the other edge. No one was really concerned about whether or not that hand was too bright or not, which kind of surprised me. Everybody really enjoyed that. Apparently there's a um, texture screen on here or change of contrast or whatever they did, a high pass, whatever. To me, it looks great on everything except on the chest. The chest felt just kind of dirty and it felt a little strange. And then there was a lot of conversations about the guitar and somewhere where the frets, there was something, actually, I'm not sure I saw it, but maybe it's just below the pickup, the upper pickup there, that there's an area that maybe that could have been toned down. And maybe just down at the bottom, they thought maybe that could be removed. A lot of really positive comments, and it was just minor details like that that kind of confused them.
And I'm struggling with the key line. Down at the bottom, there's just a straight line at the bottom. I don't think that's necessary, and I think a gray key line would work a lot better than this rusty looking key line going on here too.
Boy, I got so enamored with that face and the mood there. I didn't even see that presentation. Good pickup, Christy.
Thanks.
All right, next image, please.
Don't look at me. I didn't do it. 79.
Gina.
Well, what's not to love about a kitty? I think this was not on my panel. I think it is a sweet little kitty face. I have more concerns though, not on the kitty, but especially on the right-hand side of the kitty where the wall and the light hit it. It just kind of goes from this darker, nice feel to just kind of a mushy flatness across there. And so it draws my eye automatically away from that kitty. And also with the keystroke, for me, it's a little bright. I go to that side of the kitty and fall out of that composition with that. And I really want to kind of stay there. But to me, the actual composition seems to be more about the green than the kitty itself.
I will add that camera left lower corner there where there's something black down in there. I think I would get rid of that area. And then just above the cat and the kind of tan colored line of the wall that's going up there, there's a shadow or something there that I think, creates a little bit of a distraction too. Next image.
Pensive, 78.
Christy, I think it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the presentation first because the key line is really jumping out at me and pulling my eye away from this beautiful face. I would recommend toning that down because it's pretty bright and competing for attention. Beautiful subject. I think the lighting on her face is great. Camera left. For me, her fingernails are really competing for attention and just drawing, me away. I don't know if something, if that can be toned down just a little bit. If it can't, leave it, but it's just really drawing my eye there. And I'm looking at the background. I'm not sure if the maker wanted, this much of a halo effect. I kind of think that it needs to be broadened out just a little bit. Back on that top left corner, it gets really dark back there. And I just kind of feel like I want to see the halo go out just a little bit more to feather it out.
And I'm kind of seeing a little bit of banding in that halo as well as turning a little bit of green right in there. So I would take a look at that.
I was also on the panel, and I know that for my concern, I love his beautiful face, but I just feel like the retouching could be on the skin a little bit more because this is an incredible face, but it just goes kind of blotchy in spots, especially underneath her fingernail on camera left. I just feel that there's so much that could be done with this to send it over, you know, in a different level.
I'm not sure if this was mentioned, but there's almost around the head, especially camera right side, a little bit of haloing going on. The selection and the blending on that was really not that well done, and that would need to be fixed also.
Awesome. Okay, next image.
Wink, wink. 81. Maybe. Here we go.
Hey, Gina.
I'm the resident pet expert. I think this is a sweet image. I think the work that's been done on the dog, the lighting, the overhead lighting is very nice. For me, the wink wink didn't quite wink. It kind of looked like it didn't quite meet the wink the way it should have. I don't know why. It just kind of felt that way for me. I love the texture that's on this dog because, you know, I have all these different modeling colors with the grays and the whites and the browns. I think it's well done from nose to ears, but the wink wink part of it just kind of left me wanting.
Yeah, and for an image like this, I would have rather had the camera angle a little higher, so I could see more of the the dog's face, versus its neck area. Um, and I personally think that that catch light camera left is kind of big and bright. If that could be toned down just a little bit, because when this image came up, that's all I looked at was that catch light. It just drew me right there.
Hey, next image.
Rite of passage, 77.
And this came before my panel, and you know, there's some nice storytelling going on here, but I felt overall it just felt a little bit too bright. I think that we could have toned it down and got more into her and her face a little bit if we had brought it down a little bit. Also, I'm not so sure that we need the dark area underneath the table. I kind of do go down there and get lost, and I don't think it added anything to the story.
And I'm wondering if the camera angle had been just like the photographer had been just a little higher, just to kind of see this pointer just a little bit more and a little bit more of the paper, so the viewer can see a little bit more what this girl is engaging with.
Okay, next image.
Mischievous, 79.
Tim.
So as they say, cute is cute and it really merits. This only hit a 79 and I think it's probably more technical because this is a beautiful young lady. It feels a little muddy and the color feels a little off. The eyes were in retouching, I think, are really quite nice, although I think you probably could have lightened them a little bit because they feel like they're kind of deep set, which may be the case, but lightening those would help them a lot. The overall concept on this is really, really cute. I appreciate that they have light direction on the background. You know, I think that actually works. To me, it's almost purely the color and the fact that the eyes aren't quite as bright as they need to be because the expression is just beautiful.
And I don't know if the background was caught in camera, but the lines are vertical, straight down. Where I'm struggling is the chair seems to be tilting camera left. Maybe that was the chair. But if it's something that can be fixed, I would want to see that chair, straight across. So it's not tilting so much.
Okay, next image.
Timeless, 81.
I can take
Christy.
this.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Never assume, but I'm going to assume this possibly is a high school senior portrait. But this, portrait of this woman, young woman, is gorgeous. I think the lighting on her face is really nice. The background is a little bright, and camera left. I would like to see that more behind her head versus her shoulder, and it's so bright and then goes so dark over there, it looks kind of blotchy. Camera left at the top, camera left at the bottom. Maybe tone that brightness down just a little bit. But I would get some of that dark blotchy area fixed if you could. The key line is really bright. When this image came up, that's where my eye went. I think the posing is great. I would recommend toning down the back of that chair just a little bit. It's kind of bright and competing for attention. The back of the chair is a little bit brighter than her face, and my eye likes to go there, and I'd like to stay on her face.
I
Yeah.
also had a concern with the fingernails. I mean, I know girls are all about their fingernails, but those are the brightest spots in this image.
And the other
Also,
thing,
watch the hair on the camera left side. It's just really cut out. The right-hand side's not all that well handled, but the left-hand side is very what we call helmet headish.
Ooh.
I was going to comment on the left shoulder too. And, when they have a dark shirt and they have the really blonde hair, you about have to fix it before you take the picture because this sweater has that texture and all those little tiny hairs there really show up on that camera left shoulder. And that's, it's going to be really hard to fix after. Not impossible, but very time consuming. And just taking the moment to fix those before you snap the shutter would be, your best friend. Okay, moving on.
Graceful Flight, 81.
I think it's Tim's turn.
It also came up on our panel. It boiled down to everyone loved the top half of the image, the treatment with the feathers, the pose, the lighting direction. There were some concerns about the fog and the smoke being a little inconsistent in some areas, but overall, everyone absolutely loved it. Excuse me. But on the bottom half, it just kind of falls apart. The ground is a little bit tilted, and the fog down there just didn't feel believable. And then as you got to the calves and the feet, it feels really cut out. And like there's haloing going around, or the selection wasn't as good as it could have been. And so again, top half amazing, bottom half just kind of didn't do that well.
Mm.
All right, next image.
Library of Congress, 79.
And Tim, go ahead and take this one too.
Well, that's a little overkill on me, but I'll go with it. Okay, 79. It did not merit. The graphics on this are incredible, and I'm assuming that's HDR, but no one ever really knows. But it's the tonal range throughout is really consistent. And so they fixed everything. To me, the biggest image, our biggest issue, matte is not a bad idea, but I think it pulls your attention away. And then it feels cartoonish. I'm not sure what the term is. Maybe it also feels a little over sharpened. But the colors just feel a little flat. The blue versus the warmth is excellent, which is the way that whoever made it designed it. But that part of the capture or output is probably the weakest point for me. And if you look, it gets lighter around the edges. In the corners, you'll see that. It should have been done just the opposite, where it would have had some vignetting to hold you within the center of the frame.
Okay, next image, please.
Meadow House, 77.
And this came up before my panel, so I'll discuss it. I know we didn't discuss it yesterday. For me, the house is just so hidden, and maybe that's part of the landscaper's fault. But the trees are hiding the house, and the meadow is nice that they have that instead of a manicured lawn. It's great for the bees and all of that. But we're also getting lost in a lot of the darks are just not having detail over on the right-hand side. And so maybe a higher camera angle might have helped the house show up just a little bit better. But those were the things I know that kind of bothered me and kept my score down.
And if I can jump in, we have a lot of foreground that for me is causing a distraction with the weeds that are out of focus. I think if the crop was right above that center brownish gray weed, that would get a lot more attention on this house and bring it down to the rule of thirds and have this beautiful sky in there. I don't think that whole foreground is needed.
Okay, next image, please.
Okay, I think that we have several albums coming up, just to give you a heads up.
Can we take about a 2-minute break before we go through that?
Yep, run
Sure.
to the breakout room, everybody.
Hello.
Here we are.
Yay.
Okay.
Could I just ask if when you're commenting on one of the pages in the album, just let me know what page it is and then I will display it on the Zoom.
That's a
Sounds
great
good.
idea.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to start here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Okay. Waiting for the ice.
What did it score?
Oh, I'm sorry, 86.
While everybody else is looking through this, I had a chance to look yesterday, and there was a lot of really nice storytelling in here. I know some of the jurors felt like there were a lot of words, which I think the album was made to, get some of the points of the words across. But sometimes, they can be a little bit of a distraction. Um, I remember some of the jurors were not real happy about the white pages. That was not something that I was concerned with. I thought that we still had great detail in the fur of the bear, and the white pages did not distract me. But I think, overall, a well done album.
Yeah, I'll share kind of something that I learned having done albums in the past. I was told to keep the words out as much as possible. So I might have had like 2 sentences in a page leading into the images to explain, maybe this is done at a certain time of year. And, as winter is about to set in and all these polar bears congregate as they're waiting for the ice that quick, because the judges don't have time to sit and read all of this. And the images should be able to speak for themselves. You can title each image that kind of gives a clue as to what's going on. But I think the capture is great. And in albums, we want it to be consistent. And the maker has been consistent throughout this album. So good job.
Okay, next album, please.
Elora, 78.
I was one of the ones that had this came up on my panel. We did not discuss it. Some of my comments were beautiful gal, but I mean, everything is almost the same where they're always looking at the camera. The composition and lighting is consistent and good, but not exceptional. It's not, I mean, often when we look for merit or for when we judge a album for competition, we're looking for merit individual images in there, and I'm not sure there's that many merit images in here, if any at all. You also look at the design as well. It's solid, and I'm sure whoever sold this album and produced this album, they make a lot of money doing this. They do a very good job. It's very consistent, but it doesn't always rise to the level of PPA merit competition. If you go to page 3, for example, nice composition, leading lines, shallow depth of field. There is a sense of direction, but the eyes really go dark. And so if they were going to use a flash, which they not sure they didn't open up the eyes in there. And if you go to same thing happens on page 5. You get that kind of raccoon eye type of look that could have been handled a couple different ways. Posing on page 6 would be an example that is not exceptional. But I mean, they found really good environments, but it just needs to be refined more to make it up in a merit category.
Okay, next album.
Relics of the Old West, Morgan Silver Dollars, 77.
That was also on my panel. We did not discuss it. Some of my thoughts were the comment was made about words and albums, etc. To me, this is a book that was produced for whatever reason, and they put it in the album competition, so it wasn't specifically produced for competition. I had an issue with as you scroll through, you'll see that the coins look different from every page. The lighting was not consistent, and the direction of lighting, style of lighting was different on all of them. And to me, it would have been better if it had a more unified look to it. Graphically, it's just a straightforward type, almost like a catalog, as opposed to a kind of a design competition album. It does what it's supposed to do, but the major issue for me was that the coins themselves just don't have a consistent look at all.
Okay, next album.
Madeline, 80.
So this was one of mine too, but I would gladly default to someone else if they want to talk about it, or I'll talk about it.
Well,
We
for some
can-
reason, the pages aren't coming up from, oh, now they finally are, but go ahead.
We put it in the merit category. It's a beautiful gal. The styling on this, as you go throughout, is really well conceived. They go back to the last page you were just on. Was that oh, what page was that? Yeah, the one right there. That's a little unfortunate because you have the gutter going straight down her in the middle. That's the fold in the book. And so that would be kind of unusual in an actual presentation. But overall, the styling on the clothing, outfit, locations, etc., is really quite good. For it to go higher, you would have to have that consistency of retouching on the eyes to go there. But everything overall, it just had variety. It had consistency of look throughout, and that's what it merited.
And if you go to page 3 and then go to page 12, you have almost an identical image, camera left, just different outfits, where it's a lot of headroom of a building and just different outfits. So those are kind of identical, you know, maybe a different crop. So we feel like there's some more consistency with the images.
Okay, next album.
Birds of a Feather. This may not be an album.
Doesn't look like an album. I got no numbers.
It's
Let's go, Christy.
Yeah, this is, oh my gosh. And I'm
What's the
just taking
score?
oh, I'm sorry, 84.
84. I'm taking in all the birds, the scenery. Really like how the egg is down there by her ankle. Nice little touch. She's got one on her lap too, as well. I think some of the birds are lit really well, you know, like the pelican camera, right? But I'm looking at the lighting at the, I don't know if that's like a mockingjay, mockingbird. I'll just call it a blackbird. I don't see the same type of lighting on that bird that I would like to see for consistency. Her skin looks a little orange to me, you know, a little too warm. And I'm kind of feeling like there's a different light source. If the maker could kind of get that light source the same, especially like on her hand, there should be a little bit more light there. And I'm looking like at the Pelican's camera right wing where there's light there. I feel like there needs to be light on her fingers, a little bit more on her face, going down there. Those are pretty much, and then the barrel camera left, I don't know if that would be that bright, because her body should be blocking some of that. And I think there should be more shadows. Whereas the barrel on the right doesn't have the same light. It's darker. So I don't see a light consistency going on. It's a
And I will
stunning
just,
image.
I will say that the angle of her knee there, it's very sharp angle there, and that really draws my attention away from her face. And then camera left, we're seeing what almost looks like a baseboard or something, where the background meets the floor, a dark area there, and not seeing that at all on the right, although I know there would be more light on the right-hand side of the image. It still seems to be something that just doesn't quite fit with what's going on there. Okay, next image.
I just wanted to just say that we are in illustrative general right now.
Thank you.
Moon and fireworks, 78.
Gina.
Wow. Well, I think that the moment of capture, especially with the moon in there, was handled well. You've got a lot of darks in there. I mean, it looks like it may have been done by the water because of the way the horizon line in the bottom looks. For me, that green piece, the green, what do you want to call them, sparks or whatever, that's running into the tangent line with the matting and the stroke. I find really distracting. It pulls my eye away. The stroke itself is also really, really powerful for this image. It kind of overpowers it, especially at the bottom and the right-hand side. I think the exposure you got on most of it is done well, but I think it's just a little shy for a merit.
Yeah, and I will say the
ahead.
stroke where it's brighter on the right than it is on the left. I think if it was like it was on the left all the way around would, serve you better. But the difference in that is another thing that draws your eye.
Yeah, and I think the image has lost so much detail down on the ground that if the maker crops up above that little green line and cut off some of that, where everything's blocked up, the blocked up blacks, that would help tremendously. And also in the category this is in, you can clean up a couple of things. I think the little firework fall off that's going down into the moon or by the moon could be cleaned up because that's creating a big distraction for me and my eye just keeps going there.
Okay, next image.
Blossom Buddies, 82.
And Tim.
Oh, you sure you don't want to give this one to the
Oh,
painter
this is a
people?
Tony image.
Okay, I'll take this image. Yeah, so really beautiful picture of these birds. For me, I was having difficulty with the fact that the birds appear pretty painted and yet the flowers appear almost photorealistic, as does the stem a little bit. I can tell where it's been painted a little, but I think an inconsistency in the painting probably held this from going a little bit higher.
And if I could jump in, what leaves me a little confused, and you don't want to confuse the viewer, is the middle of the branch that's between the two birds is bright, but I don't see that light followed through anywhere else. If it's the light's coming down, there should be some light on the top of the birds' heads. And I'm not seeing that. And more on the branches that are extending off outside to the border.
Okay, next image, please.
Glass Ceiling, 79.
Okay, Tim, you take this one.
Well, fine. Thank you. This also came in front of our panel, and we did discuss it. It came up for automatic challenge. There's a lot of nice things going on with the graphics, the design, and the capture looks really good. How they got the lights, and also the way that top ceiling part worked out came out very well. I think the major concern was that I guess it was an artistic choice or not, but most of us felt that if you were going to shoot this type of geographic design, you would have preferred to shoot it directly underneath so that there was no convergence on most of the building. And so you've got the top part of it lined up properly, but everything else kind of converges away. And I think everybody felt in the conversation that should have been handled better.
Yeah, for me, it feels a little off kilter.
Okay, next. Oh, sorry.
And another, just food for thought. I'm not sure how far that elevator goes up or down. I think getting rid of that elevator gets a distraction out of there because there's a glass panel in there that is blown out with that specular highlight, and it's pulling my eye down. And if that elevator was gone, I just think it gives this whole image a cleaner look.
Okay, next image, please.
Plumb Line, 83.
Christy.
Yeah, this image came up in front of our panel, and I think it's a beautiful silhouette. One of the first things that jumped out at me, and it's teeny tiny, but it created a distraction for me. So on her toe shoe, the shoe with her leg bent at the bottom, there is a bright specular highlight right there. I would recommend getting that off because once I saw it, my eye just kept going there. But I think this is a really nice silhouette in that, you know, we've got some dark areas, but they're not so dark that we can still see some detail. We've got some light, you know, rimming her, and giving us just a little bit of detail, you know, going on in her body. I think the composition is really nice as well.
So I actually have more of a question than a comment, but I understand that the core of the body is centered. But when I look at what's going on with the hand camera right and the knee camera left, I'm wondering if for me it might be more successful where you actually centered the space between the hand and the knee and let the body fall a little bit to camera left. That's just a thought, and I'm not sure how everybody else feels about that.
Are you saying having her lean more?
No, just crop it, swing everything a little bit to the right. Actually, what I would do is just take the left edge of the image and pull it in so that the distance between the knee is the same as the distance between the hand, which is going to put the body a little bit camera left. But I know they're going, actually, it feels like it's not symmetrical either. If you look at the reflection, it's a little bit to the not centered. If you're going to go centered, I go completely centered, or I would make those spaces from the side the same.
Yeah, I think for me shooting a lot of dancers, for me, her next move is either to take a step forward or to kick that leg out. And so I see maybe why they left that space over there because that's where she's going to go, most likely. I don't know.
It was
But
just a thought.
I know. I mean, and a very valid one. I'm just, you know, I see a reason why they may have left that space.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next image.
Prairie Rotunda, 86.
Tim, you get this one too.
Yeah, and I also, this was a challenge in our panel. There was a conversation about symmetry and how it's not 100% what we call absolute symmetry, and meaning that from side to side, there's differences in the flags, there's differences in the way the lights rendered. I don't know. I was kind of opinionated about that, but apparently I never do that. The point is that it's really not an absolute symmetrical composition. It's what they call bilateral symmetry. And so that's why in the rotunda you have in the different panels around the circle, they're all different panels. And I actually enjoyed the fact that the lighting wasn't identical from side to side because that's actually what happens. There's a lighting direction that occurs also. So that's what the maker chose to render as opposed to fixing it all to make it 100% symmetrical. I enjoyed the image a lot, and but there was a healthy conversation about it, and that was really what pulled it down for most people, is that he didn't go in and make everything exactly the same from side to side as far as lighting, etc., or the artist rather.
Okay. Next image, please.
Watch your step, 80.
Gina. Oh no, you know what the heck? I want to talk about this
Well,
one.
then go right on and let me make some comments after you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this. And you said it did score an 80?
Yes.
Yeah,
It did come up at our panel, by the way. We did talk about it, but you guys talk about it.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the concept of being pulled towards that light out of the darkness, and it has a lot of feeling for me. I think that the presentation is a little bit busy and not exactly the same all the way around, and so that's a little bit of a distraction. But I personally really enjoy the storytelling.
I found it to be a little, or put it my way, Escher-esque. I mean, with the different angles and cuts up top, and then the stairs going, as we would call it in the South, side-goggledy, and going up. It looks like it might be a little bit of a hazard to get up in there. I enjoy the texture. It just has a very abstract architectural feel about it that I enjoy.
Yeah, well, you know, it's not always easy to make it to the light.
No, it's not. I'm still waiting.
There was only one other concern that was brought up, and that if you look at the lightest area and the areas around it, it looks like there might be some issues with masking our selection. Gets a little bit halo-y there, maybe a little too crisp, but everyone loves the graphic design and the tonal range, and the presentation, the panorama, vertical panorama-esque mood.
And if I can throw my 2 cents in, just to fix a couple of things, or one thing within the image. Right above the railing, camera left near the mat, there's a really dark line there. I would take that out because once I saw that, my eye just keeps going there. So I would recommend that. And if you look at the bottom of the presentation, there's these scratch marks, and I'm sure the maker's trying to make it look like it's the stone. I would make that simple, and not do that. I don't think it adds, any value to this already beautiful image. And maybe keep your mat, one color, and very basic, without those little marks.
Mm, mhm.
Okay, next image, please.
Live and Let Die, 83.
Okay, yeah, Gina, go ahead. You can do this one.
Okay, thank you. Interesting concept. I love the Ho Tarot kind of feel, and I don't know if you remember the old James Bond movies where I don't remember the name of the girl. Jane Seymour was that. I kind of feel that from her. She has some of the same qualities, and the lightning coming out of the oh, what do you call it? The spell book, if you will, and everything else to bring this whole kind of witchcraft and this interesting chair. At first I had to look, I thought it was a spoon, like it had been brought out, like a decorative spoon. I think it has a lot of great qualities about it. I kind of fell a little flat, the fact that the face was so bright, but as my eyes followed down into her chest area, it went kind of blue and green in there. I realize that's kind of the color pattern that's going on here, but for me, it looked a little bruised. But I think it's a great concept with all these different ideas in it. Wow. Any
So can I ask
others want to pop in?
not a technical question or a category question? Because they're supposed to show the contributing images. I don't see the cards in there, and I don't see her in there. So is that to imply that everything else in there is rendered?
So,
Is this
actually,
artist?
no, this is not artist, and this was a conversation actually, because it's kind of creative open, so to speak. So they're showing all of
That
the
would explain
things
it.
that were not photographed by the maker, and so we really are to give those very little credit. We're mostly to judge on what the maker themselves actually photographed in this category. And so, maybe this image would be better in the artist category. Just a suggestion to the maker.
Yeah.
Okay, next image, please.
Striking Out, 80.
I think
I
Gina
can
will.
take it.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, this image came up on our panel yesterday, and I really enjoyed this concept. First of all, you hear striking out, you think it's going to be a baseball image, and then it's, a grouping of matches, and it's like, so that gives it impact right there. It's like, whoa, it's not what I expected. And this is different, it's creative. What I would like to see a little bit more is a little bit more light direction. Some of the matches are flat lit, like the second to the left, the first one to the right. We've got some with shadows, some not. And I would have liked to have seen the light and the shadow on those matches. That would be the big thing for me to recommend to the maker. But I'm enjoying the composition and the storytelling and the impact.
Okay, next image.
Incognito, 79.
And Tim.
Well, thanks for that. Lovely image, really interesting concept. beautiful car. At least it was once. Anyway, the approach to this, as far as the technique and the whole idea about being kind of hidden and almost swallowed by the forest, is fascinating. It didn't merit. Part of it might have to do actually in this case with the presentation, which is so pristine and so bright, and you have a subject matter that is just the opposite of that. I might have gone a different direction from it, and then just visually it is so intrusive. I do like the treatment though, that kind of almost cyanish green highlighted area. I mean, it feels kind of mystical, otherworldly, and I think that's what the artist was intending. So I would suggest running with that and perhaps a different presentation, because I really do like the feeling. Is it buried in there? Yes. Is it kind of low in the frame? Yes. But it almost looks like infrared in a way. And so it does have that otherworldly look. And I think that was the intent. And I do enjoy it. So I think just kind of a reprocessing and representing it would help most.
And if I can jump in, this is a really nice piece of like art. And I'm looking at this car and I'm actually wondering if it's like a police car or something, because it looks like it's got some siren on top of it. But anyway, down at the foreground on the bottom, if you look at the leaves down there compared to the leaves at the bottom camera left to the left side of the car, to our left, you know, we can see detail in those leaves where they look like they're blown out at the bottom. And I think if the maker could make that a little bit darker, it's going to make the subject, the car, pop a little bit more and define it a little bit more. Because right now I start on the car and then just my eye goes down and stays at the bottom. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay, next image, please.
Into the Unknown, 79.
Gina.
Wow. Yeah, I very rarely get to see underwater shots like this. You know, especially with what's going on. I think the backlighting is very interesting, coming down, and I think the water and the fishies or whatever they are in the middle and the turquoise is quite nice. But it just doesn't have the impact on the main subject of the person themselves, other than just the backlighting. You know, I lose a lot of detail. I know they're coming down, but I have all this beautiful detail in the bubbles. I'm gonna probably need a little help with this. I mean, because some of the blacks, especially on the bottom right, and there, you know, really get all blocked up. And I know it's just the shadow from the water, but for me, it is a distraction. It draws my eye away from everything that's going on in the left.
Yeah, and I can jump in with my take. I'm looking at those bubbles and, you know, with them being backlit, I mean, they look phenomenal. And, you know, the blue rays coming down camera left are gorgeous. So there's a lot to love about this image. Where it fell for me is the diver. We've lost complete detail in that diver. And to me, he's the subject. And I know you're doing underwater photography, and unless there's a light on that diver, it's going to be hard to get him lit up. But that's where it fell short for me. Because you've got all this beautiful light in there, but then the diver's gone so dark and no detail.
Okay, next image.
An American Snack, 78.
Okay.
And, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as a commercial image, and I think you know, the lighting is nice, you know, on the cheese and the bread, and I'm looking at the lighting on the grapes. Where I'm struggling right now is the wine glass, or sorry, the wine bottle. There is some kind of a black line running around the outside, and I don't know if it's the wine bottle or not, but it is confusing me. So it might be something where if that could be cloned out, that might help. The specular highlight to the right of the label, the wine bottle label, has gone mushy. I think that needs to be cleaned up as well. The lighting, on the cheese and the bread, to me is not consistent with what's going on with the wine glass and the bottle of wine. And that bottle of wine has lost all detail in it. And I just feel like, being that it's liquid, like the glass, it should be just a little bit brighter. That's my take on that. I almost feel like the wine bottle was added in later, because it just doesn't seem to kind of match, and it may not have, but for me as the viewer, it just doesn't seem to match up with everything else in the image.
I'm not a drinker, but the color of the wine that's in the glass seems more like cola colored rather than pink Moscato.
Yeah,
Right.
and something else to watch out for too, with the commercial image is with that wine glass at the top of the stem. It is so bright down there. It's so bright that that's where my eye goes there to the bread and the cheese. And if this commercial is about the wine itself, I don't think this is doing justice to get my eye to the wine bottle. I think that specular highlight should be toned down.
Yep.
Okay, next image, please.
Aerial firefighters, 79.
Tim.
That was also in our group. This was not in, is it reportage or reportage? However you say it, potato. And so there are things that you could have done in post that would have helped it a lot. The shutter speed's a little bit too quick for the airplanes because the propellers are kind of frozen. There's a little motion, but really not enough to render it like it's turning. There were just a lot of confusing things going on, and they didn't really have a rhythm for the composition. So, and then, I don't know, there just wasn't a lot of snap in the color and in the whites as well. The sky could have come down, could have added more color in there. Just a lot of different things that really didn't come together to make it fit that merit category.
And if I could jump in, I think there's a lot of sky. There's so much going on in this image. And it's competing for attention from these airplanes. I think if a lot of the sky, make it more panoramic, would be cropped off, that would help. And the sky is bright and these planes are getting lost. And that's, I think, what, Tim was talking about too. Maybe if there's, I don't know if there's some way to darken down that sky to make those planes pop, because right now it's hard to see them.
Okay, next image.
Excuse me, Spinal Tap, 78.
Christy.
Yeah, this lighting is really nice. Spinal Tap, correct?
Yes,
And the score?
78.
78. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm seeing that the maker is in control of their light. They've got the light and the shadow, which is really nice. Where I'm struggling is more the ground. We've got some brown in the back and then this greenish marble in the front, and then it goes to pure black. And I just find the ground to be kind of distracting and confusing for me. And also, I think the key line is a little too bright. It's pulling my eye out of the image. And I'm almost wondering if a black mat would work better to play out that, that black background. But for me, it's more the floor that's an issue.
Can I add one thing to it?
Sure.
If you look at the bottom, the bottom of the far left bone, there's this line that runs in the background, almost like it's a crease or it's a seam or it's something. And because it gets so much, the top of it gets so much more light than the rest of it, my eye follows that down and sees almost like a bubble beside that bone, like the background kind of goes up and down like a fabric. Those are nitpicky things, but they just need to be touched up and cleaned up so I stay on this cool bone pile.
Okay, next image, please.
Forgotten Cubicles, 77.
I can take this one. It came up in our panel.
Okay.
Great title, Forgotten Cubicles. You know, looks like we might have some vintage antique type of tools in here. Where I struggle when this came up on the panel, and I mean, it's a cool concept to show, you know, all this wear and tear, and I'm even seeing cobwebs, which is really cool. It's so bright, you know, the wood, it almost looks like it's overexposed. And I think if it had been toned down, that would have really helped this image. Maybe get a little bit more direction of light going on. You know, if there was a, you know, more light coming from camera right to left, we're going to get more light and shadow. So you get a little bit more drama in there as well. And I do think with the presentation, the key line is a little bit bright for this image as well.
Okay, next image.
Maintaining balance, 92.
Oh, I want to talk about this one.
This is a Tony image, yes.
So this is, this came up in our panel, so why don't you talk about it and I'll tell you what you did wrong. I'm
Okay.
joking.
Ah,
Tell me.
I'm joking.
I have seen this one 3 or 4 times in competition. It blows me away every time. I know somebody always picks on that back bird that's out of focus. I really love that out of focus bird because that gives us a sense of depth to this image. I think the storytelling's off the charts, and I'm not helping this maker find anything wrong with this. You got to help me there.
On our panel, it was totally loved and deservedly so. There was a conversation about the 2 birds immediately above the shield, how they feel like they have like these hot spots on it. And then you look at the shield on the camera left side, it has this really nice little cool rim light that nothing else has on it. And so it was brought up about that. And then someone said, yeah, but that has everything to do with the fact of the deity above and all the rest of it. It's like, okay, fine, let's make it a 90 something. Really well thought out. And when you look at just the visual weight from camera left side to camera right side and how that's handled and the balance and all the rest of it, it's just really elegant.
Well,
I
I'm
have 2
seeing-
things that I can add, but go ahead, Tony.
I'm seeing one thing that I've never noticed before, and I guess because I've always been so blown away by all the good qualities, but I'm seeing in the background a triangle just right behind the foot. And I think that area needs to be softened down because it's got kind of a sharp edge.
Yeah, and I see on her camera left leg down by the ankle right above it this really dark shadow, like this blotchy shadow on her leg. I would really recommend toning that down, cleaning it up, getting rid of that. And then camera left on this girl, she's got something white on the side of her skin that doesn't match up with the rest of the skin. I would try to warm that up and maybe darken that down because that keeps pulling my eye away from the entire image.
Okay, time to move on.
We're now heading into landscape nature.
Morning capture at White Sands. 83.
Tina. Oh, sorry.
83.
Did you say
Tina,
my name?
I
I'm sorry.
did
I
say
can
your
take
name.
it, but I don't think I have anything to add to fix it. This is really awesome.
Okay, Gina, do you have anything?
No, I think the image itself is incredible. I wish I had a little bit more separation between the bottom of the blues and the presentation just a little bit. Oh, for me, it's a little bit of a distraction because I keep running off the bottom there just a little bit. But I think the stark contrast between the photographer and everything that's going on around them with those shades of blue and pale grays, it just has a very otherworldly feel about it. And then one little pop of reality.
What was the score?
83.
And okay,
so-
so
go ahead.
what I just heard from all of you as far as constructive criticism, there was none. And so 83 is just barely in the merit category. So what do you got for this guy or gal?
So I will say one thing that bothers me a little bit, and I think it's an optical illusion, is the photographer seems to be not straight, whereas the rest of the world does seem to be straight. I'm not saying the image is not straight. I think it's that dune that's coming right there that's kind of cutting into it, and it just feels a little bit awkward. The camera feels tilted back a little bit as well. So just a feeling and uneasiness of not being straight. And I think just a little tiny key line to set that presentation off from the rest of the image would, like Gina said, keep us from running down out of the image.
So I wasn't on the panel. Was anybody on the panel?
I
No.
believe
was
I
not.
was. I
And
was.
did they discuss it?
There was no discussion that I remember.
Interesting. The only thing I can think of is that, I mean, the landscape itself, I mean, graphically, design-wise, overall feel is so otherworldly and so incredibly beautiful. And then you dropped in this realistic thing, and I guess it's probably a statement about the fact that photographers don't actually deal with reality. Their reality and they turn the worlds into fantasy. And so from that point of view, that this would score much higher than 83. I perhaps so the judges didn't think it fit visually. It may be too bright, too contrasting. I don't know. I really enjoyed the image, but I could certainly see it where if the artist's intent was to talk about the dichotomy between the reality of being a photographer and what we actually envision and what we create, then I think that's tack on. But if you're looking at it purely from a visual point of view, as far as where it fits within the scene, yeah, it's the area of highest contrast and sharpness, and so you go right there visually. But it's a little bit overwhelming, and it could have been toned back to fit into the scene a little more. So
You
that's
know,
all I.
the only thing that is kind of a little bit of an issue for me as I'm studying this, and I know it's probably a shadow from the camera on the man's face, but I'm sitting here going, does he have a beard or is that a shadow? So from his nose down, it gets really dark, and it does confuse me as the viewer. The maker can keep the shadow there, but I would recommend toning that down just a little bit, because it's like, what is that dark shadow? Like it's too much of a shadow, too contrasty. So that would be my suggestion. Also, does the sky look okay to you guys? I'm seeing a little bit of like a pinkness in it, and I don't know if that's where there might have been an issue or it could just be my computer screen.
I'm
Great
seeing
to me, and it
colors.
matches what's going on in the foreground.
Yeah, I'm seeing colors of pink and blues throughout.
Yeah.
I just want to pop one more thing in real quick. My eye keeps getting drawn to whatever is in front of his belly. I don't know whether it's his hand in his pocket. Maybe poke that back in a little bit. Because it just looks a little off and strange, and
Yeah,
for
that's a
me
good
to be so
point.
dark. Yeah.
Okay, next image, please.
Homestead Barn, 79.
Let's see. Gina, did you start that last one? I think Tim, it's your turn.
We also talked about this. This is an oft photographed barn and with the Tetons. The major comment about it, everything compositionally was great. They felt really good about it. The color was fine, except they thought the saturation was not as good as it could have been. And they were also concerned, even though there is a direction of light, especially on the barn, they felt that the lighting on the Tetons themselves was just way too flat. And it didn't really point out what was going on with the mountains there. The whites in the snow got a little bit hot. And so again, the design, graphics, and all the rest of it are great. They were just concerned about lighting on the mountains and not being as dramatic as it could be.
And if I could jump in, I'm not sure if the matte color really does this image justice. Maybe if it went a little bit darker, it would make this image pop a lot more. The key line is bright. And then Jim, jump in, because in case I'm steering the maker in the wrong direction, tell me what you think. I'm just going to throw this out, food for thought. Great image, but I'm sitting here holding my hand over the tree, trying to create my own crop. And I'm sitting here going, yeah, the tree is a cool element, but could we simplify this image by cropping that tree camera right out. That way it's all about the barn and the mountains and the scene versus this one tree pulling my eye out of the image to the right.
I can see that going either way because it gives a sense of scale and it also gives a great sense of foreground, middle ground, background. By the way, on the camera left side, it seems like it gets lighter for some reason, and that should be brought down in tonality.
Hey, next image, please.
Hydrangea in winter, 86.
Oh, this is my kind of image.
Go for it.
I should talk about this. Yeah, I like the story that's going on here. I like the monotone look of this. If anything, I wish that all four corners were a little bit more the same in tonality. We have the upper left corner, and I realize that's where the light's coming from. That's a little bit lighter, but it seems like the corners are kind of burned in and I'm going to say an unnatural way. It's more of a line going across the bottom and then a line going up towards the upper right. And I think just a little bit softer transition there would be helpful. But I do like what's going on in the middle of the image. I am not a big fan of all the texture on the matting. I think that kind of pulls my eye away from this image too.
Can I throw a counter opinion in there?
Yes.
Because I think what this score like an 86. Anyway, I love it also. What's going on with the contrast of the flowers, the design of that is really incredible. I think what the artist was attempting to do with all the textures in the burning in that you were commenting about is I think it's kind of an homage to a earlier time. A lot of these images, the first images in photography were done like this, and they had those imperfections, and because they were paper negatives, and it just really kind of harkens back to that. So it's like a fusion of both the modern and the old, and I really enjoy it. So I think it's a great image.
And you know what? That goes with the whole like dried hydrangeas sort of
Exactly.
those were a very Victorian thing as well. So you're right. That does go right with the story. So thank you. All right. Next image, please.
Built for the storm, 82.
I've lost track of where we're at. Who wants to take it?
All I want to say is wow. Yeah, this is Christy. This is really, I'm sorry I'm jumping in there, but I just had to say wow. The capture of these, storm waves or waves, hitting this lighthouse. I think for me, the presentation falls short. If maybe the maker took like the black from, the light part of the lighthouse and made it darker, it's going to make the image stand out and pop a lot more. The water maybe can be toned down just a little bit. Camera white is kind of bright, just to get a little bit more detail in there. But I think this is beautifully done. Up at the top camera left, near the presentation, there is some kind of a blue line. I don't know if it's like a cloud or something, going across a little bit darker blue. I would get that off of there, maybe with the spot healing tool or something like that.
Hey,
Great capture.
next image, please.
Fall flows, 80.
Hey, Gina.
Sure, absolutely. Wow. I don't know where this is located, but I wish I would go there. For me, I enjoy the detail of the top half of the image, which is the arch stone. Even though I think it's a little overexposed up in there, especially in the oranges, because we just start to lose a lot of detail in that, especially on the right-hand side of the oranges and reds. And I enjoy it into the middle, but where it falls flat for me is that running right at me, that movement is so blurry, but then on the right-hand side and the left-hand side of it, it slows down a little bit. So it almost feels like a highway I'm going to put it that way. But for me, it confused my brain. I'm trying to figure out, okay, what's going on in this direction, in this direction. For me, I guess it feels like a couple different images altogether. With the top half being, for me, a lot more enthusiastic than that's what's coming dead center at the bottom toward me.
Yeah, I like this angle because it's different. The maker is standing either on some little walkway or in the water. And I agree, for me, where I'm struggling is the window through the bridge, and above it is kind of bright, and it's taking my eye away from this beautiful scene of the waterfall.
Okay, next image.
Burr Road, 82.
Tim.
So I was not on the panel for this, but I've judged this image before. And I am very enamored with this image. It's very abstract. If you take the eye out, it's a complete abstract image, and just the flow of that, almost like a volcanic material coming down over the top, and then how the wrinkles and everything work, and then the negative space down in the bottom right. The balance of that, the visual balance of that is incredible. Then you add the eye, and it is absolutely stunning. I think what might be eyelashes weren't there before. Maybe they were. For me, the eyelashes actually function as a distraction, and I would probably prefer seeing them out. But the actual quality of this with between the highlights and the shadows, there's kind of like a glow in the highlights and the shadows go beautiful. And I do actually enjoy that. There's areas down below that you don't have detail in there. The rich blacks add to mystery and depth to this.
So I was on the panel, and can you tell me what kind of animal this is? Do you know?
Squid Rhinanthropus?
Yeah, that's it. Um, I don't know.
I felt like, so as an abstract, I really do enjoy it, but I think my brain was having this fight with myself trying to figure out what it was. And so I felt the not knowing that was a little bit of a distraction, sadly, to me as a judge, and I hate to admit that. But I do think that question, was in my mind a little bit like, what is this? I want to know. So, but as an abstract, such great detail and great texture in this image.
If I can throw one little thing that I think could be tweaked, the little specular highlight between the eye and the eyelid, I would get that out of there, or tone it down just a little bit. The catch lights in the eyes, I think, are fine, but that one little specular highlight, I think, just to simplify it a little bit more, to stay focused on whatever creature this is.
Okay, next image, please.
Old Timers Meeting, 79.
And Christy.
And it's called Old Timers Meeting. That's a great title. Yeah, for this, to set up a nice little story. I like that this is a panoramic of all the vintage vehicles here. For me, when this came up, my first reaction was the brighter truck is a little too bright. I'd like my eye to sweep across all of the trucks, and I am just stopping at that truck because it is so bright. If there's some way, the maker could tone that down a little bit, I think that would help a lot. And the headlights on the camera left truck, I think are pretty bright. That area I just kind of can't get away from. I think if that's toned down as well, little distractions. There's a lot going on in this image to clean it up. So the bright headlight truck, if you go look through the window of the door that is open, camera left, there's some white. I don't know if it's part of a truck or what it is. I would get that off, clone some of the trees over that. It's creating a distraction. And camera right of the really bright truck on the ground by the tree, I would tone those rocks down as well. My goal is, as the viewer, I want to sweep back and forth. And some of these bright areas are just creating a distraction and getting me to stop dead center in the image.
For me, I think just waiting just a little bit longer or maybe a little bit earlier, depending on if this was morning or evening, you've got some long shadows that tell me that, it's not midday, but it's not quite to that sweet light period either. I think just a little bit time of day would have really made this image do a lot better.
Can we do a real quick break?
We can go to the breakout room, please. Okay, when you're ready, we're ready.
We're back. Okay. If I can get this window to close down. There we go. Okay.
Sorry, I was living in another world.
Okay, so we were at Old Timers, is that correct? That was the last one we did.
Yes.
Frosty Perch, 83.
Oh,
Oh.
there's a brace there. Okay. My screen went wonky for a minute.
too.
Gina.
Wow. Okay. I I'm going to stop just a second because those eyes are absolutely freaking me out in a cool way. I don't normally, because of the predator eyes, I think he looks like he's surprised he saw me. I think that the snow that's coming down around is handled so well. I mean, he's popping off, but at the same time, he's got this beautiful camouflage around him. For me, my eyes kept going to the upper left in the middle there where the snow is, because there's not a whole lot of texture in that snow, so it kind of creates a over highlight area for me. Maybe a crop in or something to kind of, yeah, if I bring my hand over it, if I kind of crop that part out and still kind of keep him in the bottom left, it's amazing. He looks like he's judging me. So the storytelling is there.
And for me, when it goes to camera right where it meets the presentation, there are a couple of those little twigs that are very in focus right next to all the rest that's out of focus. So I think I might soften that area just a little bit so it didn't pull my eye out.
And I'm thinking if that camera right branch that's coming into the image, kind of in the middle towards the top, if the maker cropped that out, moving the owl to the right a little bit more, I think we're going to get rid of some of this bright background, and the eye is going to go more to this owl instead of all around the image.
Okay, next image, please.
Mountains to Climb, 77.
And Tim.
I believe this came to our panel. Macro obviously has very shallow depth of field. You know, I feel that it would have been nice to have a little more depth of field with this if that was an option, because I don't really have the back end sharp, nor do you have the front antennae, if that's the right word, sharp either. The design of this and idea is really great. Feels a little green. I mean, obviously there's a lot of green going on there, but the colors don't feel like they're quite right. The matte, I don't think is an advantage either, but the major thing is really the focus.
And then the focus, number one, for me, bottom left corner. It's kind of fuzzy down there. I think if it's cropped up a little bit, that bright fuzziness will be taken away, and the focus is more on the ladybug.
Okay, next image, please.
Dawn Breaks Over Bear Lake, 78.
And Christy.
Yeah, this is a beautiful image. I am, and I see that there's a reflection, going on with the mountain. I don't know if we need to see the mountain peaks in this reflection, because that top part of that mountain is so bright down there. It's pulling my eye away from the main part of the scene, and to me, the reflection should be secondary. So I think some of that mountaintop could be cropped off. I also don't think the print presentation, the color works well with this image. You know, maybe if it's a dark gray or something that matches with the mountains, or a darker hunter green would work. And then the key line, some judges will pick on this as disappearing, around the image. So that's something to consider as well. But, I think the lighting skimming across the top of the trees looks great. Maybe a little bit more contrast in the mountains. They've got just a little, muddy going on there, if that could be boosted just a little bit.
Okay, next image.
Zodiac King, 86.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take this one. Yeah, a powerful image. I like the painting style that's done on this. I go right to the eyes. For me, a little bit that key line is kind of wonky in the I'm not sure if there's kind of a highlight put on there. It almost looks like it's curving a little bit and it's not the same width all the way around. Um, I can't tell. Some areas that it kind of looks separated from the rest of it, and other areas it looks like it goes right into the image. So I would work on that a little bit, but I'm not finding a lot to pick on inside the image.
This came up in front of our panel, and the one area that was an issue for me are the whites going around the outside of the eyes. They're so bright, and I don't think an animal or human's eyes have that bright of, white going around the eyes. And I think if there was maybe some more shadow brought in, that would help with the eyes. But I think the painting technique is gorgeous.
Okay, next image, please.
Golden Awakening, 79.
Gina.
Yeah. Wow. Hi. Okay, let's just jump right in here. I don't know what this Yellowstone where it is. It could be Mars, as far as I know. I think it's really interesting in the fact it's almost like primordial with the bubbles and then the daylight coming up and over. I did have concerns around the mountainsides. On the left-hand side, as it comes down, has a little bit of a sharpening look to the line on top. And then it comes across on the other side and it gets kind of murky over the top of something. And it could just be the atmosphere, but there is some murkiness. And then as I go up from the middle of the sunrise up toward the edge of the mat, I'm starting to see what appears to be some banding. And those are just technical issues that will keep it out. But I think there are as a really interesting concept with this, maybe just boost it a little bit and take care of some of those concerns.
And I will say this did come before my panel, and if you go about a third of the way in from the right-hand side of the image on those mountains back there, we've got some purple and green kind of going on in there that appears to be some digital noise or something going on there. And then in the right hand bottom corner there's some digital noise again with kind of some purples and greens and that kind of thing going on in there that I do think hurt the image a little bit.
And if I can jump in, to me, the beauty of the image is that sky, the mountains and a little bit of the foreground. My thought is if the crop comes up off the bottom, you're focused more on what's like really like impactful. So my thought is cropping up just a little bit.
Hey, next image, please.
City by the Bay, 77.
I can take this.
Okay.
Yeah, great location, with the city by the bay. I'm not sure if the time of day works really well. The buildings look, flat lit. And I think if this was shot more like it's, close to sunrise or sunset, you're going to get more light direction on these buildings and some more shadow to give it a little bit, contrast, some drama. And perhaps cropping up off that, the bottom just a little bit. This foreground with the bushes makes it really heavy. And I think a panoramic shot crop would be a lot more pleasing if some of that foreground could be taken out. But I think the sky is captured really well. The exposure is good. I just think time of day is the issue.
Okay, next image, please.
Aspen Portal, 79.
Tim.
Framing elements on this are really nice. The rocks in the foreground give a really solid base. The trees are lovely. I think probably more than anything, these are technical issues. The mountains in the back with the sun coming across, kind of lightening them. It still gets a little bit crazy as far as contrast there, and I think you could easily bump that. When I look at the sky and the transition to the mountains, it kind of looks like there's a masking or a digital issue there, selection issue. The mountains themselves actually get darker along the top there, and that wouldn't happen naturally, and they're a little bit too crisp or sharp for everything else in the scene. I do like the composition. I like the design. It's just that the brightness up above and the sharpness up above, and the way the lighting occurred, you could do a lot of things in post on this. Might bring it back a little bit closer, but the major issues I think are basically some of the technical issues with the mountains themselves and those transitions and how you rendered that very, very bright area there. It's got to be brought down somehow up on top.
Okay, next image.
On the Hunt, 86.
Christy?
Yeah, I was on the panel with this image came up of this what looks to be like a snowy owl. Composition is great. Where I was struggling, with this is, and yes, I know it's, got some bright white areas. But my thought is if the wings could be toned down just a little bit, I think that would help. Especially camera right wing where it's, catching some of the light. It doesn't need to be brought down a lot. One thing that the maker can look at, and this is issues that we deal with wildlife. Sometimes, this is how the animals are, but the viewer may get confused and not understand. But underneath the wings, there's this dark gray, shadowy, it's kind of gone kind of murky. And I'm not sure if that's something, if you look camera right wing, that wing's darker. It's got a darker gray versus the camera left one. It just kind of looks gray and murky. Maybe that would be toning that down or giving it just a little bit more, pop right there. The capture's great. The owl, looks great. The sky looks great. I think those are just mainly the main issues.
Okay, next image, please.
China Astor, 82.
Gina.
I can,
Oh,
I can take it.
okay.
Unless Gina, you want it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, or you can chime in and help me.
Okay.
This image came up for our panel yesterday, and I think like the inside of the flower, tack sharp, looks great. A lot of the petals with the way the light is shining on them is really cool. It gives it like the silver metallic feel. An area of concern is the top left, our left, camera left petal, where there's a dark blotchy area. If that could get cleaned up, I think that would help. Down camera right, if we're trying to kind of stay with this metallic feel, the leaves underneath or the petals underneath are going kind of, yellow, brown. I'm not sure if that's something where the color can be changed a little bit, to match up with the rest of the image. And then I think if the maker had moved a little bit to their left, this issue would go away. And the issue for me is we've got the yellow, we've got a lot of the silvery gray, white, but then we have these dark parts looking down and leaves like these dark black holes that I just think are taking away from the beauty of this image. And if the maker had moved just a little bit to the left, those would have disappeared or been less visible.
Okay, next image, please.
Battleship Wisconsin, Under a Trail of Stars, 81.
Christy. Oh, sorry, Gina.
Okay. Yeah, well, I felt like I'm looking at two different images. That's just for me, because I mean, with the Trail of Stars, I would expect there would be some more movement in the battleship. you know, because it is on water, it is going to bounce up and down a little bit, and a few of the other things. I do enjoy the star effects on the lights. I think that in my opinion, was handled quite well. There were just some little bits and pieces, like the bright yellow on that sidewalk or that's jutting out right there. Not the goldens, but I mean, just goes really yellow right in there, was a little bit of a concern with me, as well as some of the lights in the building across. My eye keeps being drawn there. The one that's closest to the water, the waterfront images, where it's really warm on one side and then we pop over to the other and it goes really blue on the other. But for me, I just had a hard time, for me, believing the star trails with the actual environment.
Okay, next image, please.
Standing out, 79.
I'll go ahead and take this one. This came up in my panel, and I think really nice, you know, use of space around these animals to give them an environment. For me, I was not really understanding the shadows going kind of across the younger zebra in front. Maybe that's from the ears, but going across the middle, the shadow just didn't quite seem real to me, that it would be there and go that long. And then I felt like the presentation was really kind of distracting me from the image as well. Okay, next image, please.
Just the two of us, 82.
Gina. No, I think it's Tim's turn. Tim.
So this actually came up during our panel. Was enjoyed a lot. One of the major comments about it was the composition and the foreground elements, how strong they were. They liked the motion in the water. They felt probably the major complaint about it is if you look at the rocks themselves, the upper skyward side of them, especially the big rock camera right there, is kind of a haloing crispiness, like over sharpening or masking thing going on there, and it happens on the other one as well. And so if that could be taken care of, which really is not that difficult to do, the panel expressed that they thought this would go a lot higher as far as scoring. The sky is fine and the horizon line looks fine also. So everything in there worked really well. They just had concerns about those transitions and the edges.
All right, next image.
Oxbow Autumn, 83.
And Christy, your turn.
Yeah, this is gorgeous scenery going on here. The first thing that's jumping out at me is the presentation. I don't think this, like a mustard yellow, really complements the image. Perhaps if there's something like a darker color, the maker could use, I think it's going to make the image pop. This does not help the image at all. I'm trying to I just kind of feel like the sky, and I could be wrong, seems a little oversaturated to me. It's pretty blue in the water. That may not have happened, but that is something that's just kind of catching my attention. We have a little bit of fringing going on camera left, around the green trees at the top. That's something the maker could zero in on, go in close, and with the clone tool, take that off. That is something that can hold an image down as well. But the panoramic, works really well. The grass on the right is kind of pulling my eye away because it is so bright. I don't know if that can be darkened down a little bit. But I don't know if I want to suggest that too much because we don't want that, area to go wonky. But the snow, I can see detail. I mean, everything looks great. My concern is more the fringing, and with the sky just going so blue, camera left, it almost just doesn't look real to me, including the water.
Okay, next image, please.
1 million years in the making, 79.
And Gina.
Yeah. I feel like I've been transported back to like prehistoric times, right before everything was created. I think the lighting that is coming across the backside, creating those blues, I think is interesting, along with the what's in the middle. Where I'm having a little bit of issue on three things is the foregrounding rock right there at the bottom right is really drawing my attention away from what's happening in the center. I think while the sky is quite beautiful, it comes across as a little murky, for lack of a better term, because as you go through the arch where the egg is what I'm going to call it, right as I get back into that part of the sky, it just kind of feels a little flat and murky. And then that one mountain range in between the egg and the arch, is so much brighter than in the other areas surrounding it. I think there's for me, I think there's a great image in here. I just think it needs to be thought a little bit. And the presentation for me is very heavy for this beautiful mid-tone colors.
Yeah,
Can I
and I go ahead, Tim.
So this is kind of a pet peeve for me. By the way, I know that rock and photographed it many times with the Milky Way behind it. That's a great spot to find scorpions if you're interested. Anyway, beautiful location. The hills to the east, to the Sierras, if you look at the sky, whatever masking technique they used, you can see it bleeding down into the mountains themselves. And again, a major issue that needs to be resolved. I'm not sure if that sky was replaced. I kind of suspected, but it really doesn't matter. The technique as far as the transition between that shadow, that mountain edge and the sky has to be fixed. Otherwise, it will never merit.
Yeah, and I was on the panel when this came through, and I really just felt like the sky was just too bright. It just really was almost falling apart, and really kind of held me back. So, okay, next image, please.
Takeoff from a watery runway, 90.
And Tim.
That was a 90?
Yes.
Excellent. They have good taste. Beautiful image, beautiful capture. The technical aspects of the sharpness, where the focus points are, the expression with the tongue hanging out, all that stuff, the motion in the water, the way it's kicking up the water, and in particular, the way the light hits the wings, incredibly well done. I don't see any technical issues. They did a vignette. It might be a little bit overdone, but I think it's actually very appropriate. I would have liked to see maybe more space for it to run into because it ends up being totally centered. But you can't fight with a 90. I mean, that's really well done. The way there's a translucency in the wings, the closest wing to us, really quite lovely. Perhaps there's a little bit of, it feels a little blown out down by the tail and down by the feet. If that could be rendered a little bit better, I think that would help it. But otherwise, really beautiful image.
Okay, next image, please.
High Country Companion, 82.
And I'll go ahead and talk about this when it came up in our panel yesterday. And for me, I really felt like the clothing really detracted from the image as far as we've got stripes and blues going on, then we've got the turquoise green coat, and that's pulling my eye so much away from that really wonderful face that has so much story that I want to get into that story a little bit more. I know there was a little bit of concern with the placement of the horse, with the rocks kind of cutting it off a little bit. But for me, kind of the brightness of the face, maybe just taking everything down just a little bit, I think. And then maybe possibly even going in and changing, if you couldn't change the clothing, that day, possibly you could do it now a little bit, and bringing in more of a brown color, I think would make the face pop out a lot more.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So was this a panel you were on?
Yes.
Okay. This appears to me, I'm assuming, but I do a lot of reenactors, whether it's Civil War, Revolutionary War, whatever it may be. This appears to be a reenactor. And I'm assuming that the clothing, the striped shirt, the color of the jacket, actually, which is probably more a blanket, and all the rest of that is actually part of authentic clothing from that era he's trying to reenact. Same thing with the way the horse, the pack, and all the rest of that stuff. Everything there looks to be authentic. So my question is, I mean, we just suggested perhaps, and I understand the aesthetics of the color of the blanket and the aesthetics of the shirt. If he's trying to stay authentic to photograph this individual as a reenactor, what do we do?
I don't know the answer to that. All I can say is what hit me, when it came around and I saw it.
Yeah.
And I understand, wanting to have truth as well. So I don't have an answer for you or the maker. Um,
I understand the aesthetics. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. To me, there's nice light on his face, but perhaps it would be better if there were more dramatic light on the face. Maybe if you were setting more like a setting sun early mornings uh, scene, it would be less about the colors and you could really focus in on some of the other aspects of it. That's the only other suggestion I have for the maker because aesthetically the pose is really good, the design is good, the lighting is solid, but I mean your points are valid too.
I wonder if perhaps just going to black and white, would not compromise the authenticity of the clothing or anything, but take away the problem that some of us might have.
Aesthetically, yeah, but then the other end of that, again, not to be controversial, but the other end of that is that most of us think of the vintage images in black and white. But if you were to see the ones from the 1900s and earlier that did exist in color, those are the actual colors. And that's kind of point of the reenactment is that they did wear really wild colors. So it's kind of a contradiction. It's really difficult to figure out how to photograph them.
Okay,
Hmm,
it's all interesting.
learn something new every day.
I know. All right, next image, please.
Bend before I break, 83.
Let's see. Gina. Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know where we're at. Where we're at.
That's okay. I'm happy to take this. Wow. I think that the black and white gamut on this is nice as far as using the zone system. I'm seeing detail on the ice. The only question mark I had was that one white line running through the very bottom. I mean, maybe if it was just cropped up a little bit, I wouldn't keep going there. I mean, it could be there. Maker chose to put it there, to show a highlight versus a little bit darker in the grays. But for me, it's drawing my eye away from that pine branch that's buried slightly in the snow. And that's where I kind of stood on that.
Yeah, I really like the storytelling on that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, next image, please.
Twins, 81.
And Tim.
And great graphic design, the harmony and the reflection, the repetition, really well done. The posing on the legs, I know they spent a long time on that. Even the pattern in the water is all really, really good stuff. It feels just a tad flat for me and just a tad soft. And those are my only comments. So if you could crisp up, especially the face and the beaks, that would help. And maybe just a little, everything in the faces and the eyes goes a little bit flat. Everything else seems to be okay, but that's probably because it's in the shadow on an overcast day. Adding a little bit of a contrast and just a tad sharpness would help me.
Okay, next image, please.
Graceful Arc, 79.
Christy.
Yeah. I am enjoying, the arc in this tree. Where I'm struggling, the tree's kind of bright. And it might be the time of day, with the way the sun is hitting the tree, it's a little bright, which makes the reflection really bright. And I think the reflection is causing a lot of distraction for me. One is maybe toning some of that down, or the plant life that's at the bottom of the image. There's a lot going on in this image. I would recommend cropping up and trying to get as much of that plant life off of there. But I think the time of day wasn't great. I'd like to see more light and shadow versus the tree being flat lit. And I think the presentation is a little dark, a little heavy. Probably could have a smaller mat and maybe like a dark gray. Might complement this image a little bit better.
Okay, next image, please.
Me, Gorilla, 78.
Gina.
Absolutely. The expression alone on this gorilla's face is like, yeah, I'm busy. Leave me alone just a little
Could
bit.
you call that resting bitch face?
Resting gorilla face. I will leave it
There you
there.
go.
I think the maker was right there and got a good capture. For me, the main color and the main brightness is in the foreground with the flower, the little leaves and everything else, and the little flowery, I don't know, what are they, grasses that go around it that are poking all out of its head and its body. That is just too distracting for me to stay on this. And I hate to put it this way, that he looks a little like a simpleton. I'm just me. He has a little bit dull look in his face. And missing a presentation as well. Is enough to keep it out of merit, but all those bright grasses around him, are just very distracting for me to want to zoom into that face and that the fur.
Okay, next image, please.
Hanging by a thread, 80.
Tim.
Oh, geez, you're really good at picking up the ones that came up on our panels. Um, really nice. Actually, what happened with the web and the abstract aspect of what happened when it gets in the upper right-hand side was just really cool in itself with the light going through. And then the positioning of the spider coming down, all that was just really incredible. The diagonal line gave it a sense of tension, like it was falling and moving forward. So there were a lot of great things going on. I think the major complaint was it didn't feel realistic with the colors, and it may possibly have been, but I think the panel, all of us kind of talked about it, and it feels just kind of uber saturated and a little less believable than what we would have thought. But then we've been wrong before. Great image.
Okay, next image, please.
Sneak peek, 91.
Oh, Tony, I think this is a Tony image.
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday too. And so for me, I wasn't feeling like the light was consistent throughout. We have a really bright highlight on that branch that's going across there, and I'm just not feeling the same highlights coming down onto the bird. Now, it got a really nice score, and there's a lot of really nice work done here. But for me, I just kind of wanted to feel that same highlight coming through on the top of the head a little bit more on some of those feathers. I'm seeing nice shadows underneath those feathers, but maybe just continuing with that highlight just a little bit, or if not, then toning it down on the branch. Which might be a little bit easier to do when you think about it. But to me, that inconsistency held my score down just a little bit. Okay, next image, please.
Out of the blue, 81.
Wow.
Oh, sounds like you want to talk about
I'll
it.
take it. I'm looking, going, I don't know if there's anything I can add to this. I'm taking it in. This is incredible. Talk about impact. Let me first just start with the presentation before I work my way into the image. I don't think it works having the key line right next to the image, separating the mat. It just seems to be kind of disappearing in spots. The maker can create a little sliver of a dark mat on the outside and then add the key line. I think that would help this image. It looks like there's a little bit of fringing going on around some of these areas of the ice. And that usually happens when there's something, dark against something really bright. It's not major, but it's stuff that can be cloned out. It's right along the edge some of the little bright lines more camera left and at the top. I can see some fringing going on up there. The sky is beautiful. I mean, the rocks, I don't know what else to add. I just think this is very powerful.
Okay, next image, please.
Alien Sunrise, 86.
Gina.
Thank you. Wow. I almost feel like this is almost basically a straight out of the camera with a mat on it. The lighting that comes across and hits the plateau, and whatever is in the back of that plateau, it almost looks like early city or something. I'm not really sure. But with that light falling across those golden colors, and then it wraps back around and goes back into this deep cool, that really pulls in with the sky of, of being opposites, where you have this cools on the right and bringing it down. The detail and all these auroras, I don't even know what to call them. I just think the ditches and gullies, I think it feels like I just stepped into Mars. And it almost feels like in the top left where the sunset's coming in, it almost feels like a primordial water instead of, more flatlands. Gosh, I'm having a hard time finding out what I would want to fix.
I can talk about what, because this came up in our panel. Absolutely loved it. What was the score again?
86.
Yeah, they liked it. We liked it a lot. They especially liked the treatment of the warmth of the rocks on with the sunlight, and also the coolness of the stuff illuminated by the sky. Often that's taken out, and it really adds to the sense of depth. It was commented about how the butte in the foreground actually doesn't cut into the mountain range in the back. And so whether they were on a ladder or what they did with angle of view to make that happen, it's was absolutely brilliant. The only comment I think we got, and this was a big controversy, was the sky. It's a really nice sky. It's a great sky. It's a little bit bright. It kind of pulls you up a lot. It was suggested that perhaps if it were cropped down so that there was just a sliver of sky, it would make the foreground that much stronger. And that's a call by the artist, but that was one of the suggestions. It's just a great image, though.
Tim, can you help me with the question I have? I need to
Sure.
learn from this image. So if we go camera right, about an inch in from the presentation and not quite halfway up, that really saturated line on that rock. I understand it's coming
Super
from
red?
the sun, the red.
Mm-hmm.
Just that one line on the side of that one rock
Yep.
to me, it would be stronger toning down the saturation right there just a little bit, but help me out.
Well, it's a great controversy because aesthetically you would be correct. If you pull that out, it'll complete the line a lot. But then you could start going into just right above that. There's that slope and there's a bunch of rocks in there. And so it's like, okay, which ones do I take out? Which ones do I keep? And then part of it has to do with authenticity, reality, and what's going on. I made a comment about an earlier image that sometimes we take so much stuff out that it becomes homogeneous. That's a legitimate question, a really important one. The brightness of that red is real, though. So for somebody that, to me, I do a lot of landscapes, and there are things that they left in here that are actually part of the subtleness of the experience. And I really appreciate that. Although others, I mean, I see a lot of work. This doesn't look like a stitch to me. This looks like a singular image. I see a lot of work where they pull a lot, they do stitching, they do amazing things we've never seen before in HDR. And it would be like the blue in the shadows, and they take that out. And it's really stunning, but it also doesn't speak to the reality. I mean, the contrast of color that is normally there is just a beautiful, beautiful thing. So it's an artist's call, and I get your point. I would probably leave it in, but I'm a little bit more of a purist. But aesthetically, you could certainly pull that out.
All right. Well, I didn't know the answer, and so I thought I would ask the question.
Can I
All
tell you
right.
one of my pet peeves that they solved on this one? There's something called atmospheric perspective, which you guys art majors know what it is, where things that get further away get lower contrast and they get cooler and they get softer. And so if you look at the mountains in the distance, if you look at the edges, they are just as soft as everything else in that mountain range. Whereas we've seen like 4 or 5 images in a row where they went in and they did something to the sky that the edges of the mountains are actually sharper than the stuff that happens. And you can have edges in the mountains that are sharper than what's going on in the foreground, which is completely counter to not only art history, but actually what happens naturally. And this artist left it the way it happens naturally, which is really refreshing.
Kudos to this artist.
Yeah, beautiful.
All
image.
right. Yeah, wonderful image. Okay, next image, please.
Morning breaks like a gentle breeze, 83.
Let's see. Who started that one?
Don't know,
Looks
don't
like I
care.
did.
Gina.
Okay, then it's Tim's turn, I guess.
Oh, dang it. This was in front of my panel too. It was a really popular image, but it was also really controversial because there was one individual that loved it to death. They loved the storytelling, and we all got that. Some of the judges were concerned with the ripples in the water, whether or not they were distracting. The one artist loved it, or one judge loved it because it seemed authentic. One of the judges' comments was that the oranges seemed kind of blown out in the buildings in camera right, but it was kind of authentic. And then another judge had an issue with the mountains not being as contrasty as perhaps they should be, or not enough detail in the snow. So it kind of went around and around, and it again depends on your background, etc. It's a great image, and the artist should be very proud. There was somebody fighting vigorously for this one, and most of the rest of the judges liked it, but they didn't go as high as the other judge.
Okay, and that's why there's 5 of us on a panel so that we
Yeah.
can each bring our own perspectives. And actually, I learned so much from all of that. So, okay, next image, please.
Out of the Mist, 78.
And Christy, your turn.
Yeah. I'm really enjoying the vertical crop on this, with this tree kind of jutting up, and that to me makes this the subject. And I like that it's kind of like in the rule of thirds. I'm struggling to see if I can find anything that I would recommend to be fixed, because we've got this foggy area in the back. You've got the soft cascading water. About the only thing that I see, and I don't know if it's a rock or if it's snow, but camera left, there's a rock there that's really bright. It's underneath the camera left part of the waterfall, and it's might be catching some light, but it's blown out, lost detail. And if it's a rock, I really would recommend toning that down. But that's about the only thing that I could find that I think needs fixing.
Any other thoughts on this one? It didn't merit, so
It was on my panel. Who knew? Everybody loved it, and I think it came back for review. And the suggestion was perhaps the foreground could have been softened a little bit like the rest of the image so that that vertical tree could be more dynamic in the composition. I don't know. It's a great image.
okay. Next image, please.
Heavens and Surf, 80.
And Gina, your turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I love a good nighttime shot, getting the Milky Way in there. For me, it fell flat all the way across as being very flat in the light, a bit flat in the sky with the way it goes down and has it color shift into green before it goes into dark blue and back into the ocean, and that kind of murky green. One of the other things that I had a concern about when this came through on the panel was if you look at the very middle of the front dune, you go from gray to a lighter tan and then into purple. So there was this color shift through the sand and across the beach that it just didn't have the oomph and the detail and the punch that it could have.
Okay, next image, please.
Catching the Wind and Light, 81.
And Tim,
So this is actually a very interesting and beautiful composition. Um, Feels a little hot. I love the beam of light coming across through the middle of the composition and the way it hits the windmills. It feels just a tad hot there for me. And I could honestly see that bringing the foreground, I could see it coming up even tighter, so it's even skinnier going across, and bringing it up in value because, making it darker in value because I think it would um, make it more dramatic. Because I mean, design compositionally, that there's a lot of really nice things going on. I'm looking up in the sky and I'm seeing multiple colors, like there's a magenta in there and a little green in there. We used to call that metabolisms in printing when they had color ink in printers. I don't know where that's coming from. And I don't know if it's intentional. Sometimes if you do your images as RGB, and it's a black and white image, you'll come up with those color shifts. It's kind of a banding thing. And I suspect that's what it is. If it's not intentional, the way to get rid of that is take it and move it over to grayscale, and that'll disappear. But really nice image.
hey, next image, please.
Deep in the South, 82.
And Christy.
Yeah, this was on our panel yesterday, and I am really enamored with this image. I can address some of the issues that were discussed yesterday. And some was camera left, the trees had lost some of the texture, kind of blocked up black areas. One judge talked about they didn't know where the eye was supposed to go. And I think the issue there is, we have this tunnel under the tree branches, yet our eye is going to the right of that, when you can see through to the trees in the background that are overexposed, kind of blown out. And I'm not sure if that's something where the maker could go in and tone that area down. And then there's another, like a lower tree camera, right? It's really bright in through there too. So what's happening is the eye is being, taken to the right for these bright areas. And I think we're not going down the tunnel, which is what the maker wanted us to do.
Yeah, I just got back from Savannah about 10 days ago, and this is making me miss moss-covered trees really bad. Love these big old trees. Okay, next image, please.
Mystic Fishing Grounds, 84.
I will talk about this one. This one pulls me right in, and I love the ambiguity of this image. I think I was on the panel when this came up. Maybe not, but it sure is striking me now. I'm really pulled into it. I'm gonna need some help with trying to figure out something to give the maker though, because I'm really enjoying this image.
So I'm going to ask the same question because it got an 84. Maybe it's an aesthetic thing and a judge's choice thing, but I really like how it starts out with it just moves you all the way through. It gets so subtle on the right-hand side. You have to give yourself time to see it. They may have been looking for more contrast. To me, that doesn't, I mean, this feels really, really good. There are some issues on the lower right-hand side that look like kind of banding. And when you get into subtle colors like this, it sometimes happens. I don't know whether that's just because how big are the files that we turn in? 1920 on the longest side here? Is that what we do in the PPA
At
MIR thing?
4,000.
Is it 4,000?
Yeah.
Okay. They might have used sRGB instead of RGB, and that might have helped that problem because I see that sometimes in my work. But that's the only stinking flaw I can see in this thing. I love what they did with this.
I'd like to jump in. Top camera left corner. There is some banding going on. The top left corner is so bright, overexposed, that if you come in a little bit, you're going to see some, lines and some color distortion starting. So it goes from, like darker to this bright spot, almost like a triangular area, top left camera. And it almost looks like, the sun just kind of was peeking out there and just blew out that area. And I think that should be fixed, because that is something, if another judge sees it, it could affect, a score if the maker wants to go on with this.
Thank you. All right, next image.
Desolation, 85.
And I think, Christy, I think I just jumped your turn. Is it your turn?
It doesn't matter. I'd love to take this.
All right.
Yeah, it's like, wow. This is one where I feel like I'm on another planet. My only concern with this, I don't know if it was sharpened or some kind of a texture was put on this, because for me it doesn't look natural unless the maker is trying to make some kind of a fantasy image. But the camera right, that plateau, the brown plateau that we see, with the mountain off in the distance, there's some kind of an aberration going on over the top of this whole thing with the pinks and blues going on right there. And that right there, I think, could keep an image, from meriting. And I don't know if that was, created, if some kind of texture or something was done in the rendering of this image, because it looks really saturated, like overly saturated, and that some sharpening, happened with this. And the sky camera left has got some issues for me. It's just really blotchy. We've got some muddy areas going on there. That just doesn't look natural either, like some effect was put up there.
I think, and I could definitely be wrong, but I believe that's a town back there along the bottom of that mountain. At least I've seen other images from this area that I think is the same area, that I could see a town back there. So, that could be red buildings, red lights, whatever from that town. And again, I could definitely be wrong, just above the mesa there. Any other comments for this maker?
Yeah, I do, and I've seen this image before, and it always catches my eye. Right dead center in the middle of those clouds, you have these beautiful horizontal lines, and you have this vertical right there, and it just kind of almost swoops down like for a funnel cloud, I guess, a little bit, I guess is the best way I put it. That my eye, because it's so bright, my eye keeps going right there instead of staying on this beautiful bottom part. Just maybe a little touch up there.
Okay, next image, please.
Take the Long Way Home, 83.
Gina.
Yeah, I think we're back in Savannah again. The lush greens that are coming across this are just, I just want to walk through it with a flower in my hand. I had a little bit of concern with the tire tracks in the road. For me, because it's so bright, it draws my eye away a little bit. I do feel that maybe it's a little sharp in certain areas, because I'm getting some, if you look to the left, there's 3 trees. As I walk my eyes through it, it's really super vivid green in between those trunks. But if I look over straight back, it goes, a little overly bright, on some of those, I'm going to call them weeds that are up back there, some sumac or whatever. I think it's an incredible image, because the fall of the Spanish moss, pulls me back into that far scene. But for me, the tire tracks were a little bit of a concern.
Okay, next image, please.
Touch of the Master's Light, 78.
And Tim.
Dang, that's pretty. Foreground is really lovely, especially with the color and those waves of red. as they go through and lead you into the image. Really wonderful. Compositionally, the valley that brings, I mean, foreground, middle ground, background, all the way through, tremendous amount of depth. The light, the time of day they chose where the light comes up the valley, even up the valley of in the foreground, really nicely done. I only just have technical issues, and that's, again, some of the issues with the haloing and the over sharpening or masking in the brightest areas in the back with the sky. Definitely need to be resolved. And I would suggest bringing down some of those areas where that converges as far as intensity, if you could, and especially with the sky, although that's asking an awful lot. And so you also didn't get the perfect sky, but as far as what the artists did with what they had, I think they're really excellent choices. And I just wish some of the technical issues about the horizon line would be fixed. And I wish the sky were not so bright in that background area.
Okay, next image, please.
The Metropolis, 81.
Christy.
Yeah, this image came up on our panel. And Connie, could you say the title and the score one more time?
Sure. The Metropolis. And the score is 81.
Okay. Yeah, great title for a metropolis. We've got wonderful leading lines with these pillars, leading us right to the city, which is our subject. One area that I think could use a little bit of help that's an issue for me is so you're in the middle of the image, go to the right, you've got that really bright, tall building. And it's really the brightest part of the whole image. And what's happening is it's just drawing my eye up there. If the maker can tone that down, I think it would really help. When this came up, one of the things that I was kind of looking at and really couldn't take my eye away from was trying to figure out these pillars. They're so dark that they just feel like there's no texture on any of them. And I don't know if they were brought down or not, but they just seem really dark, almost like blocked up, where there's really no texture going on. But I think the exposure, of the buildings work really well. Slowing down the shutter, with the movement of the soft movement of the clouds and the water works really well. One little nitpicky thing that could be fixed, that's creating another distraction, camera right, by these little floating pillars is some kind of metal object and it's catching the light. I would either tone that down or try to get that out of there.
Okay, next image, please.
A Cold Flight, 81.
And Gina.
Sure. I'm gonna study this just a little bit because I've not seen this before. This has such atmosphere, number one. I'm just gonna start with that because the clouds are clingy, and there's a little bit of fog coming up, and it's I'm assuming it's early morning. There's snow on the ground, and this crow's like, I'm out of here. But I think that the atmosphere of the trees and the way it's handled with the fogginess, and the starkness of so much of it, and the sky and that one black spot of the bird, I think really tells the story very well. I did have some concerns in some of the blacks, especially on the fore tree and the tree to the right, that I'm starting to lose a little bit of detail in there, but the time of day kind of explains that to me.
Hey,
Yeah.
next image. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to jump in real quick, and this would be, up to the maker if they want to deal with this or not. So you got the middle tree, go to the top near the presentation, and those are probably some dark clouds up there, some like finger-like clouds coming down. That might be something you want to get rid of. It's creating a little bit of a distraction for me and pulling my eye up there.
Hey, next image, please.
Iceland Sunrise, 83.
And Tim.
Mm,
Oh, ain't that pretty? 83.
Yes,
I think this came up. I've seen it before actually, but I don't think it was during this print competition. The composition is through the roof, amazing. With the falls from the camera left. Uh, there's always a debate about whether the shutter speed's too slow, too fast, whatever, and how the water renders. For me personally, I think that renders very mystically and really in a lovely way. So I think that's all great. The positioning of the mountain in there is also great. The comment that someone else had that held it down a lot, and I've already kicked this horse a lot of times, but if you look, the sky looks like they burned it in, and now there's like a line going up around through that where they burned in kind of the whole mountain a little bit too much. That transition there is not as good as it might be. And that kept it lower for many of us when we were actually looking at it. Great capture.
And if I can jump in with something that I've noticed, the waterfall farthest from us actually has a color shift going on right down the middle. There is a green line going down there. And I would recommend taking that off of there. So instead of even looking more white, we've got this green and white and pink area.
Okay, next image, please.
Dancer, 85.
Well, I've already talked this one, so I'll let Christy take it.
Okay, awesome. And you said this is Dancer
Dancer,
at 85.
yes.
Yes, I can see why this image has scored well. It's beautiful. I like the bushes down at the bottom to give it some grounding and perspective. I think the capture of this bird works really well. Where I'm struggling a little bit is with the sky being brighter, and you've got this whitish bird. I feel like it's kind of blending in. And if for some reason, like the sky could be darkened down, it's going to make the bird pop. When it came up, I felt it lost the impact because it's blending in so much with that background, with the sky.
Okay, next image, please.
Guardian in the Mist, 81.
And Gina.
yeah, I'm just going to enjoy this for a second so I can really kind of soak it in. I think as I sit back away from it, I think it has a very Poe-esque kind of feel. I mean, it kind of feels like a sad story or like Wuthering Heights. But as I start to lean in a little bit, I'm starting, and I'm pretty sure it's probably just the plow lines in the field from the previous crops or whatever. But it pulls my eye away from staying in this kind of foggy feel, because if I have this fog, I would expect everything to be a little softer and a little bit more uh dense, I guess is the best way to put it. And I'm seeing all these lines go from the tree up and off that really concern me a little bit. And for me, it has to be so soft and foggy, it has a lot of noise in it. So I've got a little bit of concern. And for me, the presentation is eating up a lot of real estate in comparison to the image.
Hey,
Can I
next time. Yes,
make
go.
a comment?
Yes.
I think your comments are completely legit, although I actually kind of enjoy them in an opposite way. I think the grain there is actually a texture and noise there was put in to kind of fit with the mood with this artist. And you can go either way with whether you like it or not. It's probably a little heavy-handed for my taste because it breaks up so unevenly. But I do like the feel because it gives a really amazing mood to it. And the pattern going out from, again, the farming aspect of it, of the fields, I get the leading lines going out, but I think it held it in really well with the with the darkness, the way they did the vignette. I think they did a good job, and that just repeats the pattern of the road from the left going in all the way across, and it pulls you actually back down to the tree, and then it brings you across. So the leading lights through there are really kind of amazing. I think it's well done. I think the matte in this case, being so dark, mostly because of the size of it, the visual weight of it, really competes with the tree because there really isn't that much of a black in there. And a lighter matte or a smaller matte, I think would help it. But I think the comment about the noise is really well taken because not everybody responds to it in the same way, and it's just slightly heavy-handed. But I think I know where the artist was going, and I do appreciate that.
Okay, next image, please.
The Land of Fire and Ice, 79.
And Tim.
Well, that's what we call a beautiful sunset, and I assume that must be where the dragons live. It's a beautiful image in the leading lines in the clouds and in the panorama type of movement actually does very well with this. This is an incredibly difficult capture because of the dynamic range. It gets very dark in the edges, which is the natural vignette that's occurring. And even what's going on with the leading lines in the foreground is really strong as well. It just feels muddy in some areas. And in the highlight areas, it's not blown out. Well, it probably is blown out, but I mean, it feels blown out. The contrast might be a little bit high, and losing the detail in the shadow areas, I think, is a little bit much.
Okay, next image, please.
Breaking Dawn, 77.
And Christy.
Oh, yeah. This is a beautiful location. Oh my gosh. And what a cool tree. I am struggling with the clouds. We've got some color shifting going on there, and it might be, coming from, where the sun is coming from. But we've got, like the greens, the grays, some pinks, some yellows, and then the sky in the background camera right is green. So I think we've got some color tone issues going on in this image, because even like the mountain is kind of greenish when I would like to see the snow looking more white or gray. I'm not sure if the starburst helps this image. To me, it's cutting out this incredible tree, and the sky right behind it is blown out. So for me, that is an issue as well, that we've, lost complete detail back there.
Okay, next image, please.
Thunder and Dust, 85.
And Gina.
Giddy up. Yeah, wow. Let's just get started. There's such a good contrast of all the horses within here. So many times you'll see just browns, bays, whatever. You've got all these different color horses, and they're all handled very well. Even the whites, which, is a little difficult. You have where they're kicking up all the dirt and creating all this lower atmosphere, dust and everything else, but everything else holds this quiet, almost subdued color pattern, with sagebrush. I guess that's what it is, sagebrush and everything. But you have this beautiful green that starts at the top and that just brings me back down into the horses and pushes me around and creates a circular pattern. I think this is an understated piece that really draws my eye to every single one of those horses, even the ones that are straggling on the back, to see what's going on. I just think this image is handled well. I think the atmosphere is handled well. I think the time of day, being a little overcast, I guess is the best way I know to put it, but yet that dust is kicking up and bringing the highlight on all these horses. I think this is extremely well handled, and I think the presentation serves this. It gives it kind of an Old West flair.
Okay, next image. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think this is one of those images that's done well. And in terms of giving, input, it's hard to find anything to try to improve on this image. Where Gina likes the presentation, I think it's fine. I personally think if it went a little bit darker, it would make the image pop a little bit more versus just blending in. So that would be my 2 cents worth, but I think this is an incredible image.
The
Okay,
only thing I would add to that is, and this is just me being picky now that I've sat here and stared at it, but the very top of light green on top of the image up there in that pasture area, just right up there really close to the edge of the mat, might want to tone that down a little bit. It is, now that I sit here and stare at it more, it's starting to compete a little bit with everything else.
Okay, good point. Next image, please.
Reach, 85.
And Tim. Are you there, Tim?
I am, I'm sorry. I was having a nap, I apologize.
No
No,
napping.
no napping. Lovely image, the symmetry or the strength of that is really nice, but I also enjoy the asymmetrical elements of it. The design is really wonderful. The background I like a lot. It doesn't compete. My only issue with this is that there's such richness in many of the petals, but as you get to the upper left of the flower, it seems to get a little bit blown out. And I could very easily see that coming back down and holding on to some of the crispness. I could have perhaps seen even a little bit more in some of the flower, but the sense of direction of the lighting and just the way it opens up and graphically, it's really well done.
Okay, next image, please.
By the dawn's early light, 80. All right, there we go.
And Christy.
Yeah, I'm taking in this whole panoramic view. And I'm looking at the sky and the mountains. Yeah, I think it's really nice. I'm not sure if some texture was added to this, some noise, some grain. It seems like it's kind of crunchy on the ground and, the mountains. The sky looks fine, but it just, for me, has this like crunchy look to it. One of my concerns is I'm looking at all the little bushes down there, and we've lost complete detail in a lot of those. Kind of gotten some blocked up blacks going on in there. And I think the sky is rendered just fine. Those would be my main issues. I'm not sure if anybody else has anything to add.
Okay, next image, please.
Peggy's Cove, Halifax, 79.
And I'll take this one. I've been on a couple panels that we've done this over the last few weeks, and it usually starts out as merit, a low merit, and then usually gets talked down. And the main issues seem to be in the sky. We've got the greens and the purples kind of going on up there, like some digital noise kind of going on. But really we have all really enjoyed the saturation that brings us right into those red boats, the kind of different sides of the town going on there. The storytelling I think is really nice. I think what's holding this image back, and it's occurring in the lower parts of the water too, just is that green and purple coloring that seems to be happening in the sky.
And if I could add something, the white boat closest to us, camera left, the reflection, we've got some bright specular highlights down there. And it's so bright that it's drawing my eye there and away from the boats. I'm not sure if that's something that can be cleaned up through cloning, toning down, something like that. I would just recommend getting those down just a little bit, tone down.
Okay, next image, please.
Posing for his portrait, 78.
And Gina.
Wow. Beautiful bird, very tight capture. It draws my eye right into an interest. For me, I'm having a little problem with the color pop that's going across this bird. I appreciate the grays and the blacks, but I'm seeing other than his eyeballs around that where it's green, a lot of green reflecting back up into his feathers. You know, it's an environmental image and you're going to have that because it's camouflaging for them as well. But for me, it falls a little flat. A lot of the texture that's underneath the tail feathers, you want to call it noise or whatever, where it looks like it may have been tried to be brought up, was a little concern with me, along with the way some of the feathers feel like they're burned in some areas and brightened up in others along the very edge of the tail by the legs.
Okay, can we do a short little break here, guys?
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's go to the breakout room again.
I was hoping you'd say that I need a bio break.
Gina, I like your little picture playing hide and seek over there. It's very cool.
Thank you. That was an Arthur. Arthur and
That was an
Tony did
Arthur?
my, yeah, Arthur and Tony did my new business portraits. I wanted something that reflected who I really am.
Wow.
A little silly and hiding the mid 50 pounds.
So Arthur photographed my wife and I's engagement session.
Oh,
One of
I've
the
seen
most
that.
creative. I mean, I love photographing. I love watching people photograph, but to be photographed by someone, I mean, we all have it done and we all do it, but I mean, just how he works, it was really fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
And
was a
the
lot of
thought
fun.
he puts into having that open door or open window,
Yeah.
and the meaning behind all of that.
Well, my wife's also a art history major, and so he had us doing this one pose, and I was sitting down, she was standing up, and I looked at her, and she looks at me, she goes, George O'Keeffe and Alfred Stieglitz, and she goes, yes, and that's exactly what he was doing, and so it's like it was a lot of fun.
But hopefully you're a little bit happier than they ended up being. And if not, don't
Well,
share that
kudos for
now.
knowing one who they are and two what the relationship was, but yeah. I have a hard time. My students don't understand who Georgia O'Keeffe is
Mm,
and what she
Mm.
did, and it's how much of a rock star she was,
one
and
of
how
my
much of an ass Stieglitz was. But
one
one of the
one one
great
of
creative people, yeah.
one of my dreams is to go to Ghost Ranch
Oh, really?
someday.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Someday.
Yeah, we ran
Beautiful.
over a squirrel over there once, but it's yeah, such great history over there.
Tony, do you want to let everybody know why we're waiting?
We're waiting just on Connie to get back. She's dealing with a little bit of logistics, but I do also want to thank everybody that's hanging out with us today. Hopefully, you're getting some nice education, some good learning, some great talk amongst other artists about how they see things, and just thank you for being here.
You people rock.
They do. I don't know
These
about
images,
anybody else. I'm learning a ton.
these
Oh.
images are incredible.
Ditto.
I'm getting jealous.
Oh, I'm always jealous. So anyway, we just have about 25 images left to go. So we're getting things done. And, Connie's not in here, but Cassandra is. And thank you for all of your work today, running this for us, running the Zoom and sending us to the break room and all the behind the scenes stuff. So
It's great listening to all your comments. I think you've only commented on one of my images, ended up in this panel, but it was interesting to hear.
You know, that's the
Hopefully I
only
can hear
problem
the
with being
others.
on a panel is you don't get to hear the comments on your own work. So then you have to go back and listen to 24 hours of.
Right. Well,
no, you
So
can
how did we
just
do
wait till.
on your image? Did we totally miss it or did we get it?
no, it was, I think you guys liked it better than the original panel, so, and you had some ideas to improve it, so excited to
Awesome.
implement those.
Glad we can help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how they set up all the critiques. Like, I actually took I was watching the other rooms, like the progress bar, and I took a snapshot of the time when my image was being talked about on my iPad. So we'll see if I could like scroll through it really quick.
And you do know they will end up on printcompetition.com where you can just click on your image and it'll have both the recordings
Oh,
from
that's right.
yesterday.
And
Yeah,
if you're
and
under
today.
pro, if you're doing a pro, if you're
I am doing the pro, yeah.
Or is it
but
pro or
somebody said
premium?
something about YouTube. So I think they're also maybe going to put it on YouTube as well.
I believe so,
Oh, I bet
yes.
you another panel just emptied out because look at that. We got a lot of new
We
bodies.
got people came in to join us. We're just waiting on a
Connie's
logistic
here.
thing here. Oh,
Connie's
there's
back.
Connie's back. So
I am back and we're going to finish up what we have in our queue. So let's get to it.
Okie dokie.
okay.
Okay, hang on a second here. I've got things dinging all over the place here.
I'd make a joke that Connie's dingy today, but
R.
Was the last one we did posing for his portrait?
The heron.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was one of the last ones.
yeah.
Okay, okay. I don't think we've done this next one, so here we go. Stay away from my lunch.
And Tim,
Mm.
What did it score?
Oh, I'm sorry. 81. I'm still texting.
That's all right.
The
Beautiful, beautiful capture. The intensity in the eyes is really great, and it fits what's going on with the title very well. I like the sharpness. I think it's all appropriate. I love what's going on with the background where it's not distracting. I don't know whether it was taken out. If it was, I want to learn how to do that with grass. But in any event, very, very nice. I'm a little concerned about the cyan cast on this. It feels very, very blue. And I don't see a true white in there. I'm not sure why that would be. It needs to be warmed up a little bit in my mind. Not a huge fan of the presentation either. It doesn't really do, I understand what they're trying to do, but it doesn't, it ends up distracting for me.
And a couple little nitpicky, it's got some little white spots. The hawk on its back, I would take those off. And the feather camera right sticking out of the grass has got some black blotchy spot. I would take that out too. They're minor, but a judge could pick on that.
okay, next image, please.
Sunrise Solitude, 85.
And Christy.
Yeah, this is gorgeous. I am trying to see if there's anything that I would recommend. I can't tell, maybe you guys can help me. I'm looking sort of at the big mountain range, with the orange peaks, and I'm seeing what might be a little bit of fringing going on there. But I can't tell, but it looks like if there's fringing there, it's a white line going along the edge of the mountain. I would
It's pretty
recommend.
minor if it's anything. It's pretty well done.
If it's there, you can clean it up, but it is minor. I'm not seeing anything that I would recommend other than the presentation. I don't know if this gray matte complements this image. I think if you go a little bit darker with it, it's going to make it pop a little bit more.
I want to bring up one little thing really quick. After Christy mentioned the center, as I went to the far left in the mountains in the background, I do see a little sharpening halation around the very, very far
Mhm,
peak where it's really
mhm.
bright. That's an easy, quick fix too. I'd take care of that because this is really an understated, beautiful image.
And I'm kind of seeing that on the trees camera left too. And I saw that yesterday too, where there's some white edges kind of in behind the tops of most of those trees, as if some of the um, sky had been burned down and it just wasn't done between the branches of the trees. And that did hold me back a little bit yesterday.
I might consider darkening the sky, especially camera right and the foreground, and making that a little more richer and darker. So it brings you right back to the center. And so, yeah.
Okay, next image, please.
Bit of Blue, 78.
And Gina.
Okay. I love a beautiful, nice study on kind of a still life. For me, my eye keeps getting drawn straight back into the vase and the neck there, where I'm not really sure about that specular highlight that comes off of the light. But at the same time, the rest of the vase seems kind of flat, and it's like it doesn't have a glaze. One of the big strikers for me is that presentation, that stroke. Soften that down just a little bit, maybe bring the luminosity down at about 50%. And there's some smudging, if you will, around the front of the vase onto the ground, because it doesn't feel like it's really flat. It feels like it has a lean to it.
So just for
Yeah.
the record, that came up in my panel and you hit every point that we hit.
Yeah, and you may have mentioned this, but I feel like it's leaning a little to the left. So if it was fixed, I think that would help.
And I'm seeing something going on in that background. I'm not quite sure what it is, but we have like some lighter areas and then a darker area. Camera right in the middle there that's
Yep.
really pulling my eye away, and then kind of seeing that a little bit right on the camera left side where it meets the presentation as well.
Yep.
Okay, next image, please.
Messenger of the Gods, 80.
Tim.
Wow. Really dynamic composition, placement within the frame, very aggressive and also very successful. Like what's going on with actually the background elements versus foreground elements. The bird, the eagle, to me seems ever so slightly over sharpened, and I look at the feathers on the back and that darker haloing thing. I'm not sure whether that's natural or not, but I lose the detail in the whites there. And it just feels a little bit, I don't know, cut out. There's a couple areas where the feathers get a little bit on the bottom part that there's like white areas there. They get a little crunchy, for the lack of a better term. If that were better rendered, I would go through the roof on this guy. The design on this is wonderful.
It is, and one of the other things that was talked about with the panel yesterday, the judges would like to see more light on the bald eagle's head. We're looking at the light direction with the mountains, and it does not match up with the eagle.
Okay, next image, please.
Bouquet in shades of mauve.
And this came up in my panel yesterday, and I really appreciate all the shades of the pinks and that we've got going on here.
What
For
did
me,
it score?
I'm sorry, 81.
Thank you.
for
Sorry.
me, one of the things that held me back a little bit was all the texture in the, like, I'm going to call it cheesecloth. I'm not quite sure what that material is. I know that's not the right word for it, but all that texture is really pulling me away, I think, from the beauty of the flowers themselves. And then all the different specular highlights in that vase, the way they kind of come together. Again, a little bit of a distraction away from the flowers themselves.
And with the material being so bright, my eye just kind of goes down to that material and stays there. The maker might want to darken that down just a little bit.
Can I point out that the flowers, the way the flowers in the actual vase itself rendered is really lovely. And you can see the reflection of the lights there, which there isn't a traditional lighting position. It's coming mostly from above and from both sides, but those are stunning.
Yes.
And and so there's this other side of me that I used to be a florist too, and so the kind of haphazard way that they're put in there, I'm sure some people really enjoy that. I'm wishing that there was a little bit of difference in the levels of the flowers themselves. The three on the right are almost the exact same height, and so just creating a little bit more of a composition with the flowers and the vase itself, I think would be helpful.
Or just a different vase.
Okay, next image, please.
Misty Morning Flight, 81.
Gina.
Yeah. I have to study this for just a second. What? Oh, okay. It's got a stick in its mouth. I couldn't figure out quite what was
I've
going
never
on
seen
there.
that before.
For just a second. I was like, what? That's a weird bill. It's a beautifully rendered bird. I think the colors on it are very lovely. The translucence, through those feathers and to the tips are just so soft and lovely. I think the eye is tack on sharp along with the bill and the stick now that and it's actually kind of got it down its throat because it's got a kind of a curl in its throat. I think the bird itself is done well. I think the background is a little bright for me, which causes the bird to kind of glow a little bit. And for me, the presentation was much brighter than what it needs to be for me to stay within it because my eyes keep going to that minty green interior. And then the texture on it kind of draws me away with the outside stroke.
Okay, next image, please.
Hungry, Hungry Hippo, 80.
And Tim.
Yeah. Hungry. The really nice capture, very close up, crisp, sharp, technically there as far as exposure. Nice expression, shall we say. I do like the textures that you can hold on. The light's coming in from camera right, very strong, very crisp sunlight, and really renders the texture quite well. Seems a bit bright to me, especially around the mouth. But the contrast between this and the background really helps it stand out. So I might pull down some of those lighter areas just to keep it from feeling slightly blown out. I think all the information is there technically. I would assume it would be. So it's just a matter of rendering it, and it's really pretty centered. Maybe a little more aggressive or different crop, so it's not positioned smack dab in the center.
Okay, next image, please.
Springtime Magic, 80.
Christy.
Oh, this is really nice. I like what the maker did with the you know, the softness of the water on the waterfall. What's happening for me is and I'm sure that, you know, the got the yellow, if that's a rock or grass, and the green, it's so bright and vibrant. It's competing for my attention with the waterfall. Not sure if that's something that can be kind of toned down just a little bit. Because for me, the waterfall is more where the eye needs to go, and the foreground area is drawing my eye there.
Okay, next image, please.
You're Just Juvenile, 79.
And Gina.
Nice, of a red-shouldered hawk, a very beautiful study on it. For me, because of the brightness in the sky and the color and the bird, it feels very flat, because if I look down in the needles, there's very little dimension in there. I mean, there's a silhouette, if you want to put it that way, of the needles and the tree and the branch. For me, it just loses detail and comes across as flat in its dimension. Maybe a suggestion to maybe pop a little bit in the sky, or bring the bird, pop it in a little bit more along with the branches. I think it's just something to look at, trying a little density difference within the bird and the branch that it's sitting on.
And guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but camera left in the sky, it looks green to me. And I don't know if that's a color shift, you know, in the sky or what's going on, but it's just making it kind of feel a little off. Because if you look camera right, you've got more of a, you know, a lighter white gray, and over the left it's gone green.
Yeah, I see that too. Okay, next image, please.
The Gentleman, 79.
Tim.
Doesn't look like no gentleman to me. The intensity of the expression on that is awesome. The compression with the telephoto lens, good choice, by the way, for being camera subject distance mostly, is excellent. The background, I think, renders really well, as does the branch it's on. The lighting is not overly aggressive or impressive, but that's what you're given. I think probably just in better treatment in the post-production, because it seems like it's could use a little more contrast and maybe some what we call, well, at least what I call contouring, taking some of the highlight areas and bringing them up and bringing some of the shadow areas down. I think that would help, especially as you're going like to the top of the head and into the face. The light areas in the face feel a little bit hot. So just a little bit of massaging on the animal itself, as far as tonality, would help it immensely, I think.
And I'm seeing a little bit of haloing going down the camera right side, not where the light's hitting the arm up above, but from from the shoulder, but from the mid body down.
Yeah, good catch.
I'm seeing a halo there that could be fixed.
Yeah, that's true. But the rest of the selection, if that's what it was actually really quite good. Yeah.
Okay, next image, please.
Fierce, 87.
And Christy.
Oh yeah, this is like, talk about impact. Wow. And this image came up, and I don't think it was challenged yesterday. But one of the things that I noticed, and I'm looking at direction of light, and it looks like we've got some light coming in from behind this bird. I'm assuming it's some kind of a vulture. And I'm looking at this going, well, where's the shadow, on the branch? I just feel like if there's more shadowing going on down there, the bird's going to feel like it fits better on that branch. And for me, and this may not be composited, but for me, I just kind of feel like there's a little bit, there might be some compositing going on with the sky, and it's more because of the branch. And I can't put my finger on it. It's just this feel, and I could be wrong. But there just seems to be something like the sky might have been dropped in a little bit.
This might be one of the ones where the presentation might demand a little bit too much attention because the subject matter is so strong. And I don't think you need a super strong presentation to make it work.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, next image, please.
Silent Family, 83.
Ooh. Just on me?
Yeah, I guess it's you. Yeah.
Oh, well, if you want to talk about it, go right on
No,
ahead.
I just want to enjoy it. I want you to talk about it.
Okay, for me, this rocked my boat. I love the fact that it has such a beautiful graphic feel. I see, like almost like little family units, like, baby tree and mama tree and daddy tree, and then one that, and the one in the picture that's always like running off on the very far left and getting in trouble because the branches are reaching out for it. And I may be storytelling too much into it, but for me, that's how I view it. I see great detail in the snow. I think for me, I'm being nitpicky. Okay, super nitpicky. There are a few of those snowflakes that are super huge, like right there in the middle above the middle trees. I mean, it's about the size of a boulder coming down. And I know I'm being super picky, but just those little bitty, because it's so white, those little bitty nitpicky things are keep drawing my eye away from it. But man, I stay on this family of trees that just it's like humans, except they're not moving.
What was the
Uh,
score?
I think she said 83.
Wow. Okay, I just
Yes.
wanted to comment. I wanted to reinforce what you said, especially with the posing of the trees. And actually, as you talked about little family groups, but if you look at the repetition and the pattern in there, there's like a musical rhythm going on between the branches and the spacing amongst them and the height and all the rest of it. It's very, very sophisticated.
I could probably look at this for hours. Okay, next image, please.
Alabama Hills, 81.
And Tim.
Well, dang, I spent a lot of time up in them Alabama hills. Um, Really actually interesting approach. Is one of those mountaintops I've been to the top of a couple times, so I kind of know it. It's a very unusual angle because the formations that you have in the foreground are really not some of the most famous ones, so it's a really different approach. The snow in the background is, I mean, this has been photographed by so many amazing artists, so this particular point of view is very different. I'm not sure the contrast in the foreground is not as dramatic as we're used to seeing here. Same thing with what's going on the mountains. This is kind of not an amazing time of day to show off that texture. Um, I would consider being very aware of what time of day you're actually photographing there, with the direction of the light, and also the actual elements themselves, because the rocks are interesting, but they don't have, for lack of a better term, a rhythm or a continuity between them in the foreground. And so be selective in your subject matter, and I think that'll help.
Hey, next image, please.
Always on Watch, 78.
And Christy.
Oh, wow. Look at this eagle in this tree. Yeah, I'm looking at the top of the eagle's head, and I think it's a little overexposed. If that can be brought down or get some texture back in there, I think that would really help. The eagle blends in, a little bit with the background. I'm not sure if that's something I would think would probably be too difficult to recommend toning down, because you're gonna have to get it toned down, between all the leaves and everything, like that. the middle part of the body, in that hole of the branches, looks like it's gone a little muddy and has lost some of the detail. If you could bring some of that back, I would recommend that as well. And you guys can disagree with me if you want to jump in. I don't think the matte helps this image. I think something a little darker would make it pop right now, just kind of blends in.
I'll throw something in. I almost want to think that the sky was dropped in, because when I go down to the middle of the tree, it has a blue tone, and then right as I get the hole at the bottom, there's a straight line across.
I see that now.
Maker might want to address that a little bit, because it almost feels like the clouds are almost as sharp as the eagle. With the hemlock, you know, you're losing all that detail in that hemlock because of the blue cast tone over it.
Hey, next image, please.
I will take mine to go 80.
And we talked about this one yesterday too. We all really loved the top portion of the image and the story that's being told there as this guy flies away with his prize. But the out of focus other birds in the front were really a distraction away from that beautiful top portion of the image.
Yeah, I think if the maker could crop above their heads, wow, does that make a difference with this image? You know, taking those birds out, major difference.
And maybe just the top of that little cloud on top, close to the crop line or the stroke line. It gets a little dark up in there. Maybe just bring that up a little bit. Wow, but that other crop, incredible.
Okay, next image, please.
Bluebirds of Wariness, 96.
And Gina.
You know, to me, I think the title is beautiful, but I think the title should also be I tooted, because you have one that's looking embarrassed and the other two are like, oh my Lord, have mercy. I think the painting that's done on the little birds is so beautiful. I did have a couple concerns with it. If I go to the bird on the left who's looking to the left, right where his foot goes over that little hump in the branch, I kind of start to lose that back toe. I know it's wrapped around it, but I start to lose a little bit of detail, and that concerned me just a little bit. I think that the textures you've used on this and painting are true to life to these little stinker birds. I am a little concerned about the branch, but more so because I'm having, especially on the right, excuse me, a left-hand side, as it goes out of the frame, because it's so bright right there. I keep going right back into that where it's meeting the presentation.
So
And I'm
it's
gonna
actually
jump in.
just to,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Tim.
just to the great artist amongst us. Normally you go with a light against dark, dark against light pattern, and you've got, I understand the warmth of the light coming from the upper right-hand side. But normally I would see, instead of a warmer bird, I would see a bird switched. And so my question is, why did they do that? Educate me. Is it visual weight? I guess it's actually visual weight on that. If you look at the spacing between them, and the lower bird on the left-hand side feels heavier, fits better on the visual aspect of it. I don't know.
Something for the
It's just
maker to
different. I
think
noticed that
about.
and I thought,
Well, he is a little.
Well, you know, the branch tips down there, so you have the heavier bird pushing it down.
right. No, but I mean, it's kind of unusual that you would have the lighter bird up against a lighter background. But it all works. I'm here to say amen. I just was curious how they made that work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in and talk a little light direction here. We've got the light coming in from camera right, yet the stick to the far camera left is bright on the top. I don't think that should be that bright, because I'm not seeing the light coming straight down. So I think that should be toned down a little bit. And the camera left bird's tummy, I think, could be darkened, kind of the camera left area too, to make a little bit more shadow going on there.
And I had a slight issue yesterday, which I was educated about, and that is the tail of the bird on camera right has such a glow around it. And I understand that we've got light coming in there, but it also feels a little bit mushy to me right around that glow as well. And so maybe I hate to say maybe not as much glow, for me personally, although it did not bother anyone else at all. And
It did, it caught my attention too.
a 96 score you can't beat by too many points. So
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the little bird on the right is maybe a baby, and so it has a little bit more downier texture to some of its feathers. Notice how it hasn't got its full plumage in yet, so it may be part of what it is with that.
and I believe you're right, and I believe I was wrong. I'm just, letting them know that I did have that concern, and I'm sure they heard it on the other conversation anyway. So
One other point, because we're kicking this horse, the obviously what's going on in the foreground is really incredibly well done, but I've seen this multiple times and I'm seeing it here again. Their understanding of color and color harmonies and where they fit triads and all the rest of that stuff and what they did with the background is really well done also.
a lot to love, especially those expressions.
Mhm.
All right, next image.
Morning Amongst the Volcanoes, 84.
And Tim.
So I've seen this before in a different competition, and it was a very popular image. We didn't see it this time. It scored an 84 here. Just the majesty of what's going on as far as the eruption of the volcano is really pretty incredible. We had some conversations in the past about how muddy it gets down here and how maybe just bumping those highlights a little bit would give it a little more depth. And the same thing with some of the areas over here. I know you want to hold your attention over here, but I think it holds court pretty well here. And you could easily bring some more attention in these areas without competing with this here. You could probably even bring that down a little bit.
Hey, next image, please.
Sunset Spectacle, 94.
Oh my goodness.
Good
Yes.
heavens.
It's your turn.
Oh, and I'm gonna say you're gonna make me take this, and I'm not gonna be able to probably talk about anything that can fix it because it's
What was the
so
score again?
sensational.
94.
94.
Yeah, this was on my panel, by the way. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just talk about how great it looks. I'm looking at the sky. You guys can maybe pick on the fact that there's, or talk about, I'm gonna pick on it. You guys can correct me. I'm seeing some green in the sky, and I don't know where that's coming from, especially camera left. There's some camera right. That might be something if somebody understands that I don't. And if other people like me don't understand it, it could be what, holds this image back a little bit, but the lighting is gorgeous, the texture, the composition, everything's wonderful.
I had a little bit of concern on the very far left on that mountain range. I'm seeing like a lighter key line around some of those mountains, especially the very far. And for the green, maybe it's a storm brewing, like a tornado somewhere else, and sometimes the sky gets green. I don't know.
So on our
Boy.
panel, we judged that the one on the left, the comment about the haloing on the left, it's just barely there. Nobody mentioned it at all in this particular image. I think they were stunned with everything else. One person said it felt like it was falling to the right, but if you look at the top of the rocks where the striations go straight up, all the way across the image, they go straight up. So that means that the hill goes down to the right. Yeah, it's a stunning image. Well deserved of the score.
Boy, I love that foreground. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, next image.
Ancient History, 85.
Gina.
Oh,
I have
I'm-
landscape envy.
I'm
Yeah, this
I'm a
is
little
another wow.
overwhelmed here right now with looking at this. I to see all the detail, and it's muted, and it kind of brings a totally different atmosphere to it, almost like a black and white version of the rover landing on Mars is the way it kind of comes across in my mind. For me, I did have a little concern about the very top of the little, I don't even want to call them, I'm not a Southwest person, but the little tops of all those little fingers going in the middle on the camera left side. I think some of those little hillocks are a little bright, but it still leads my eye right back into that center, and that one dark sentinel right there in the middle. It's so dark, but it's such an interesting way to pull my eye back into that one monument. Well, I'm gonna let the rest of the jurors go on this.
I would
will
like
s-
to jump in with one little thing that I think can be fixed. We have this circle of elevated stone. Right in the middle, we have, like darker stones. There's one white part of the stone that's really bright, and to me, it's causing a big distraction for me and taking me away from, this entire image and just focusing on that spot. I would get that cloned out or toned down.
So one of the things that's happening in landscape photography is that there are photographers using drones now. And so they're getting angles of views that we've never seen before. And this might be one of those, I'm not sure, but the angle of view on this, it's just so unusual to see that much depth and height from foreground to background. It's really an incredible image.
Mm-hmm. All right, next image, please.
His Majesty, 82.
Let's see. Tim.
That's unfair. I was part of the panel that judged this. I thought this was incredible. I know I guess they dropped the eye in, or they did some work with the eye. I really totally enjoyed this. I love the color palette from the warm to the greenish from the upper right down through the lower left. There's a little bit of lack of contrast on the base that he's on, but it really fits incredibly well, especially when you add the contrast to the head. What's ever been done as far as painting to me is seamless. It feels really, really strong. Not a fan of the presentation. Again, it draws too much attention away from what I consider an incredibly strong image.
All right, next image, please.
Standing Alone, 80.
And Christy.
Tony, you're the painter. Do you mind taking this one?
I don't mind. I know they've heard my voice talk on this one before in competition, though. That's why. I know that several people in the past, and I don't think we talked about this one yesterday. I think I got the score and just went on through. I know that several people in the past have been bothered by what appears to be kind of like blue petals coming out of the camera top left part of the flower. And to me, that always has just felt like, a background flower or something else in the garden back there with it. I've always kind of enjoyed the painting on this one. Um, and I wonder if anybody else had any thoughts that they haven't already heard from me.
So they're talking specifically about the treatment on the background?
Yeah, the kind of blue
Yeah.
sort of smudges coming up there. Yes.
I'm a huge fan of abstract brushstroke type backgrounds, but I would agree with that. And then what's going on the left of the stem. I think the flower is strong enough, and I would make the background more subtle, and I think it would help it.
Mm.
Okay, next image, please.
Winter's Completion, 78.
And Gina.
Wow. Somehow I almost see this more as a straight out of the camera, but when I look at this, I can enjoy the crunchy winter feel of this, but I don't feel like there's anything really sharp except one little small area of whatever little flower this is on the left side. I'm assuming that is like little spider webs and things coming across. I'm having to, at least that's in my mind's eye what the story is. But for me, it just kind of falls flat because I want to see more sharpness in it. And to that way, the background being so out of focus really helps me pull those little bit of flowers off in my mind's eye. So for me, it just falls a little flat with the sharpness and focus.
Okay, next image, please.
Crowned and Fabulous, 80.
And Tim.
And you nailed it. I mean, did this one also. They enjoyed it. They put it in a merit category. There was a little bit of conversation because I think some of them brought it in under 80, but they were totally enamored with the focal length, the shallow depth of field in the background, the as a matter of fact, I can't remember specifically what their issues were. I think they were talking about the beak. Might be a little bit bright in some areas, and it might be bright in the head in a couple areas. But I mean, as a capture, especially the way they ran with the length of the neck and the crop, I mean, it really worked well. I think it was just generally the technical issues with what appears to be a little bit too bright in some of the areas, especially around, is that an ear, whatever that is, cheek.
Okay, next image, please.
Running at a snail's pace, 82.
Oh,
Let's
look
see.
at this. Wow. This snail, the maker has created a beautiful piece of art with this image, and I'm actually enjoying the presentation with this. The only thing I would probably do is try to tone down the specular highlight just a little bit. We don't want to lose that because it, you know, it helps build the shape of this snail. But by its, I'm going to call it the neck area, that looks really bright there. Maybe clone that bright area out or tone it down. Also, I don't know if that's a leaf to the left of the snail. It's cute. It's cool. It's got some bubbles on there. I would tone that specular highlight down, that white one at the top, as well. That would be my recommendation for this. It's just toning those few areas down. This is like art, and I just find it incredible what the maker did.
So there is a speck about halfway down, about an inch from camera left side that I don't know what it is, but sensor dust, whatever, and I think it needs to be pulled out. I'm going to disagree. I'm not a huge fan of the presentation, but I totally agree with the fact that this is an incredible image. And if it scored an 82 and an 83, I'm not sure what else to tell the person to do, because I am in a totally different time zone on that.
I'm going to agree with you on this. To me, it doesn't even look like a snail shell anymore. It looks like an agate, a slice of an agate or something. It just has such beautiful tonal ranges. Oh, very much.
Okay, next image, please.
Well, I want to report to you that that was the last image.
Oh, we did
But to
it!
end on a beautiful piece of art.
Yeah.
Wow. Beautiful.
So I'm going to put the break sign up, and I don't know who's got anything to say, but I want to say I've enjoyed working with you all, and I hope that everyone who has been watching and listening has learned as much as I have. And I want to say, don't forget the award ceremony one last time is Tuesday, April 23rd at 8 p.m. And I'm sure that there will be emails coming out about that. And I think that Thea is in here and wants to say something.
Before she starts, can I just say, Connie, you did a great job yesterday. You did a great job today. Really appreciate all your hard work.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
I think, Tony, you did a great job moderating today, too. Kept the pace
Agreed.
going. And
Yes, ma'am.
Cassandra, could you please unmute?
I
Thea?
actually got it. I was able to, so no problem.
yeah,
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Connie and Cassandra, for all your hard work. Thank you to our jurors, your thoughtful commentaries today as I watched the tail end of your comments were incredible. Judging yesterday also was wonderful. Everybody was very all the comments we've received have been great. So thank you very much.
And hats off
Right.
to you too, Thea, for a great job behind the
Yes.
scenes as well.
Yeah, that's a
Yes.
lot of work.
It is.
Both
Indeed,
you and
that-
Lori.
And she's
what you guys have
probably not done yet.
There's a bottle of wine waiting for you in the barn, sweetheart. You worked hard.
Thank you.
And
All right.
congratulations to every single person that entered. You're a winner for entering. That's always been my thought, and just congratulations to all of the makers. All right.
Well, we're gonna sign off, I think.
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye.